them obviously a lot of money and people would watch, or they could go with a group of men who had a bunch of experience, who were all great character actors who would be known and become these men. And I think that's what they made a very conscious decision to do in retrospect. And I think it was a phenomenal decision from a business standpoint, from a creative standpoint, and from a position of honoring the legacy of these men.
Frank, did you want to add to
Jim Matteo can't be here, and he's such a huge part of this. And I had a quick interaction with him because I didn't know Jim, but in that mix and match.
Tell everybody who Jim.
He played Percani, and at that mix and match, one of the groups I went in was with Jim, and we started to talk a little bit. And Jim's from the South Bronx, I'm from the South Bronx, and he was just someone I really understood. And Jim's the truth. I mean, when he acts, he makes good actors look bad because it's just, you just believe everything that comes out of Jim's mouth. So we were talking a little bit, and then the audition started. Tony's there, Meg's there, HBO, you know, Tom's there, and Steven's filming, and we're kind of getting ready, and Steven puts down the camera and goes, "Jimmy." And I'm like, if this guy's reading for Garnier, I got no shot. He's just a better actor, and Steven knows him. The fact that anyone would know Steven was so intimidating to me because I didn't know he had worked with Steven before. And he crushed it. And when he showed up in boot camp, I was so happy to see him because I just knew, man, we're in good hands. If they're casting people like this guy, we're in good hands.
I have to say, the commitment from Tom and Steven to this project made us all commit the same way. Tom read with every actor in every session that I was in. He spent days and days and days and days patiently reading with every actor and was very, very generous. And Steven never casts in person. He only casts by tape because of what they just said. It changes the room when he's in the room because you're going, it's Steven Spielberg. So I think that for Steven and Tom to do that mix and match, that was a huge commitment, and we all felt that. And the other thing is, the reason we did the mix and match was it was the first script that we got, and it was from Eric. So we used that script for all of the parts, but that script didn't really give us all of the characters, and that's why we needed the mix and match.
If I could just add something too. I mean, Meg touched on it, Tony, you just sort of touched on it. Everybody is touching on something that really needs to be talked about because it's something that cannot be overlooked. It's something that distinguishes this entire experience. I think in all of our experiences in working in Hollywood and as storytellers and filmmakers and actors, and producers, there was something about this project from jump. We weren't, first of all, HBO had given us a carte blanche that was unprecedented and an executive attitude that we as executives at HBO don't know how to tell stories. We're going to, and this was Chris Albrecht, really, saying, we're going to assemble the right team and just leave them alone. Let them do what they do. So there was this, first of all, there's an extraordinary responsibility and sense of freedom, but more importantly and primarily, from the word go, there was this sense, this awareness that we weren't making a GI movie. We had this extraordinary responsibility to serve the stories of these specific men, the men of Easy Company. What Ambrose had done, what was in the Bible, it was always there, and everybody who came aboard had this, oh my gosh, feeling. This is not just a gig. There was something special about it, and this sense of responsibility wasn't a lodestone for anybody. It was more like rocket fuel. Everybody was so passionate about getting out of the way, setting their egos aside, and serving the story. And it distinguishes, I think, the work on this film from casting to producing to certainly acting and all of the writing in a way that I think is unique in television history.
I want to pursue the writing process once you guys had decided on your episodes and then how you proceeded from there and how you interacted with not just Major Winters, but Bill Garnier and Babe Heffron and on and on. But before that, yesterday, John Orloff asked me, how did we get Richard Winters to trust us? Eric, you had said earlier, when you met him, it was basically show me. And there were several things, and one of which was we had sent, as I had mentioned, a documentary team to film him at his home and then eventually at his farm, and Jody and Mark and those guys again, who you'll meet Jody later. I think we won his trust that way because they knew what they were talking about, and they were really interested in telling his story the way he would want it to be told. The other way was, as we mentioned, him meeting Eric, and they really did form a real bond. It's as if Dick had been waiting for the 40 years for you to come along, I think. But the other thing is, and this is to feed off what you were saying, Tony, Tom, and I said this yesterday, Tom courted Richard Winters, not in a sense of come be in my movie, but I admire you. You're a, to use the overused word, hero. You're a hero to me. You're the kind of man I want to be. And so I think Dick really sensed that from Tom. It was that kind of courtship. And so I think that's what engendered the trust. And once we had the trust of Major Winters, I think you guys would agree, and particularly you, Eric, then we had the trust of the men. But so talk about a little bit, Eric, you as well, what was that like when you guys were talking, somebody's writing Tekoa, you're writing Hagenau, somebody's writing Carentan. How did you guys, and you guys will get your shot later, but how did you divvy that up? And how much did you collaborate with each other, even if it wasn't your episode? Maybe you had an idea. You're writing episode 1, but you have an idea for episode 2.
Right. Well, I mean, there was rough story ideas in the episodes in the Bible, but they were more this fact positive account of what happened, and the sort of way into each episode, or the conceit, or the concept of each episode, was really the inspiration of the individual writers, of Bruce and Graham and John and Max and Eric. My recollection of it, the normal way to do this would be for there to be a writer's room, and everybody get together and waste a lot of time, as writers do, and talk about stuff and have bad ideas. That never happened here. It was all sort of done virtually. It was all really done by phone, because we were writing the episodes simultaneously, more or less. I was working on 1 and then 5 and then 10, and Eric's working on 8 initially, and Bruce, I think, first on 4, or if not 6. First, I couldn't remember, and John on 2, and Graham on 7, Max on episode 3. They were all kind of happening simultaneously, and they all had the Bible as a reference, but it could inspire other questions. So I would just field phone calls constantly about, what does this really mean? Can you tell me more about this or unlock this? And any specific questions they had. I mean, they had all determined as storytellers what their approach was going to be to their episode. But there were questions that weren't answered in the Bible. So they could come back to me at any time and say, can we unpack this idea? I could call Winters, he could tell me, answer just about any question, and if he couldn't, he could direct me to the person who could. And also it has to be said that all of the writers had developed profound relationships with the principal characters, the men that they were featuring in their stories. My focus was really principally solely on Winters.
Yeah, and I think that's interesting because you guys collaborated, the actors collaborated with each other, but there was a collaboration between the writers and the men and the actors and the men. And all of you guys, and please talk about that there really was a symbiotic relationship between Easy Company and our production, but primarily with Eric and the writers, and Frank and Mike and Ross and the actors, and not just with Winters, obviously, but a lot of the men. Can you guys talk about that?
Well, I think what we were talking about earlier, and how this whole show bled from the top down, right? Everybody knew from the beginning how important this story was going to be and what the legacy was going to entail, and that was on everybody's shoulders. So it was like this amazingly collaborative, and that really goes back to Captain Dye taking us to boot camp and the cadre putting us through our paces. We all knew from day one that this wasn't just an acting job. This wasn't just a movie we were doing. We knew that we had to tell a story of these real heroes, these real men, and we needed to do that with such truth, you know? And so when, obviously, scripts were written when we came on board, not all of them, but most of them. But I have to say, from my standpoint, there was a real open communication with the writers, which, you know, that doesn't happen terribly often, where people could kind of express a story that they've heard from a family member or a story they heard from one of the buddies. And it wasn't to, you know, glorify or build the ego of an actor or of a character. It was more about, is this something that should be told? And my experience with all the writers, it was a phone call. It was absolutely a conversation. Sometimes it would be a no. Sometimes it would be like, it's a great idea, let's try it. So it was never, there was never a barricade there, which was wonderful.
I had such incredible, I was so lucky to have my vet alive. A lot of the men didn't. And I had such a strong presence of my veteran, of Bill. We became very close. We talked for hours and hours a day for months. I've said this before, he was just as fearless in opening himself up and telling me things. These were not men who talked about these things, but he knew the story was going to be told, and he did it for everyone else in the company. He wanted to tell his version and be honest and let me have that info to do honor to the other men. All of these men never talked about themselves. So if I told Bill, if I had questions about Le Grand Chemin or something and said to him, what were you doing? I've said this before, it was almost like he was bringing coffee to the scene, because like he had nothing to do with it. He won a Silver Star, but it was like he wasn't there, but he would tell you everything else that everyone else did. And once we all figured that out, we realized you have to talk to the other vets to find out what your vet did. And then you would call Carwood, Lipton, you call Major Winners, and they would talk endlessly about every man's heroism, but the man wouldn't himself. And because I had that access, like I would remember calling Eric and saying, Bill told me this, can I say this? Because he had Billisms that were just so real, that Bill had his own vernacular, and it was just, he had an old dictionary of terms. And again, it wasn't ego. You're not trying to steal a scene. It's just, he's telling me he said this, and Eric and the writers had no ego about, if he said it, say it, you know, which you don't find a lot, you know, that people, so it was a very collaborative relationship that way, that he was, and everybody was so researched that no one was threatened by anything that a vet may have said a certain way to put a little mustard on something to make it more them. Everybody was very open, so, but the other vets were invaluable.
You said a little mustard, and it's interesting because sometimes you would get like a little flavor, but sometimes you would, and this was from the whole process, I think, from, you know, from Ambrose doing the book, and then the guys, you know, some of the guys weren't interviewed, so the stories weren't told, and we actually were able to get a hold of some of the other guys for the documentary. And then I think that as it unfolded, and as Frank was saying, they realized the story is going to be told. If I don't say anything, my part's not going to be told. Now, I'm not saying everybody was able to do that, to correct a wrong, but it was amazing to me that our writers were so open to, this information is coming in and changing daily. And for me, one of the things, I remember getting a call, hey, we just found out that you were actually in this scene when the NCOs signed the paper saying that they were giving up their commissions. And, you know, and I think I had the day off the next day. And they were like, hey, we're doing this thing, can you be in? You were like, yeah, of course. I think 3 or 4 guys who were not initially written into that scene, not because they didn't want them there, because nobody knew they were there. Yeah. And then when they found out, the writers are just like, absolutely. Yeah, you know, do you need us to write anything for it? No, I just need to be there. And the willingness to do that, to change the story, to make it correct, and not be locked into something that, well, I wrote that, so that's what it's going to be. You never had that sense. You always had the sense that everybody was trying to continually honor the men and the changing story. And the reason the story was changing was because more correct information was coming in.
Yeah, I think people yesterday were talking and always do about the authenticity and how much was real and how much was true. And I think the watchword was the truth, or the watch phrase was truth will out. I mean, if you did find something that altered something that you had already planned, not necessarily shot, but certainly you had already planned, it was in the script, you had already rehearsed. But if you found something that changed that, no, this is really what happened, as much as possible, as much as practical, you would change it.
And also, there was no need for anything to be arbitrary, because we had such a wealth, such a treasure trove of information available to us. And by a certain time, there was so much trust and goodwill among the vets, and they had developed not just a relationship, but friendships with the writers and the actors. And so it just burgeoned, but there was no need to ever be arbitrary. The scene with Zelensky in episode 5 and Nixon's bacon sandwich is very specific, because we had the opportunity. I could call up Winters and say, if Nixon wanted a snack, what would he have? Was there anything? Bacon sandwich. So it would be a bacon sandwich. So there's so much of that in the entire miniseries, that there were never really arbitrary choices about things, because we could always get a fact-positive answer.
Ivan, Tony, as we talked about, you guys shot this in England. What was talk about that experience, and talk about being at Hatfield, and tell everybody. I mean, you guys were there for practically the same amount of time that the guys were in Europe.
I think I just want to say that Ivan continued that relationship that the writers and the actors had created with the vets. And Ivan continued that throughout the production and after the production. And it was very important to us. The research, the knowledge that came from those guys flowed into the rest of the production through Ivan. And the accuracy, the verisimilitude was through Ivan.
You became pretty good friends with Richard Winters yourself. Tell us about that, because you were very much, as Tony said, a direct conduit to on set, on location. Talk about that.
Yeah, I mean, the first time I met Major Winters, he put me through the ringer. Very similar. Like he tests you. He does not become your friend very quickly. So one, I had to get a letter from Tom Hanks saying it was okay that he talked to me. Two, I had to read Undaunted Courage overnight and give a book report to him the next day. And I'm not making this up. But after that, we became very close. And I went to visit him in Hershey. When you talk about at the farm, every time I hear the line where, I want to spend my years in the farm, I spent time in his farm in Pennsylvania with him and his wife, Ethel. And, so if there was a question on set, literally I could call him up. My most amazing experience was when I thought I was going to be in Europe for 10 days. I ended up being there for 5 years. I literally packed a bag to go to Europe and retrace each company's steps. And I think the most remarkable thing I was able to do was I had a cell phone and I had Major Winters' number. And if I was at the Eagle's Nest, I would call him and I would say, okay, walk me through it. Where were you? Where did you stand? When you were in Paris, where did you walk? Tell me where you walked, and I'm going to go retrace your steps. And I was in Bastogne. I did this throughout the whole thing, and it was really one of the most amazing experiences to be able to retrace the steps of Easy Company and have access to the the guy that was leading these men. So it was amazing.
Tony, again, you said you guys were there for quite a while. Again, what was the experience of that being in England for such a duration with these guys? And the conditions are not always great in England, as we know. So tell them a little bit about that.
It was the wettest year in 75 years when we shot Band of Brothers. And I think the guys will agree. It added a certain texture, it added a certain tone that I think was really important to the show. And slogging through the mud and the rain, that made you feel that you were there. And I think that was the most important thing for us. You heard about boot camp yesterday and how these guys really became these guys through boot camp. The thing that we wanted to do on the production for them was to put them in the environment so they wouldn't have to imagine, oh, there's this building here, or there's this, dike there. It was, let's build everything around them. They know who they are. There's Wild Bill, there's Bull Randleman, there's Joe Gott. Let's stick them in those situations and those environments.
Well, let me riff off of that, because what you guys were saying yesterday when we were talking with Dale, and explain to the people what it was like. Frank, you said something about at some point your mind tricks you because you've got all of this production around you. Now you've got German panzers coming at you. Tell us what that was like and how it actually, in some ways, you felt like you really were in battle.
Your mind would get tricked. You could actually fool your senses. You're in a position where you're open for this to happen. And we've all had this, every man here has had this experience where you would be in a battle scene and you would take a bead on a German soldier and fire and he would fall. Just by dumb luck, that's when he was supposed to go down. Where you felt you had shot someone. It was so realistic that your brain was constantly tricked. Like we said in that scene, I forget what episode, but with the tanks breaching the woods and these German soldiers running beside them, and the panic you feel as you're realizing my Thompson is not enough to fight off a tank, and did I bring enough, have enough ammo with me? Do I have grenades? What can I do? And while this is happening, trees are exploding over your head that you swear are real trees. You have no idea these trees have been rigged to explode. And in that moment, you get 1/1,000,000th of what they might have felt, enough to fool your brain into behaving in a real way in that scene.
I think it's worth noting that in Band of Brothers, there were no stunt doubles. All of the actors did all of the action. We tried to make it as safe as possible for them, working in concert with Captain Dale Dye and his men and the stunt team and the special effects team, so that the explosions, the bullet hits, all of that was rigged so that these guys, and we developed special explosions, that these guys were safe to be near it, but still felt the impact of it. And I think that's the reality that we...
Mostly safe.
What? Where's your pinky?
We were safe.
Ross, did you want to...
Yeah, it was just going on what Tony was saying about how they immersed us into it. And yes, in all the action sequences and all the war sequences, of course, that was just, vibrated through us at all times. But even the production design on this show, like that we shot in Hatfield, you got to bear in mind, we would literally be in Carentan, and after lunch, you could walk over a bridge and you'd be in Eindhoven, and then you would be in another part of Europe. And every detail of this was immense. And so you felt that you were in Europe. You felt you were in the correct time period. The buildings were built. They were shelled out. They were blown up. There were bullet holes in the walls. So no matter where you went within this movie set, you felt that you were 100% in the place that you were supposed to be. That was even down to the costumes that we had. We had the real wool shirts. So this beautiful rainfall that Tony was talking about, I actually thought it was a lovely year of weather, but you know, I'm a Brit, what do I know? But no, it was miserable. But the fact that, you know, we were really uncomfortable and wet and itchy and, you know, we'd broken in our boots, so we were fine. But it was just, we were soiled in what these men were going through, and that's down to, you know, the higher ups.
Yeah, can I just add something? Because, you know, we're talking, and you know, and with all the panels, and I think it would be remiss not to talk about everybody every department, and every single person that participated in this show. Because yes, we wouldn't have the words if it wasn't for the writers, we wouldn't have the action if it wasn't for the actors, but if you walk through where they built the tanks, if you walk through wardrobe and where they put the uniforms and the attention to detail, and you walk through, you know, the armor and the guns and what they did, and putting rebar in the rubber guns so that they would have weight and they wouldn't just flop. You know, there was thousands of people that were involved in making this. And every single person, and I really believe this, and I know Tony does because he said it over and over again, is that we wouldn't be sitting here if it wasn't for all those people. And you know, because it's easy for the people on screen, that's all you want to talk about. Oh my God, you know, it's Lead God or whatever. I mean, you get a lot of attention, Ross. But, you know, so many people and so many things happened and had to go and work together to make this work. And it was just, it's what made it a once-in-a-lifetime remarkable experience, because all those people were working toward the same goal, and it's what you see on screen.
Hey,
So
Kirk,
just wanted
could
to-
I say something based off of what Ivan just said? The first week, I think we were shooting in like the marshalling area around the plains, and there was a lot of free time that you could walk. And I used to smoke then. I was having a cigarette, and I walked 3 miles from camera, and some department head was chewing out one of his people because he didn't believe the mud splat on the tire well on a Jeep that would never be on camera. It was that kind of a level. And when Dale is throwing Sobel out of the company, I would go to rooms in that building, go to the back of the room and open a drawer, and there would be field reports. It was just, that was that level of detail.
Tony, because I was going to say, tell everybody who Tony Pratt was.
Tony Pratt was our production designer. And again, he worked very closely with Ivan. Ivan talked about retracing the steps of Easy Company. And he took Tom and Tony and a lot of the production team on a bus, on a plane, right through that Easy Company trail. And Tony became the professor on, like everybody else on the production, like you were talking about, even the set dresser. Everybody became an expert on World War II and on Easy Company's journey.
But it's Tony. He's the designer. I mean, he's responsible.
He's responsible for the environment that you see. Everything that is in the frame that is not the actors, Tony was really responsible for. He oversaw the costume department, he oversaw the makeup department, and he was very meticulous about everything. It's what Frank said. You would pull a drawer out. It was never going to be on camera, but there were field reports in there. And it gave the actors who became these characters the reality, and it was seamless.
I think you can obviously tell the dedication of everyone on the stage, and as Tony and Frank and as everybody suggested, that dedication was backstage as well, equally. That was their contribution, and it made everybody's job. Everybody contributed to everybody else. If the costume was right, then the
Webbing.
Yeah, absolutely.
Everything.
How important, again, hey, Frank, you were suggesting how important that was to you guys. Can you remember a specific moment where it affected your performance?
I remember every morning they would wash our clothes when we wanted them washed. I know that might sound strange, but there were certain elements of my uniform that I did not want washed. My jacket was one of them. That's where I kept my cigars, and it smelled like yesterday. And yesterday was a good day, and we were at work. Now we're starting over. The best way to do that for me was I would bury my face in my jacket because it smelled like sweat, cigars. It smelled like everything we were doing for the past month. So for me, don't touch my boots, don't touch my jacket. Please clean everything else. Everything about what they did, again, I'm going to jump back to what Ivan was saying and what Tony was talking about with the construction. I paid my way through school doing construction for film and television. I was very aware of what was going on there in the construction department and this amazing round table that Tony had created of this sort of pie chart of towns. And there was sort of a round city if you were to look at it, and there was like a 30 or 45 degree wedge that we would be working on at one point while they were on the other side rebuilding what we'd blown up the week before, or deconstructing or reconstructing what we were going to do next week. And we would jump around this pie, and the amazing coordination that went on, because it was all really filmed in the same place. And nothing stopped for construction. They were building while we were shooting. And once we got 4 weeks into the shoot, they were 4 weeks, 4-week schedules for each episode. 2 weeks into the first section, we started the next block. So by the time we got 4 weeks into it, we were shooting 2 episodes at a time, completely overlapping. So you had 2 full units and massive construction going on this abandoned airfield. The coordination that went into that from the producing standpoint and from the art direction standpoint and from the ADs organizing all of this was insane. And on top of it, they were doing reshoots. So there's always another mini unit running around somewhere shooting something else. It was such a machine at so many levels that it became, in your mind, what must have gone into sort of the war effort. Everything that we were around was the only focus, the only job of it was to make this project. You were fully immersed in it.
Thanks, Mike. We have to start winding down. I want to give everybody on stage a chance to, we've all been a part of, you all took part in, obviously a seminal, not just a television experience, but really a American cultural experience, obviously. So, Eric, I'm going to start with you. What has this, being part of Band of Brothers, what has it meant to you, to your life, and what do you think Band of Brothers really is?
I think, certainly for me, as I think I speak for everybody that was involved creatively, it was a life-changing event. The honor of having the opportunity to tell the story properly, and not in a Hollywood way, but to tell it with integrity. This kind of an opportunity doesn't come along very often in our business, and it did, in this one singularity, this one moment. And the opportunity to serve that story, to serve storytelling itself, to serve the idea of we have an opportunity to tell a story that's sort of it's about easy company, but it's also it can stand for anybody who served in the ETO in World War II. It was extraordinary. And I feel tremendous sense of satisfaction and gratification. And I think the most important, what always comes back to me, and especially being here, having essayed to do what we did and having done it and to be in a place like this, it reminds me of 3 words. Winters had this thing. We worked so hard together for so many months, and we became so close. And we were on the phone pretty much every day because I'm working on an episode in the Bible or in script. I would be reading to him and calling him from North Carolina. He's up in Hershey, or I was at the farm, or I was in Hershey. But over the phone, I'd be reading to him the day's work. And then I'd always leave him with a list of questions. He'd give me feedback. And from that feedback, I'd always say something like, okay, well, I'll call you after lunch tomorrow. I'll call you in the morning. We'll go over this again. I'll see you in the morning. I'll talk to you tomorrow. And he would always say the same thing. He had the same way of signing off every single time. He said, I'll be here. I'll be here. And from a man like Dick Winters, those are the most reassuring words just about anybody could hear. I'll be here. And it feels to me as though undoubtedly the spirit of Winters, and shoulder to shoulder with the spirit of all the men with whom he served, will be here and in our hearts and in this country and this world for as long as we remember them. And that's what this is all about. And I feel that to a great degree there's been a mission accomplished.
Thank you, Eric. Frank?
An actor's life is very singular. It's a very solo pursuit. In the sense it could be, there's a lot of gladiator in acting, because at the end of the day, you have to compete against a lot of people, go into a room and win it. And if you don't, your children don't eat, and you don't have health coverage, and it can be a very singular pursuit. And what this did was take all of people who had to fight that fight and turn them into selfless human beings, and seeing the bigger picture, where even through production, you cared more about these guys than yourself. That was the best way to survive it and to get through it. So becoming selfless was the gift that came, and to me it was the real secret sauce of what makes a band of brothers, was this level of selflessness. If you have a brother, you do anything for your brother. We had to get a taste of that with our group. And when you get that going, you know, you start to feel a little bit of, you know, we happy few that are involved in this, are in this beautiful cocoon where everybody has the same commitment to save drive and the same intention. And that's just impossible on most projects. Very rare.
Eric?
Yeah, I would certainly echo everything that everyone has said about the teamwork, the camaraderie, the feeling of responsibility of what you've done, but a slightly different spin on it maybe for me personally. Before Band of Brothers, a few of us on this stage, well, these four and a few people out there had worked on another mini-series with Tom Hanks, From the Earth to the Moon, which was about the Apollo space program. And that was my first real professional project as a writer and sort of junior producer, mentored by this gentleman. And, you know, we thought we did something pretty cool, right? It won the Emmy for Best Miniseries. It won all the other awards for Best Miniseries that year. Launched careers, and was also paying tribute to a great American achievement and a great group of people, 400,000 people who made the moon landing possible. And it was this very big deal. So then a couple years later, Tom is like, you want to work on Band of Brothers? And so it's like, oh, another one of these. Okay, another historical miniseries. All right, what's Band of Brothers about? And so fast forward to years later, Band of Brothers is this cultural phenomenon that From the Earth to the Moon, I sometimes have people say, oh, I love that miniseries. I really like this episode. I'm like, really? You saw that? You know, it feels like just this thing we worked on a million years ago. Whereas Band of Brothers, you know, it's like The Godfather or something. I mean, you know, we would always talk about The Godfather and other things that we loved and how they were touchstones and how, can you imagine being part of that? And the awe would be the single word for me, the awe of the people out there who love it, who still love it, who when they find out you worked on it, were like, you worked on Band of Brothers? Oh my God. And I always have to say, and it's true, well, I played a role that meant hundreds of other people, as Ivan said, were involved that, you know, need to be recognized. But yeah, I did some of it. Sure. and I'm proud but more humbled that I got to be part of something that's resonated, I think even beyond just probably the diehard type of people we have here who are really into World War II as a subject, but just beyond that.
So, yes, it's international, of course. Tony, do you have a...
I was lucky enough to work with Tom and Eric and Matt, Graham, Yost, and Ivan on From the Earth to the Moon. And I think there's a preoccupation that Tom has that has infected all of us. It's this examination of the human spirit that will overcome, and this brotherhood. In both those series, you see it, and in the Pacific. I think that brotherhood, that spirit of, that human spirit to overcome, that's the experience we got. And we were inspired by Easy Company and that Band of Brothers, and in some way they gave us, all of us here, all of us who worked on it, the thousands of people who worked on it, a sense of that. And it'll be something we'll always treasure.
Thank you. Ivan?
I have two quick things. One, I got to meet Babe Heffron and Bill Garnier. So I ended up becoming very close to them. And I went to the track with Babe after we finished shooting, Babe and Bill, in Philly. And, they are the most humble, every time I got off the phone with Babe, Babe would ask me, do I need money? Like, I'm okay. And, he'd pull out this wad of ones, which I have. It's a wad of ones, it's like literally $25 in ones. But he'd always ask me if I needed something. And when we went to the track, and I've told a few people this story, but went to the track, and I won $100. And this is over 20 years ago. And I still carry the $100 bill in my wallet to this day that I won. I had it here 2 minutes ago. I better have it. That I won at the track with Babe. And I'm reminded every single day of their friendship and what they did for us and for this country and all the veterans and everybody that's serving today. This is a constant reminder to me of the cost of freedom and what we that we are allowed to meet today. It's because of these men and these people that serve our country and the veterans of World War II. My grandfather was in a concentration camp, and, I watched Landsberg, and, you can't watch it without just bawling, right? And this show has just given me even more of a personal connection to, it's just, as we say, it's the gift that keeps on giving. It's amazing, and it's been an amazing experience, and this is the reminder.
Thank you, Ivan. Meg?
I don't think I realized when we started this project, obviously, I don't think anybody did, what the resonance was going to be so many years later. But it's so incredible to see the life after the show and how incredibly close everybody is and how casting them in the show has changed all their lives. And you don't think about that when you're normally doing just any kind of show. Because, I did cast From the Earth to the Moon, and it wasn't that, even though I loved that project, and it wasn't that kind of experience. But this has resonated. I mean, to go to France and to be in Normandy, and for me to meet the real guys and see the actors close to them was just so moving. And I don't know, it just has resonance beyond.
Yes, very definitely. Ross?
I mean, Meg's just sort of summed that up, even with her emotions. It's, no, I mean that. It's like, this is a life-changing experience. As actors, we tend to go from set to set, and we've all gone on, to do other stuff that we're proud of, and la, la, la. We're still talking about Band of Brothers 22 years later, and we're talking with such love and respect. and I sort of repeat myself here, but being a working class boy from Glasgow, to be able to, on a personal front, achieve somewhat of a dream. I always wanted to come to America. That was always my dream as an actor. You know, Tom Hanks wrote me the letter to get my green card, so you can blame him. But you know, that's just like a sliver of what it means personally. But truthfully, the fact that I've been able to, dare I say, call some of these heroes friends. You know, I've been drinking with these men over the years. I've heard stories of, joked, I've laughed, I've cried. On top of that, not only are we telling a story to generations, my generation, generations underneath us. Now I have kids, 17, 18 years old, coming up to me now, still to this day, and they want to talk about band. We all go to airports throughout the world, and we're stopped by servicemen and women who are visibly shaking, and it's got nothing to do with our job as actors. It's because of the story and because of these men. And the emotion that's coming out of these people, they can barely speak. And again, it's just because it meant so much to so many people. It allowed people to finally open up and talk to their grandpa and talk to their father and actually hear what they went through. And one more little level on that, I truly have met my best friends on this show. Guys I will lay down in traffic for, and they'll do the same for me. And that has been such a bonding experience. It started with Captain Di putting us through this. It starts with Tony and the guys, Tom and Steven, putting together this great program, and Meg and Ivan coming, and everybody, the writers and everybody knew how important it was. And the fact that I can sit here with my best friends that I will call family, and we'll all be in each other's lives for the rest of our lives, is because of this show. So I'm eternally grateful. It changed my life tenfold.
Thank you, Ross. Michael.
It's interesting. When I had finished Band of Brothers and we saw it, we had the premiere, it had aired. I remember turning to my wife and saying, if I never do anything else in my life as an actor, I've done enough for me. Over the years, it's what this project means in my own personal life has it's changed. The project will always be out there, but we met these incredible men who had these incredible friendships. And as Ross was just saying, for me, ultimately, the biggest takeaway for me wound up being incredibly personal and incredibly selfish. I have as Ross had said, some of my closest friends in my life that I will know for the rest of my life. So it's not always life imitating art. Sometimes art imitates life, and I'm okay with that.
Great, thank you, Mike. Well, I think we're going to wrap up. We've got a full day, and I want to say one thing. And I've discussed this in a different context with my friend Graham. Everyone on this stage, everyone you will meet today, we all get to take the bows. But everyone on this stage and everyone you meet today is very cognizant of the fact we're taking the bows for what they did. So thank you very much. We'll see you for the next panel.
So Kirk and our panelists, thanks for that awesome tour de force. Thank you to our sponsors, once again, especially our presenting sponsor, Hancock Whitney. We're now going to break for 30 minutes, so feel free to see what unique Easy Company merchandise we have at our retail outlet, and we'll see you back here at 11 o'clock, 1100. That was great.
I want to tell you about the National World War II Museum in New Orleans. Like no other museum in the world, it brings to life the lessons and values of the war that changed the world. And not just with aircraft and boats and tanks, but with the powerful, personal stories of the men and women who served and sacrificed for our freedom. It's a remarkable place in an extraordinary city that every American should experience. The National World War II Museum in New Orleans.
Every June, D-Day survivors, veterans of every war since World War II, family members, and visitors from all over the world come together to honor and remember the service members and civilians who sacrificed everything to save a continent and ultimately the world during the largest amphibious invasion that history has ever seen, June 6, 1944. In 2024, the National World War II Museum will return to Europe 80 years later to explore the battlefields, landing zones, airfields, and legacies of D-Day and the Bomber War. The 80th anniversary of D-Day cruise will sail May 29 to June 8, 2024. On this iconic voyage aboard the exclusively chartered Seabourn Ovation, guests will travel alongside esteemed historians on an epic 10-day journey along the northern coast of Europe with ports of call in Hamburg, Amsterdam, Dunkirk, East Anglia, Normandy, and disembarking in Dover. Each day, guests will choose from a wide variety of shore excursions at every port, custom curated by museum travel experts in collaboration with featured historians who will present a signature lecture series on board the ship. Dr. Alexandra Ritchie, an expert on World War II in Central and Eastern Europe and a veteran of museum travel programs, shares what's so special about traveling with the National World War II Museum.
The National World War II Museum cruises are absolutely outstanding. The atmosphere on board the ship is just amazing because you're actually traveling with hundreds of people who absolutely share your obsession, interest in World War II history, and interest in the places that we're going to visit. So they're always amazing conversations. It's always interesting, and we have a chance to actually interact with so many different people. But it's also hugely luxurious. So yes, we're going to visit beaches or we're going to visit sites, but then you get back on board and it's absolutely the top of luxury and the top of comfort.
Embark in Hamburg, where an optional 3-night pre-cruise extension is available. Featured historian Keith Lowe, author of Inferno, The Fiery Destruction of Hamburg, 1943, discusses Operation Gomorrah, the devastating Allied raid on Hamburg that proved to be a pivotal moment in the Bomber War.
The devastation of Hamburg was a shock not only for Hamburg but for Germany as a whole, because 1 million people fled the city afterwards, and they took with them stories of disaster, of burning bodies and so on. It was so in the places where they arrived as well, they were hearing these stories of devastation. So it was not only a problem for Hamburg, it destroyed the morale of Germany more generally for a couple of months after it happened.
Continuing to Amsterdam, learn of the occupation, the resistance, and a Jewish population forced into hiding. Before landing at Dunkirk, where an emergency evacuation, facilitated partly by a civilian boat navy, rescued the British Expeditionary Force. In the east of England, large areas of farmland became airfields for the American 8th Air Force. This rural landscape was soon dotted with dozens of what appeared to be small cities designed to support thousands of American crewmen. Dr. Donald L. Miller, author of Masters of the Air, America's Bomber Boys Who Fought the Air War Against Nazi Germany, is a frequent visitor to this part of England.
Because they are intertwined. As Eisenhower pointed out when he takes over as Supreme Allied Commander of the D-Day operation, we can't land in France if there's Germans above us, unless we clear the sky of the Luftwaffe, the German Air Force, the most powerful Air Force in the world. We can't have an invasion. The men, the landing boats will be slaughtered.
Finally, guests land in Normandy to spend 4 days traversing the beaches, hedgerows, and battlefields, honoring the service members who broke Hitler's Atlantic Wall and marched along the road to Berlin. Dr. John McManus, author of numerous books on D-Day, is always moved by his return to Normandy.
I think the National World War II Museum, in putting together these tours, understands this kind of confluence of real sort of deep dive history for people who are quite into World War II, that you're going to learn something even if you've read voluminously on World War II. The confluence of that and luxury living, because it's just enjoyable, to go to these accommodations and then to work with people who understand how to move a tour group through and to make sure that they're responsive to the guests, that they get out of it what they want from that tour.
Join us on this magnificent voyage aboard the award-winning Seabourn Ovation, complete with luxurious amenities, world-class historians, and an all-inclusive, one-of-a-kind itinerary not found anywhere else.
My name is Tom Chikansky. I'm the Director of Collections and Exhibits at the National World War II Museum, and I was in charge of overseeing the restoration of the P-40 that's now hanging in our campaigns pavilion. The P-40 had an extensive career in World War II. It was one of the planes that we began using as a Lend-Lease plane for Britain, and it was also the first plane that we had for Lend-Lease with the Soviet Union. At the beginning of the war, it was our primary pursuit plane. When the Japanese attacked Pearl Harbor, they were answered with P-40s. And it was also important in the China-Burma-India theater, and that's often overlooked or underrepresented. It served in every theater of the war, served with all of our allies, and continued in service throughout the end of the war.
Alaskan Flying Tigers, commanded by the son of China's famous General Chennault, are constantly on the alert. Taking to their ships, ready for instant action, they're playing an important role in keeping the Japs from American soil.
The identifiable plane serial number that goes with our restoration was a plane that was flown up to Cold Bay, Alaska. That's at the very tip of the Alaskan peninsula that leads down to the Aleutian Islands. At the time it was in Cold Bay, it was flying patrols and support missions. This is the same time that the Japanese had taken over Kiska and Attu. And so there was very active war up in the Aleutians at the time that it got there. And it was a dirt field, and it was very cold, and it had a ground taxiing accident and was so badly damaged that they shoved it off to the side of the field, probably took parts off of it as needed, and eventually when the Air Force left Cold Bay, they shoved it in a ditch and buried it.
As you can see how the whole aircraft is put together here, and we've assigned different teams to different assemblies. No single part on this aircraft is flat, square, or 90 degrees. Everything has to be made uniquely.
Our restoration crew, Flyboys, is based out of San Diego. Rolando Gutierrez and his crew, and they did the actual restoration of the plane.
I'm an engineer by degree, and after 35 years of being an executive, I returned to school and studied and obtained my aircraft maintenance certificate and began to do what I dreamed of doing all my life, which is restore old World War II aircraft.
Well, it looked horrible when we first got it. It was just beat up, corroded, disintegrated. One of the wings that we got looked like there are some panels that we could take off and then put new ones on. But when we started pulling the panels off, the skin panels, we realized that there was nothing left inside, that all the bulkheads, all the ribs, all the stringers was just dust. It was gone.
Everything is just so rare. So having to duplicate a part, and the original part is twisted and mangled and it's been through a war.
A lot of it was they don't have the tooling and stuff that they had back then. It's all gone. There's hardly any of these planes left, so there's no need for the tools. So we had to make all the parts by hand. That was some of those were challenging.
And there's sometimes 6 layers, 7 layers of material that you have to build in different areas. Plus there's bulkheads, webs, and all these things have to fit in perfect harmony. And if they don't, one of them just knocked off, it just doesn't work, and we got to start over.
The plans show a flat representation of the part, and it doesn't tell you the order that the parts go together. It just tells you what parts are where.
And the challenge, aside from getting the dimensions is sometimes we can't read the dimensions. So we have to do the calculation of how that engineer was thinking and how he went about in solving that part.
I came to San Diego, Camp Pendleton, when I joined the Marine Corps in 2000, where I learned to work on aircraft, and I've been doing it just about ever since.
My great aunt was in the war, and she was an aircraft mechanic. My grandpa was an aircraft mechanic, so it's kind of something that is in my heritage.
I joined the military when I was about 18 years old. Went to Iraq and got injured as an infantryman, and kind of rethought my future. So I went to school for airframe power plant mechanic.
My father was a Depression baby. As a child, I remember him always drawing images of World War II fighters, and that's how he and I connected. And when he passed, I felt that the only way that I could keep that connection was to pursue something that I felt that he would be very happy with me doing, that he would be very proud. But it's really that bond and that connection that I had with a father who grew up during the war and who grew up during very difficult times.
This aircraft was built up using the original techniques and plans so that the parts internally are replicated. And when you're finished with it, you can see that the rivets end up in the right places, the density of the rivets, the whole plane really presents itself well.
Most of the time we were building it, in pieces here and sections there, and then finally getting to see, that piece come together, this piece put together, the wings on. It was cool. It was a really cool feeling.
There's only a handful of people in the world who have built one of these planes. There's so few left. And just being a part of that's what was rewarding for me.
Coming from an infantry background, I know what it means to have planes in the air. Building the P-40 in there, it just kind of gave me a more respect for the guys that came before me in World War II.
Because our crews were comprised of mostly wounded warriors, veterans of the current wars, and students, is a way for us to not only understand what they went through. As we were putting the planes together, we would see that there was very little protection between a pilot and the hostile environment that he was flying in. So it was a way of us understanding how brave these men were. And it is also a way for us to say, thank you, we will never forget you.
Hi, I'm Rob Citino, the senior historian here at the National World War II Museum in New Orleans, Louisiana. Standing in the museum in our Road to Tokyo exhibit, which deals with the Pacific War, and I'm standing next to my great friend Volker Benkert, a faculty member from Arizona State University. Volker, welcome to New Orleans.
Thank you very much. We're here to introduce our new joint master's online program. And this program marries two great institutions, the National World War II Museum, as well as Arizona State University, to teach World War II in an online capacity on a graduate level. And I think what's novel about this is we're standing here in this great museum that tells the story of World War II through an American experience where history really comes to life. But this program will talk about the history of World War II in a comparative and global fashion. So we're taking this story as the core and we're bringing it into a much more global perspective. But our program will also include even a course on contemporary relevance where we're not just thinking about the world that was shaped by World War II, but we're also thinking about long-lasting memory debates, not just in the United States, but globally around this major conflict.
I think that's great, and I'll also throw this in that just as we're going to try to be global geographically, we're really going to try to have the broadest possible approach. So sure, we'll do some battle and war fighting. That's always been my bread and butter as a scholar and as a researcher, but we're also going to be looking at politics, at society, at diplomacy, at culture, at film. We're not going to shrink from discussing the horrors of the Holocaust, comparative genocides. That too is going to be part. So I'm pretty excited about this. I also will second what you said about it's two institutions that are kind of being married here. It's a great educational institution in Arizona State and one of the leaders in online education. But here at the museum, we also bring some things to the table. As you can see, we're standing in a museum gallery. Artifacts, mega artifacts, you name it, we have it here, including 10,000 testimonies, oral histories from veterans. I think of people who might want to take this. I can come up with a lot of groups. I see this as kind of professional development. You might be a high school teacher who would like to get a master's and for professional development reasons. You might just be somebody who wants to keep those juices flowing and study this largest of human conflicts a little more carefully than you have.
Absolutely, and that's why the program is designed to teach skills, right? Where of course we're going to learn a lot about World War II, there's no doubt about that.
That's for sure.
But we're also really interested in transferable skills, so analysis, critical thinking, writing, and writing not just in the academic format, but writing on many, many different venues, as you will when you are a professional working in a museum, if you're a teacher, if you're a historian, in any kind of public organization, you will have to have a repertoire of different kinds of writing, and we try to teach that here.
Great points. I'll throw in one last thing, the flexibility of this program. You're going to really do it at your own time. It doesn't matter where you are on the globe. This is World War II class, and you can take it literally from anywhere in the world.
So I hope that you will be very much interested in the program. You will definitely meet Rob and myself, and we're looking forward to having you in class.
Travel to the National World War II Museum in New Orleans to explore, remember, and reflect on World War II through exclusive access to the museum's campus. The National World War II Museum tells the story of the American experience in the war that changed the world, why it was fought, how it was won, and what it means today, so that all generations will understand the price of freedom and be inspired by what they learn. Be our guest for 3 nights at the Higgins Hotel and Conference Center on the museum's expansive 4-acre campus. Attend a showing of Beyond All Boundaries, a 4D cinematic journey throughout World War II, narrated by Tom Hanks. Gain exclusive early access to the galleries with a private tour guide. Dive deeper during the Out of the Vault tour, a behind-the-scenes, up-close look at museum artifacts not currently on display.
Out of the Vault is unique because you get to meet the National World War II Museum curators. We pick out some of the coolest things, and you get to see them up close.
Engage with the experts during guided touring in the Road to Berlin and Road to Tokyo galleries in the Campaigns of Courage Pavilion. Go on the last patrol of the USS Tang in the immersive final mission submarine experience in the U.S. Freedom Pavilion, the Boeing Center. Beyond the galleries, enjoy free time to explore New Orleans on your own.
This is definitely worth coming to see. Just the museum itself, but having the personal touch of having someone explain things as you're walking through, and then you can go back and see things a little bit more detailed.
I would encourage anyone to take any World War II museum tour based on our own experience. First of all, they're extremely well managed. Everything happens on time. The accommodations, the receptions, and the dinners together are great.
Don't hesitate. Come and see this. This is especially as time passes by, people need to take a look at this history and really understand it. And this is really, I can't think of a better way to do it than this way.
A carefully planned, top-secret mission.
A daunting defensive line.
Thousands of boats and ships. Thousands more aircraft.
45 miles of coastline.
The largest amphibious invasion in history.
One single day
Join the National World War II Museum for a commemorative 75th anniversary of D-Day electronic field trip, streamed live directly into classrooms across the globe. 4 student reporters, Wiley from Canada, Lucy from the United Kingdom, Angie from France, and me, Michael, from the United States, will lead a globe-trotting journey into Operation Overlord.
In only 50 minutes, your students will travel with us to historic sites and museums in Normandy, France, England, and the United States.
Embark on this electronic field trip to understand the sacrifices and perseverance of Allied forces in the face of daunting challenges. Register today and tune in live from your classroom on Thursday, the 2nd of May.
We had just played football against USC. We just played the USC game, which was the big game of the year for UCLA. And I just remember waking up. I was living with my mother at the time in a kind of a bungalow court. And after the SC game, I was awakened by a couple of guys were standing outside the bedroom window in this court talking, and one of them, and they were talking about the Japanese having attacked Pearl Harbor, so I woke up to that on that morning, hearing these people talk about it. And of course, then once that happened, everybody knew that we were all going to go into service, and what was going to happen.
I went to work in Portland in the summer of '42 in a company that did steel work, made stuff for W ships and that type of stuff. And I was working for them, and I got notified of the draft, and so I went to the owner to resign and leave, and he said, "Well, you don't have to do that. You can get a deferment." I said, "I don't want a deferment." I said, "Monarchies go to war." I said, "That's what I'm going to do." And so I quit the job, and about 10 days later, I had to report to Fort Lewis. But I went down to Astoria and for a few days, and I ran into a Finnish kid down there that I knew, and he was in uniform. I asked him what he was doing, and he said, "Well, he was up at Fort Lewis in administration." Then I asked him, what do you do when you get to Fort Lewis? He said, "Doesn't make any difference what time you arrive there. Any time of the day or the night, they take you into an orientation room, and then when you get through there, why, you'll be assigned a bunk or something. But the first thing they ask you are volunteers in the parachute troops." And my mother wasn't with me, so she couldn't stop me, and that's what I did. There were 2 of us that stood up out of a shipment of 100 people coming out of Portland, and they went up to the front of the table there, and you signed a form where you volunteered to jump out of an airplane 5 times to become a qualified paratrooper, and such other time as the government, requires or whatever. You sign it, and then they take you right out of there and furnish, uniforms and stuff like that, and then on your way.
Well, when I first went in to join, I wanted to go with the best, and I was going to join the Marine Corps. I figured the Marine Corps was the best. But before I got to the Marine Corps doors, I wound up seeing a poster with the airborne. I said, "Let me go and look at it and see what it's about." And sure enough, I went in and enlisted. So it looked like it was exciting. So, and besides, they gave you more money too.
That was a big draw, was it?
Well, in a way, it was a big draw back then. $50 extra a month. And that was big back then.
So you were making what, about $100 a month?
That's right. 100. Oh, you laughing at, you dirty rat. $100 a month. Today, $100, or you can't blink your eye and $100 going like that. Yeah.
That's the truth.
Well, it wasn't per se like the money, but it did have a certain kind of bearing on it. Yeah.
And then the first day we got into a unit,
They took us out in the field, pointed up to Currahee and said, start running. If you fell out, if you stopped running, they said no matter how slow you went, fine. But if you stopped running, you walked, you were out. So consequently, 15% more left the second or third day. Then we started the obstacle course, which was the toughest. They wouldn't allow it today because more people got injured and hurt on that obstacle course than they do in jump training. It was so difficult. As a matter of fact, when we left Toccoa, Georgia, the medics came in and condemned it. They would not allow it anymore. We used to walk 8 or 10 miles going to our training area, then train all day, and then walk 8 or 10 miles back to our camp area. It didn't take long for us to be hard as rocks.
When the chute was feeding out, I went out and I obviously was upside down in the air because I could see the shroud lines of the chute going by my feet, which means my feet were up in the air. And when the chute came open, about 3 or 4 of these shroud lines threw a loop around my ankle, and when the shoe was open, my ankle's up in the air. I had to pull down on it, get my ankle loose, and I couldn't make a one-legged landing. And by doing that, of course, I drifted quite a ways away from where I was supposed to be by pulling down on the chute. So when I landed, I was, God knows where. I was still on a post at Benning someplace, but I had a long walk back to where I was supposed to be. But kind of wasn't the most auspicious beginning for the first jump.
Jeremy, are we going to do any Q&A? Just want to make sure.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you can please find your seats and your cell phones. Please find your seats and your cell phones so we can begin the next session. Thank you.
All right, everybody, welcome back. Looks like everybody came back, after that first incredible tour de force in the last panel. A little pressure for this panel now. We'll see how they perform. Our next session will examine how the vision we heard about in the first session became a reality on the set in the film. In this one, we have an opportunity to really get a behind-the-scenes look at what went into powerfully capturing the actions of Easy Company for the camera, benefiting from the unique perspectives of the actors and the writers for those select episodes. So just to frame that, to moderate this session, we've called on someone who really needs no introduction since you just saw him on stage, Michael Cudlitz. Of course, Michael portrayed Denver Bull Randleman in the miniseries. He can't sit in the back this time, he's got to sit in the front. In addition to Band of Brothers, he's also starred in, really to name a few, ABC's The Kids Are All Right, TNT's Southland, AMC's Walking Dead, and perhaps most important and least known is what Michael does for the legacy of Easy Company. Now, he's been one of the key ringleaders of the cast for the past 20 years. He's hosted the annual cast reunion, usually at his own home, and he serves as an invaluable co-producer for this weekend's event. So, thank you, Michael, for what you've done with all that and for all them. And then, ladies and gentlemen, joining Michael on stage for this panelist session is entitled From Toccoa to Europe, on the Ground with Easy Company, and on that we'll have battle hand over to Michael. Michael, the task is yours.
Great. Hi, guys. Oh my gosh, it seems like it's been forever. We had a really wonderful talk this morning, and some sort of topics were broached and subjects were kind of tiptoed around because the time constraints. So we're going to try to take a moment and sort of dive a little deeper into some of the stuff that we were touched on this morning. What we'd love to do is have everybody introduce themselves. We have 3 writers with us, 4 actors. For the writers, I'd like to have you introduce yourselves and then the specific episodes that you did write. You can start with Bruce.
I'm Bruce McKenna. I wrote episode 6 and co-wrote episodes 4 and 8 and did tiny little bit of work on episode 1.
I'm John Orloff. I wrote episode 2 and episode 9.
I'm Graham Yost, and I wrote episode 7 and got kicked off of 4 so Bruce could take it the rest of the way.
Hello. My name's Shane Taylor, and I play medic, Easy Company medic Eugene Doc Rowe, and it's good to be home.
My name is Rick Gomez, and I played George Luz.
I'm sure you're all sick of seeing me now. Ross McCall, play Joe Liebgard.
I'm Matt Settle, and I play Captain Ronald Spears.
We spoke a little bit this morning about what goes into sort of the overall approach to making a miniseries. Obviously, we started with the source material with Stephen Ambrose and even more sourcey, the men themselves. But when you start to take information like that and turn it into a production, something that has a definite beginning, middle, and an end, what it does is it starts with the Bible. The Bible in our case was written by Eric Jenderson. But for the audience who might not know, specifically what a Bible would John, can you tell us what, generally speaking, for this production, any other production, what what is the Bible?
Oh, I think Graham should answer that. He is a Bible pro.
No. So both of these guys, Bruce wrote the Bible for the Pacific, and John wrote the Bible for Masters of the Air. So they've stepped into that position. And speaking as a writer who comes on later in a project, and we had the book, but it was the Bible that Eric did for band. That's the first thing you go to.
Describe the Bible.
Well, the Bible, it's what's the term? I love fact positive. It was just each section of Easy Company's story was laid out. This is what happened on this day.
An example would be in episode 2, Eric Jenderson had laid out what Easy Company did on D-Day, but what everybody in Easy Company did on D-Day, not just the Breakcore Manor guys. And so as Eric said, it was up to the writers to look at that Bible and say, well, where's my story that I'm interested in? And so one of the first things I said was, well, of course, episode 2 has to be about Dick Winters and only Dick Winters and that experience of that day. Like, that was my first big decision, was this is a Dick Winters episode.
I guess you could describe the Bible as a beautiful piece of marble. And it was fantastic and rich, and then it was up to us to carve out of that marble what we felt was necessary for that particular episode. So for me in episode 6, again, Eric had done a great job of everything that happened in Bastogne, and Carwood Lipton did this, and Walter Gordon got wounded here, and this guy that, and then, you know, as John said, we focused down on the thematics of what we wanted to explore and used it as the basis, a starting point.
And what was really great was Eric Jenderson was incredibly supportive of us. That's not a normal thing in TV. Normally on a TV show, there's a showrunner, and he says, okay, you're gonna write this episode, and it's about this, this, and this, and make sure this happens on page 24. Am I right, Graham? That's not how our show was started. And then Eric really set the tone as being an incredibly welcoming creative partner and allowing us to take this Bible and research he had done, and without judgment on us, let us come up with our own ideas. And pretty much most of the time he's like, that's fabulous, let's do that, it's a great idea, you know, and we got to at least try it.
So how is it decided within the Bible how we're going to break this up? Again, whether it be this show specifically or just a show in general. We have all this.
Who gets the episodes? Is that what you mean?
Yes.
Yeah. Well, you got your pick. You got 2 and right?
Yeah, I think I was the first person hired
You
after
were.
Eric. So I had been meeting with Tom. I'd had one job as a writer professionally prior to band, and Kirk Sadusky had read a script I had written as a spec, and he liked it, gave it to Tom. Tom had me come in to talk about a different project, not Band of Brothers. Somehow I'd already heard about Band of Brothers, and I, not being shy, as probably all of you know, I said, hey, Tom, I heard you're working on this thing called Band of Brothers. God, I love World War II. I'm so into it, blah, blah, blah. He's like, yeah, we're just going to have one guy write the whole thing, this guy, Eric Jenderson. I meet him like 2 months later to have a follow-up meeting on the same thing, and I guess now all of a sudden we're greenlit, and it's like we need scripts, and Tom out of the blue says, hey, you want to write on Band of Brothers? And I go, sure. And he's like, hey, you want to write the D-Day episode? Okay. And that's how I got onto band.
Well, my experience was a little bit like theirs, because I auditioned for almost all the remnants. I had 6 or 7 meetings, and they would say, well, come in with a take on episode 3. And, okay, come in with a take on episode 7, episode 10. And then finally, I think I was the last writer hired, and I got the episode that nobody else wanted to write, which was episode 6. And that's an exaggeration, but it was a really intense experience to come in, and I remember pitching episode after, this is the way we should do this and that, and then finally they said, well, you'll do 6, and then that's how I got on the show.
When you say pitch, you want to pitch an episode, what's the information that you were given?
The Bible.
Do they say just the Bible?
Yeah, I read the
book. Or do they say this episode is going to be about this certain thing, these certain characters, or are you making that decision?
No, I think they would say, go give us a take on episode 3, so I did. I came back and said we should focus on these guys, and that's not what happened. I mean, the episode is very different than what I had pitched, and I think that was an experience for you as well. And I don't remember. I don't think I pitched Doc Rowe when I went in for 6. I think I talked about the suffering of the men, and that was the episode. And that was after I got hired, and after John and I actually went to Denver to a reunion, which I'm still sobering up from 24 years later. And that I honed down on Doc Rowe.
For me, I was one of the people who worked on From the Earth to the Moon. And we were talking earlier about that thing. Someone comes up to 5 actors and said, 4 of you are fantastic, right? So we all take everything on ourselves. And Earth to the Moon ended in kind of a bumpy fashion for me. And so I wasn't sure, and I'd heard about Band of Brothers, and I was kind of grumbling, I'd never gotten a call. And so one day I was on, a lot of you won't remember this, but there was a email service called AOL. And still on it, baby. It's coming back. Actually, a fellow AOLer was saying, yeah, well, no one tries to hack AOL anymore, so we're safe, But I was on AOL, and they had the AOL instant message thing, and I saw that Eric Bork was on. And so I IM'd him, or whatever the hell it was called at that time, and I said, sarcasm doesn't always work in print, but this time it did. I said, thanks for asking me to be a part of Band of Brothers. Beat, well, do you want to be? And I said, I'd love to be. He said, let me talk to the guys. And I got a call the next day. And so and I think part 7 was the only part that was left at that point. And it was Eric who said, we were thinking maybe we should do an episode about focusing on Carwood Lipton. He's being played by Donnie Wahlberg from New Kids on the Block. And it's like, but they said, but the thing they said, but he was also that character at the beginning of The Sixth Sense. And I went, that was Donnie Wahlberg? Okay. And that then started the story of figuring out what 7 was about.
Awesome. For the actors, we're gonna tie you guys all in together in a minute, but talk about your process. We talked about boot camp yesterday, what we all did as a group. As comfortable as you each are, because I personally hate getting asked this question, but I've been told people love hearing the answer. Tell us about your process going through this with Band of Brothers, from where you were when you got the call to going through boot camp and spending time with the men.
Oh.
Put the clock on Ross, okay?
Yeah. 5 or 6, I think 5 or 6 auditions. I'm not entirely sure. Got the usual call by the agent, and I was doing a play that was off West End. Not a very good play, not a great part. I was flailing, you go in and you do this stuff, and then you go back again, and I'm sure the actors will agree. You do get a sense of whether things are going well. It doesn't guarantee that you'll wind up getting the role, but you feel good about it. And with every step of that process, you get more relaxed, you get more confident, not overconfident, but you have enough to go in and tackle whatever they throw at you. And again, you channel the nervous energy. I think being of that age, there's a certain fearlessness to it. And things were going well, but I think, like most, there were a couple of kind of monologue things. Spears was one. It was a great speech, and Matthew in the show, nails it. And that was a starting block. And then, you got the idea that there was going to be a triage situation and they were going to try and mix and match. I think Doc Rowe came pretty early for me, what I remember. And he was always there. Even if I was reading something else, it would gravitate back towards Rowe. And I just love the idea of, without obviously knowing, you know, the overall story at the time, I just love the idea of this guy trying to save lives in a theater of war. I mean, for me, it was like, that's the man. And I was trying not to get too excited about playing him, but this was the man I wanted to do. And so we're at the Athenaeum, we're at Hyde Park, Tom's there, it's castaway mode, and we had a lot more heads in the room at this point, and I do remember playing one of the scenes and doing a really cheap mime. It was a bad mime as I was doing something, and Tom had a satchel bag, and he just slid in and gave me this medic's bag to kind of play with, continue on the scene. And I managed to sort of deal with it, not bump into the furniture and say the lines, and that was it. You walk away, like Mike was saying earlier, you know, you try and forget it. That's a hard one to forget, because when you've gone on this journey, it's in the bloodstream a little bit. And you know, things are starting to be said, things are starting to be written about it, what it's going to be, where it's going to be shot. But then I got a call. I mean, I think I was in the car, you know, I had to pull over, and it was like, you've got the role. A bit like Frank, you know, then I blacked out. I don't know where I ended up, but the big deal was to go to boot camp. That was the thing. And for me, a bit like what you were saying, Ross was saying yesterday, the idea of doing that boot camp was pure joy for me. Even though we knew we were going to be in for it. We knew it was going to be tough. We were going to be shouted at. We were going to be beaten down. That's all part of the package, you know. We had pre-shoot drinks with a budget that seemed like £1 zillion or $1 zillion, and we knew that this was being backed, that we were going to have the best of the best, the writers, the production crew, the fellow actors, the directors, everybody, producers. And so the conditions, it always comes back to the conditions to produce the best work that you can, and they just spoiled us. And I'm so thankful for that, you know, because you're starting out, you're in an office, you've got autopsy lights, it's so artificial. But when you get to the point of getting the role, getting on set, everything is there, everything is so conducive to bringing out the best. And if you've done your research, you've done your prep, you hope that it plays out. I have slight thespian envy in the fact that I'm a bit like Ross. I mean, Camp Liebgott, I didn't have my man. He wasn't alive, sadly. So my research in that way was limited. But again, through, God bless him, Bill Garnier and Babe, you know, and through Frank as well. Frank was very good at coming up and disclosing something. Even if it was anecdotal and you couldn't really do much with it, it was still something. It was still something it was a building block. And production provided great materials. I called Rose's widow, Myrtle, had a conversation with her. Ralph Spina, who's featured in the show, the assistant medic, I spoke to him. He sent me stuff. So these were the things to go in and build confidence to going into the portrayal. So I think I've lost my foxhole a little bit, Mike, in the overall where I'm going with it. But it was all part of the deal, and also because it was episode 6 for me, I was coming in and out. You know, boot camp and the cadre did an incredible job. They had this brilliant way of being able to, as I say, really, you know, get on top of you, but at the same time with great humor and great empathy. Obviously, my role was slightly different. It was singular and unique in the fact that I was the medic, and I had a slightly different deal. I'm just so eternally grateful for what they gave me going in, and yeah, I think by the time Bastogne came along, even though I was in and out from the beginning, I was ready. I was ready.
Rick?
Oh boy, I did after I'd been cast, and I did the usual sort of young actor stuff where you read a bunch and go jogging, and I don't think any of that stuff mattered. I almost cursed. Because after boot camp and then after then moving into shooting, I realized fairly quickly, for being in scenes with you and with Jimmy, and our platoon, and just being in those relationships, that really I knew enough from Dell, George's wife, knew enough from Bill and from Babe about who this guy was, and then being around us. Really, you just disappeared into us. And if you did it, for me, if you did it right, you kind of just did it. It's kind of easy. So I was talking to Frank Hughes about that the other day, because it's really remarkable. There's just not, we gave each other everything we ever needed to get where we needed to go. And if
we always used to say, we're not filming a war, you know, we're not making a war movie, they're just filming our war.
Yeah, yeah. And that's the best possible place you could be in from you know, every technical standpoint. There was support from art and technical and the writing and directing, and I mean this is just one little tiny story, and I'll move on. I won't move on. I'll pass the mic. Richie Spate, for that, you know, that dog ain't gonna hunt, that whole thing. Richie Spate's in the van with me, moving down there, and I'm like, man, I don't really know if I know the cadence of Horton, and there's nothing, like, I'm just kind of making this up as I go along. We're just kind of doing this thing. And Richie's from Tennessee, and he's like, you know, get this gun. He showed me the, and I went, shit, that's great, do it again. You know, man, you want to go like, sure, the bird, and I'm like, this is great. And then Phil sees it. Phil Alden Robinson was directing that episode, and Phil sees it, and he's like, that's great. Here. And then Richie's right next to me while we're doing the scene, and he's kind of laughing at the fact that I just stole everything from him. And he kind of goes, it's really good. Maybe I should have kept my mouth shut. It was that sort of thing. We did that for everything. I had story after story after story after story of being supported by every one of these cast members in every moment we had together. So that really was the only part of the process that I can remember really deeply, is that stuff. I hope that answers your question, Mike. I don't know.
Of course, yeah.
I left you hanging.
Not at all. Ross.
I sort of echo what Rick's saying there. I think actors notoriously, there's many jokes about actors. They read a script and they only read their lines, you know. They just flick through them, not on that page, not on that page. Oh, there, right. Yeah, well, that's great, yeah.
We don't do that. We really don't do that. We know everything that's going on.
We didn't on this show, is my point. On this show, every word that came off the page, every word from the book was ingrained in us. And the support system that Rick's talking about was incredible. And we've all touched on it in previous panels now, where the support of our, it's not trite to say it at this point, of our brothers came very, very early. And so there were moments where we were all aware when we first got the job that there was going to be 8 to 10 guys, apart from Winters and Nixon, I think, are in their own sort of world in essence of the story. There was like 8 to 10 of the guys that the show was going to follow. I've spoken to Tony Toe and Eric Book about this over the years, and I know after like the first few episodes, the dailies had come in and they were saying, okay, we got to find out who's popping. Like, who are the guys? Who do we want to follow? And that came pretty early on. We'd all been told that our characters would be developed in a way, and we'd all get 1, maybe 2 episodes where it's really focused somewhat solely on our guys. And the support that came from one another, like when we knew Doc was doing best, I mean, we were just so elated for him, excited for him. There was none of that personal selfishness that comes with being an actor sometimes. It was about holding each other up, and there were times where, you know, I would finish speaking German, you know, and the guys would come over and just be like, dude, you know, this is great, and I'm telling you, when I'm watching this, and blah, blah, and there was just such a immense support. But that, again, was, I keep harping on about it, and I will stop, but that's down to the captain and the cadre. That's what they drilled into us from day one, was this ain't about you. This is about Easy Company, and you're gonna hold that legacy, and you're gonna portray these men. And with that, we all understood what that entailed. And so, you know, come the end of the show, I mean, to walk away from this was just, it was such a beautiful experience that I think we all knew was going to happen from day one. And so we just embraced it, you know.
Maddie?
Hey, thank you for allowing me to be here. And I think the casting process started for me in childhood. So I grew up in a house with no television. So we'd go to the library and rent war movies and watch them on a reel-to-reel in our hallway. Yeah, that's one way. My dad was a Marine and a doctor of theology and a minister. So I grew up in a church taught to fear God and country and the flag. And that's another way. And then he was in between the wars. He was in the Marines in Parris Island. He missed World War II and he missed Korean War. And all of my uncles were in D-Day and Anzio and South Pacific. And so when Dad would have them over, he would try to drag stories out of them. And they didn't really want to talk about it. And I guess because maybe he wasn't in the war, he kind of had deep respect for what he didn't get to do, but what they had done. And so he would still try to drag the story. So occasionally you get little things coming out of them about it. And so as a child, being around that energy and feeling that respect and also what they carried, I think deepened the soil of whatever I have in repertoire, that the alchemist of Lieberman, Meg Lieberman, and Tom Hanks, and Steven Spielberg, and all the people that have that special magic to kind of peer into us as though I'm not even there. They have this magical ability to walk into you as you're doing the audition and go, this guy could play this role. Like he was saying earlier, Tom just slides the bag over. They know how to be there but not be there and observe you, and you don't even feel it. It's like there's this elegance about the people involved in this that blows my mind. And so I think a lot of that, plus I was the youngest of 6, so not having a television in the house, we made our own guns, and we used magnolia seeds as grenades, and we'd go out in the woods and dig holes and make trenches, and we played Army. That's how I grew up, you know, and then they'd take me snipe hunting. I don't know if you know what snipe hunting, but I got left holding the bag, right? So they say, yeah, you stay here, we're gonna scare it to you, and you hold the bag, and then that was in the darkness of night, and I'm 7 years old, and they didn't come back. So it's like, okay, I figured that out, so then I could turn it around on them. And this was valuable for Spears. So like when I walk up on them in Bastogne and I offer them the cigarettes and I've been watching them from a distance, I learned that snipe hunting, you know? Because, you know, I go to camp with the Sunday school and we'd be in the woods and they all said, oh, settle, he's kind of a runt, he's not grown up yet, we're taller than him, let's take him snipe hunting. But I'd already been snipe hunting, right? So now they take me out in the woods, it's about 9 o'clock at night, and I don't show back up till 12. And when I do, I scare the shit out of them. So the casting for me started in childhood, and then Tony Toe and Meg and the writers, they know how to take you as paint and put you on a canvas. And if I didn't get to talk to Spears. A lot of the guys got to talk to the veteran they were playing, and I didn't. A number of reasons, but I got to stare at his picture. And you can just look at someone's picture and you can get a lot from a picture. And if you do it long enough, something happens, something alchemy, whatever. And I'm just glad I got to get the parts of me that are the youngest of 6 out of the way and serve the character of Spears and all of you veterans, because that's the joy of what we got to do as writers and actors. And
Can I just add something right there? Because you were talking about how you didn't get to talk to Spears. And I think that's actually really interesting. And I think it actually contributed to your performance, because Spears is such a mysterious character in the show. And somehow you brought that to it.
Yeah, yes.
We were all scared of you.
We're still scared of him.
Maddie.
I'm not.
Did you bring your pack of cigarettes?
Ross is my handler.
That's the worst handler in the world.
Yeah.
I just want to add, when we were writing and we'd heard rumors of these guys when they're starting to cast them, and like, I don't know if it's true, but we heard the rumor that Frank had dug a foxhole in his backyard and slept in it for a week, before his audition, or, and just snippets of these crazy guys and how good they were, and they were unknown. And we all got over to England at some point, and I got over there before they were shooting. They wanted me to rewrite something, and I was looking around the set, and I was there the day you guys got out of boot camp.
Yeah.
And I have never seen a more cocky group of young men. It was unbelievable. And I remember Frank in particular strutting around, his boots bloused, and these guys, and I either called Eric or I think called both of you, and I said, we have a show. Because it was so special to see all you guys, and for the first table read, you're in your uniforms, you've been fitted, out of boot camp. It was so glorious.
Well, what was funny about it was literally 2 weeks before, we have all left our houses or our apartments or the hotel, gone to the studio in our, town cars. We're very fancy. It's like you're showing up and we're making this show. We walk into the wardrobe area that's just, as far as the eye can see, just racks of costumes. And we all individually get fitted into our uniform. And I mean, I've spoken to some of the fellas, so I know this is true, but we all stood there going, yeah, I look good here. Yeah. This is nice. We've all seen the Polaroid pictures that they've taken. We look terrible in these fucking uniforms. Our helmets are all like, they're too big for our heads. We've got like these weird blouses. And so when we went to boot camp, obviously one of the first things that the captain drilled into us is you only wear your uniform a certain way when when you're respectful enough of it and when you achieve it, and you're honored to blouse your trousers. That's a big deal. So the day that we showed up at Hatfield, we had been taught how to, spit polish our Cochrans. We all knew how to have the creases in the right places. We'd earned it. We'd earned the right at that point to start looking like paratroopers. And Captain Dye made the coaches pull over. And Hatfield was a weird place. It was kind of like, I don't mean any disrespect to this, but it was kind of like walking into wartime Beirut at the opening of the studio. I mean, it looked like a shelled out, business area. And Captain pulled the coach over and he said, all right, we're gonna march. We're gonna cadence. We're gonna show these. I'll be polite.
No, you could do it. Captain, he didn't say, all right, we're going to show him. He was like, all right, get up. You left here a bunch of turds. You came back paratroopers. Get your asses up. Form up. We're marching into town, taking this joint. And we did. That's the thing. We did. We were like, oh, hell yeah, we are.
I've heard stories from production because all the girls, some of them are here, Jay and Amy, and they told us they could hear the marching and you could hear the echo of the cadence that we were singing. And all of a sudden we turned the corner and like Bruce is saying, we thought we were fucking paratroopers. We absolutely strutted.
I want to miss one point on this too. To the Donnie Wahlberg thing. We We had Donnie Wahlberg, who's danced in front of tens of, 20s of thousands, hundreds of thousands. I got the run. So when we hit the ground, Donnie would be like, no, bam, scoop, shut up, boom, and go. And I'd be like, oh, shit, Donnie. I just watched Donnie and go, Luz, no, man, Luz, no. Left foot turn, boom, stop. God, I'm gonna get it. We had he's a great dancer. So like the swagger of Donnie was just like, man, we could just live off of Donnie's swagger. I'm an idiot, and I look good. That's mostly just scraps of Donnie.
We were basically a boy band. That's what you're saying, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just think that's amazing that they had the same moment in production that we had. So maybe, as you're talking about the alchemy, everyone's seeing things in us that we didn't even know existed in us. But there was a moment where the whole thing came together and we didn't even know it.
Yeah.
Because hearing Bruce talk about that, we were feeling the same way, and I hadn't even met Bruce yet. It was an amazing experience. I mean, everything leading up to it, we all had our own journeys, our own prep work getting into it. But once we're on the ground, now we're on the ground, we're going to talk about specifically episodes 6, 7, and 9. Bruce, you get this opportunity to tell the story, in some ways a singular story, of one of the men in this vast company, who sort of pulls us through this narrative. Talk a little bit about how you came to that process, how it became, was it ever not that, and how it became that?
No, like I said, I didn't quite know what to do with Bastogne because it's the episode where, it doesn't have D-Day, it's not the Crossroads, it's not episode 9 with it's not 7, where a lot of the guys, very dramatic, the breaking point. So I'm like, what do I do? And because John and I had gone to Denver and spent 4 days with these guys, I mean, it was one of the most intense 4 days of my life. And I talked to everybody there and drank with Babe and Bill and, they, put me through the ringer. We had to pass their tests, and Don Malarkey and all of them talked about Eugene Rowe, all of the men, and they called him an angel. He was an angel, he was an angel, he was an angel. And so, and then I talked to Ralph Spina, who was at Medic, and a gangster. He was a great guy, and loved Ralph. And so it occurred to me that I had an opportunity to tell, like Shane said, the story of a guy who doesn't kill in war, who tries to heal. And then I realized that with a character like Doc Rowe, I think it was something Ralph said to me that at Bastogne, Doc came close to breaking. He was really, really run down, suffering. And I thought, well, I'll just use him as the stand-in for everybody in the company, because in the next episode, they do break. And so, and I remember going into the production saying, I want to focus on Rowe, and was told, no, he's not one of our main guys. And I said, well, wait a minute, he touches everybody. He's the touchstone of the company. So we can check in with Buck, we can check in with Garnier, we can check in with Muck, and Pencala before they get killed. And then, the light bulb went off, go do that. And I was given carte blanche to do it, and then I did a lot of research. Nobody at that point in cinema had ever done a medic. They're always in the corner of the frame, or somebody's wounded, medic, corpsman. So I spent a lot of time interviewing Ralph. I found as many of the surgeons and doctors at Bastogne that I could find and interviewed them. And that's when I discovered that there were women in Bastogne, there were nurses. Renee Lemaire and the Belgian Congo, the young girl who, the black girls in the show, and I tried to find out as much about them as I could. And, it began, and then of course the notion that he was an angel. And the episode is packed full with religious imagery and meaning of sacrifice, and like the whole show. And then talked through with Eric, and Eric helped me tremendously with Cajun culture. I had a book he recommended to me, and tried to learn as much about Cajun culture and traiteuses, and then, so the whole notion of touch, the episode's full of people touching each other, and healing. So, very.
Yeah.
You know, and then, you know, wrote it 1,000 times, and we all collaborated together. We all showed our drafts. We all talked to each other. I mean, it was Eric who said, you know, Eugene's got to be going for some scissors. Get him, for, you know, and then somebody else. Well, more, you know, we all, everything we did, we worked together. We really were a band of writers. So thank you. And just, you know, working on it, Graham would say, well, can you please do this for episode 7? Because I got to make Dyke, you know, yawn a lot or whatever it was. So I serviced that. And then I knew that I had to do something from episode 5. And so we worked together and wove this together throughout the show, you know, which is an elegant way for me to pass baton to Graham, but in episode 7. But, you know, it is a cliche that we were a band of writers, but it is unheard of in Hollywood to have, we're mavericks a lot of the times, writers, and all of us had a deep sense of responsibility that I'm sure they'll talk about, a love for the men, the real guys, and then when we met the actors, we were like, oh my God, you know, we can do anything. We can give them anything, and they'll do it. And you know, so as the series developed and coalesced, and both 6 and 7, and it was just a profound joy to work together to service the men. But I will just say one thing before Graham. Dick Winters, talking with him, and Eric mentioned him, and I mean, that guy, and he was always testing you. He said, do you have my 4 notebooks? You know, D-Day, Holland, Bastogne, Haguenau. Yes. Well, what do you notice about them? Well, if I hadn't gotten this answer right, I'm drummed out into F Company, right? And so I said, well, the Bastogne one is really skinny. It's like this. The other ones, he said, yeah. I was so goddamn cold, I couldn't write. And so I just stopped taking my notes. You know, and so little things like that from working with Dick. And anyway, that's my story of episode 6.
For me, I went and watched the series last week, and one of the things that really touched me was episode 6 and Doc Rowe, you sort of running through, pulling us through. What hit me was you probably worked with more of the other actors in the show than any other character. We mostly did our work with platoons. There are a few guys that I did all my stuff with. You had the wonderful opportunity to work with almost everyone. Talk about that a little bit.
Well, you know, I think throwing it back to the captain and throwing it to the cadre and their kind of just genius, like logistical plan of boot camp, and our dear XO, Mike Stokey, and you read the boot camp schedule yesterday. More in a day than I can remember. We did a lot. But within that, I would have my lessons, my medic training. But what was great, and it touches upon what Bruce said, and you know, about Eugene going around to and having interactions with all of them, is that was my task at boot camp. So whatever we were doing, whatever the day's activity was, I couldn't settle until I went around every platoon and checked every man, because there were some bad feet. Smelly, yeah. And the odd rash, I wasn't going to go near.
That cleared up Gomez, right?
I knew you were coming back with this stuff. Wouldn't be a panel.
Yeah. But it was, it set the tone. It set my responsibility. And again, I think, you know, echoing whatever it was when you're reading for these parts, and whatever you've got, you know, aside from just the written dialogue, which was, you know, incredible, obviously. there was something that they were looking that we were bringing to it, whether that's leadership quality, you know, certain empathy, humor, and they just, you know, it seems so easy and obvious maybe, you know, looking at it now, but it takes real skill, I think, to be able to get these satellites, these different bands together, and then you create this thing that just is so, it seems so effortless, it seems seamless, but it takes a lot of effort. But setting up those conditions where I'm checking on everybody, and then you carry that over to foxhole, going to another foxhole. I was back at boot camp. I was just checking on everybody, and everything, you know, played out in a way that didn't feel so alien to me by that point. And, you know, I was very proud. I wanted to look after the boys. I mean, I think, Captain, you said this thing, you know, and you've had experience with medics, so I always felt there was a paternal, emotional connection with the captain. But he was saying about company look after the medic, then the medic's going to look after you. And I always felt protected. So even though we would go and do this stuff, and it was hard and it was tough, and we talked about hitting these walls, I just felt like I was being, you know, looked out for, and in return, the very least I could do before I put my head down was go and check on everybody and even if it was to lend an ear, because there were some people in the cast or even special ability extras that had served, that had a tough day. Freddie Joe had been on them all day or something, you know, who's one of our cadre sergeants. And it just got to them that day, so they just need me to listen, and I would listen, and you know, tomorrow's another day, you know, let's get on.
Well, I just want to jump in for a sec here with Shane, because this also goes back to the wonderful casting that Meg and Tony and the guys put together. When you watch the show, there's nobody else that could have played that role like Shane does because of his own personality. And when I said yesterday that joking moment of, hey, call the dark, hey, you know, and he came in, there was nobody you would rather actually have that moment with because of his pureness. He's like one of the loveliest people in the world as a man, but there was such a kindness in him that going to foxhole just makes complete sense, you know, from boot camp straight to the show.
Well, thank you, Ross, but I did almost kill Ron Livingston, so just think of all that great work we would have lost. I mean,
amazing.
He had
well,
No, go ahead. No, it was a very quick story, and some people know this, but after chow one night, Ron Nixon had a javelin-sized fishbone stuck at the back of his throat, and it was late. There was nowhere to go. With all due respect, he didn't want to come to the captain or the cadre. He wanted to go to me. I was the man that would deal with this, you know. And
you were the only one with compassion.
Yeah, it was like the purity of trust from Ron and the purity of my own delusion as a medical practitioner. I ended up rigging this system that had sterilized, some kind of tweezer mechanism, a pencil, and some sort of trigger device, and started to stuff that into Ron's mouth. He held the flashlight, he gagged for the States, and we went to work, and the tears were streaming, but we succeeded. And obviously, he went on and performed.
And that concludes our panel. No. So obviously, 6 sets the table for 7. Yeah.
There's one other thing about 6, and because this is something that Bruce and John and I talked about. There was someone else involved with that episode, and that's the director. Bruce?
No, David Leland did an incredible job. And he did he added a couple things to the episode that made it even better. And one is the scene with the man bleeds out and the nurses are trying to save his life and Doc is there and the blood and the baptism of blood. And it was great. He did an incredible job. And it's the only episode in the show that has no music in it, which is interesting because usually music is a really important touchstone of creating emotion, telling a story. Our composer,
Michael Kamen.
it was phenomenal. I mean, you can't hear the music without weeping. Like
Can
me.
I actually interrupt on the Michael Kamen thing? Just because I'd like to point out to the audience, normally in television, you hire a fancy composer like Michael Kamen who made a career writing movie scores, not television shows. And if you hire somebody fancy like that, they'll write the theme to your show. And then you hire other less successful or famous composers to write the meat of, what happens when Winters is opening this or whatever. In this case, Michael Kamen's uncles, I believe, died in a concentration camp, and he felt extremely committed to the entire show. And he wrote every piece of music in the show, and it was extraordinary, really extraordinary.
Yeah, and usually in television, if there's a lot of music, it's because you got problems. We know this, right? You see a lot of TV show with a lot of music, something's wrong. And in band, it was just perfect. Every episode, it's such an important part of the show. But anyway, David Leland did a great job. It was a difficult episode to do, but Bram's right. It would be remiss not to mention all the directors who did incredible work on this show. And they should be acknowledged for that. They are as responsible for this as anybody else. So.
If I can I just and I will be brief, but with David, I think the great thing with David, he came from a theatre background also, and we would often, first thing we'd do is, he and I would get into a foxhole and we'd chat about the day. We'd often crack out the script, we'd look where we are in the story, all that stuff, where Road come from, where he's going, and talk about certain sequences, and then they'd bring in the technical people and all this sort of stuff. But his sensitivity to the material, I thought, and to your writing, which he loved, and that was the one he really wanted to do, really wanted to do. And I just felt like it was, I became Damien for a month, essentially. So I had that beauty of being with the director 24/7, which really helps an actor, but that theatre approach, and we had the luxury of going through a few things before we executed it. Was a real luxury, and that's really all I wanted to say. That he was very hands-on and very intimate with everything, and and he always thanks you and what you did.
It was wonderful. Graham, talk about
Part 7. Yeah.
Breaking point.
So that first phone call where it was thought that maybe you could focus on Carwood Lipton, and like everyone has said, he wouldn't talk about himself very much, but he would talk about all the other guys, and that becomes part of all our experiences, and it became critical for me with this. But there was one other thing, which is about the whole thing, which is there was a magic. And from the casting and all of this stuff, and what directors got assigned to what episodes, what writers got assigned to what episodes, and what stories we decided to tell. Because we've all been doing this long enough where you get to the finished product and you say, well, that's too bad because that didn't work. We blew it. It just didn't come together. And for whatever reason, never the writing, but, and it's always the writing. I mean, it's always the writing in one way or another, that you just didn't crack the story. And so focus on Carwood Lipton. And I started talking to him, and I started talking, as everyone did, to Bill and and to Babe, and it became clear that there was a problem in leadership. And this also brings up one of my great regrets about Band of Brothers, is that we didn't rename Norman Dyke. Because he's the only character, I mean, Sobel, I feel there was magic there in that he was such an antagonist that it united the company. Dyke just comes off as someone who's scared. And which, by the way, that would be me. I always loved it when Spielberg would talk about Private Ryan. He said the character he identified most with was Corporal Upham, the one who stands by and does nothing when one of his friends is being murdered. But there was a problem with Dyke, in that he wasn't holding the company together. And I started asking all these guys, well, who was holding the company together? And I really thought I was going to be the one who was going to cry first, Bruce. I didn't know it would be you. Thank you for taking the hit, and this is just, and I'm attempting to, suck it back up again and just say words until it passes. So I asked Lipton, and he would just defer and just say, oh, blah, 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 and everyone else said Carwood. And then I finally asked him, and he was just silent. And I thought, oh, that's the episode. It's about him. It is about him. But that was just a decision because it's like, well, we got Donnie Wahlberg. He's playing Carwood. Everyone likes Carwood. Let's focus on him. And it turned out to be this story. And so I'd like to say it's one of the few things that I'm really proud of, but I'm actually not that proud of it because it doesn't feel like I did much. I just found that story and it just told itself. And then they allowed me to use voiceover, although Tom gave me notes on that. And it was like, I think that sometimes you've got voiceover within the voiceover. There's so much of hearing Carwood telling the story. But that was the big revelation. And then it was like, oh, yeah, he got a battlefield promotion. And that was the one thing he was willing to open up about and that he was proud about. And you could tell that for the rest of his life, that had an effect on him, was becoming a lieutenant. Didn't happen that much. And that was a big thing for him. The other thing was that's when he started smoking, and he wasn't so proud of that. And that was not such a great thing, but it was in a foxhole, and there's a shell sticking out of the side of the foxhole, and he touches it, and it's still hot, and someone's there with a cigarette, and he lit up. But it was, and that's the gift to writers, is when you go, oh, so that's the story. So then, I got to go to England to be there about a week to 10 days before production started on that episode. I knew David Frankel, the director. He had directed an episode I wrote for From the Earth to the Moon. And I show up, and I got to meet Donnie, and Donnie had a few notes about some things, and we sat around and talked about that. But then Frankel said, Muck and Pancala are going to die in this episode. We have to get to know them better. So I went to talk to Richard Spape, and he said he's been corresponding with a family. And he showed me this letter and telling the story about swimming across Niagara River. And that's this little thing that happened because I was there that day, and Richard had been doing his work and talking to the family, work that I hadn't done. So I got that story and went back to the hotel and wrote it up, and it got in the show, and it makes a huge difference when Muck and Pancala get the direct hit. I could talk to Carwood, but like Matt said, there was no Spears to talk to. So, but that was the gift, because he is such a mystery in the show. All the stories that people would tell about him. And so I figured, well, I'm going to write about that. I'm going to write about the fact that people tell stories about this guy. And that became fun. And then the other thing was Carwood and how much as much as Spears was mysterious, how much they all looked up to him, because he did that thing. He ran through Foy, and then he turned around and ran back.
The greatest moment in the show.
And a lot of it's the look on Donnie's face, like, And although a little bit better acted than that, not much. But, I'm working on it. Yeah, download it. But it's David Frankel who's like, oh, man, I'm just going to go for it. I'm going to have a mortar go off and have this guy appear through the smoke. And it's just, maybe I wrote that. I don't know. I think it was Frankel.
Yes, you did.
Yeah, I wrote that. That was one of my.
So what's that like, Matthew, doing that?
Well, the snow was a paper, right? And so, but it was very wet paper. So the field under the snow was mud. So we were wearing Corcorans. You know, we did the usual thing after boot camp. We got in the bathtub, hot water with our Corcorans on, and then went and ran a couple miles around Westminster. So by the time we got to the set on that day, our Corcorans are really fitting our feet really well. But I didn't know that there was going to be so much mud. So when I pulled a hamstring, but it didn't matter. So by the time, and when the smoke went off from the blast, it was a little bit hot, but it was scary. I didn't know what was to be expected, and I didn't know how far I had to jump or where the beginning of the leap was, because now I'm in the smoke. So you just had to do a Hail Mary and go for it. And so a couple of times it didn't work, and I was like right over the thing when it blew off, and I went too soon. And now I've got an injury, but nothing compared to what the real guys had to do, you know? And then there's a guy up there with an MG42 flashing muzzle flashes everywhere, and they've got those extended cartridges, and it's really flashy. And so it's easy to get into the excitement of it, but it's scary and it's hard to run. But I don't even have anything in my musette bag. You know, I don't have the weight that they had. So it was easy to comparatively, but also difficult because it was muddy. So what was it like? I don't know. I just was there going, wow. You guys are.
We were going wow too.
Yeah.
Thank you. But yeah, that's what it was like. It just a lot of
I was
unknown.
there, dude. I watched you come through it from a perspective that only two people have. Well, three, but Peter was kind of out of it, Dyke, at the moment. But Donnie and I were behind that hay bale, and Dyke's not there anymore. And Matt, who is Spears, I mean, to us in that moment, the whole shoot was Spears. Still is a little bit. Donnie and I are sitting there, and I don't know if it was the first one or the third one, I don't know, but there was one, and Donnie and I are looking at it, and Matt comes through, and he comes right through, and I just went, holy shit. And Donnie was like, it's all gonna be okay. We're like, and we look at Pete, and he's like, we just go, move here, move here, move here, move here, go, 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 go. And the scene just keeps going. We're just like, I watched him be birthed from smoke, and
well, if you think about the run where he went to connect with the other company, lost communication, and he comes back, and the Germans are so stunned they can't believe it. So what do we do with this guy? Don't waste a round. Try to hit him, whatever it is. It's the way that Donnie looks at him that allows the audience to look with Donnie. Mm-hmm. So everybody comes up to me and says, that's a great run, all that stuff, but it was really what sold it was the music, the editing, and Donnie Wahlberg's look. Otherwise, I would have just been a dude running.
The almost grin.
So, huh?
He almost grins.
Yeah, he almost grins.
Yeah,
almost.
That was perfect. Yeah. And then the next thing you cut to, I've been working on the railroad. Yeah. And then boom. A brand new shot from a sniper, and Shifty has to come in to save the day, right? So it's just this movement of that pace of editing and writing that I just got to be a happy little part of. So
one other thing about Norman Dyke, I had never met Peter Romero, who played Norman Dyke. Raise your hand.
Brilliant.
Peter.
Brilliant. Pete's brilliant.
He's wonderful in this show.
And
brilliant, brilliant, brilliant.
And we met coming in from the airport. We were on the same plane from Salt Lake down here, and that was weird. I was talking to the woman in the seat next to me, telling her, she said, our family were big World War II buffs, and we go to the museum, and I said, well, I got to drop a bomb here. I said, I worked on Band of Brothers. She said, oh my God, what did you do? And I said, I was a writer, and a hand comes out from the seat behind and starts touching me. And I swear to God, I would say, that must be Gomez. And it was. And we hadn't seen each other getting on the plane. But Peter was saying, you know, people will recognize him, and they'll talk about band. And he's met people in the service, and they said, I've seen that happen. That happens all the time. Someone freezing in battle, because it's not normal. And that was the other thing about 7, was that it became called, I originally called, I really had a really lovely poetic title, A Question of Leadership, which sounds like a symposium you'd take at some management consultancy, you know? But anyway, Tony, I think, came up with Breaking Point. But one of the key parts of the story was Buck Compton, played by Neil McDonough, who has one of the most important shots in the opening credits, the dropping of the helmet. Yep. But there was a whole sequence where Buck loses his stuff completely and runs out through the woods, past the foxholes, past the tree line, and starts down the hill, and Luz tackles him and saves his life. And that's what happened. But the feeling was, you know what, we all love Buck so much that we don't want to put that part in the show. We'll just have him break, but we won't see him run. And I think that was the right choice. But it was about, you know, it was, I remember Mikhail Solomon, one of the other great directors on the show, he said, wow, your episode's depressing. I was like, well, it was the low point of the war for these men, you know? Being shelled was the worst thing, because there's nothing you can do. You just hope you don't get hit. Muck and Kankala got hit. Lipton's in a foxhole, and it doesn't go off. You know, and it's complete up to the fates. So anyway, Norman Dyke, Peter was fantastic, and yeah.
I will say, just for us, when we were on episode 7, the episode, the scene in the church, we shot the show out of sequence. So we shot 1, 2, 3, 5, 4, 9, 10, 6, 7, 8. So 7 was coming towards the end of the shoot. And I remember that being such a amazingly peaceful and poignant moment for us. Remember being in the church, and the choir was actually, they were singing for us. Yeah. And it was almost like we could see that the end was near for us. And I just, you know, want to say again, that scene between you and Donnie, when they're talking about lopping off the heads, and what you were saying earlier, Graham, that mystery around the character is just, everybody talks about that one scene in particular, because it's so beautiful to be a part of. And I remember it just being such a peaceful moment.
Well, then also the way that they wrapped up the scene with the editing and the choices to have the people disappear out of the pews in the church over the music is so poignant. You know, I was looking, there was a historian here that gave me some memoirs from Spears that were written after the war, so I would guess they would be from his logbooks. And he has these schematic maps with a legend and different colors of ink for guys that had disappeared, and it immediately reminded me of that scene in the church where the music's rolling over and you see the people disappearing. And this is typed out by Spears. So historian who was here, thank you so much for that. But just so many incredible moments, and wow.
Yeah. For me, the amazing thing is that these men had each other, and they had their backs all through Bastogne. And then to sort of lay that out, the loss of those men, and still have it be watchable, in the sense that we could follow this story as opposed to going, oh, just forget this. Like you're wounding and killing the men that we've grown to love over this series, and still keep everyone there. And as depressing and as sad as that was, overall there's another social aspect that is more depressing, which is
nice
why
setup,
we fight.
Nice segue.
And I think we need to address that very specifically, is that you were given a task. We're telling a story basically that culminates in the discovery of the concentration camps. How do you present that in a way that I can sort of remove myself enough from it to accept the story you're telling me and not get lost in the emotion of, this is the most horrific thing that's happened in society?
Well, I think one of the things that's really interesting about the episode that I'm really proud of is it sort of pulls a fast one on you. You know, you've decided to watch Band of Brothers. You've watched 8.5 hours or 8 hours of a very specific thing, and then for the first 30 minutes of episode 9, you're in that same thing. And then all of a sudden, you're not. You're in a whole new universe that has had nothing to do with the show until that moment you guys find it. And suddenly the scale of the show changes. The why we fight is suddenly there. And it was a really difficult responsibility. When after I'd written episode 2, Tom asked me to write episode 9, and I totally froze. And there's not a lot about the concentration camp, or Landsberg, it wasn't Landsberg. There wasn't a ton about it in the book, maybe 2 paragraphs, 3 paragraphs. And I knew that we wanted Landsberg to be a very big part of the episode. Again, the Bible has Landsberg, but it also has a lot of other stuff that you guys were doing. So again, it was sort of dealer's choice on how do you explore this. And so I called up the guys, because again, Ambrose only had a couple paragraphs about it. I called up the guys, and to a man, they wouldn't talk to me about it. Would not talk to me. So, you know, I would call them up, and they would just say, I can't talk about it. I can't talk about it. And I called Dick Winters, and of course, it's Major Winters, and he could talk about it. And we had a lot of conversations, and at that point, Holocaust denialism was really becoming a thing in the late 90s, and this really offended Major Winters, because as he kept on saying to me, I was there, I saw it, you have to tell this story. And by that point in the process, I thought I'd seen some shots of Ron Livingston as Nixon, maybe not. I thought I had, and I thought I want to make the episode about Nixon. I thought Ron was so amazing, and he hadn't been really utilized. And it turned out when I started to talk to Dick about, you know, I'm thinking about making this about Winters and losing faith in what they're doing there and all of this stuff, and he was thrilled to have an episode about Nix. And he told me everything he could tell me about finding Landsberg, and this is Winters, and the moments before finding Landsberg. And a quick aside, so when Winters goes into the widow's house, and he's so uncomfortable, he's realizing how he's broken into this woman's house, and he feels guilty about it, and then he leaves. That happened to Winters, and he told me this story, and that was one of those moments that clicked for me, because that woman, obviously it's my creative license to have made that woman at the end of the episode being the same woman who had shamed Nixon, is suddenly putting dead bodies away at Landsberg. And so that was one of those eureka moments to me, and I asked the Major whether he would mind if I took his story and gave it to Nixon, and he loved that. And I said, I want Nixon to be a big part of this episode. So, but what was interesting was nobody would talk about it, and even Winters' memories were not fresh. And in fact, our guys did not absolutely liberate the camp. They were not the first guys there. They remembered it that they were the first guys there. When I talked to them, again, no internet, like we were talking about before, so really hard to double check when you were interviewing one of the guys. When there are mistakes in the show, more likely than not, the mistake came from the guys, like Blythe, you know, his death. We all thought he was dead because the guys told us he was dead. He wasn't dead. I've lost my train of thought.
Landsberg, the camps. Some of the men were not necessarily the first ones in the camps.
Oh, right, the men were not the first ones in the camps. Another, a day before the camp was actually, but they didn't know, I didn't know that at the time. And so we ended up writing it as it was, which was the right decision because that gave us that moment, even though it's not historically accurate that you guys were the first in there. What the bigger accuracy is, men came to these camps having no idea what they were coming to. They had not heard anything about them. And so we cheated it by a day. And they did then have those experiences. I mean, the little bit I got out of the guys, they were devastated, just devastated by it. Yeah, so that was that process. But it was hard. Awesome. It was hard because I had to, I don't want to say make up a lot more than in other episodes. Like episode 2, man, beat by beat, that's what happened. It might be edited a certain way or da-da-da, but every single minute in that episode, when Hall, I can't remember, the guy who looks up and gets shot in the head next to Lipton, that happened. Everything, Lipton in this thing with everything happened. 9, yeah, it's a little bit more of a tone poem about other stuff.
Yeah, and someone was first to that camp.
Yeah, exactly.
And that experience, I would imagine, would be universal for anyone.
Well, exactly right.
To discover it. So this conversation will continue. It will not continue at this moment. We're being wrapped up. Thank you all for coming. These questions, the other panels, one panel will bleed into the other, so these conversations will continue. Thank you all for coming. Thank you all for being here. And thank you to the museum. Well done.
So thank you, panelists, and thank you, Mike. For the audience, I'd ask you please stay seated while we whisk the cast, the crew, the folks on stage, the families to their lunch. And then, so whisk away. We're going to whisk you guys. And then before we break, let me just do a quick show of hands. I'd be curious who in the audience has traveled on one of our educational tours overseas. 2 hands? No, just 1 hand. 1 hand up. Perfect. That's great. For those who have not, maybe take some time during the lunch break to talk to our staff at the registration table about what we have to offer. It includes, as you can imagine, our Easy Company from England to the Eagle's Nest tour, where you get an opportunity to retrace these men's steps and have a cast member or two join you to provide their valuable insights. I'd also commend, think about our international conference in November. It'll be 3 days of amazing insights. They're whisking away. I'm the filler, as you could kind of imagine. And then anybody from our Arizona State University partnered master's program here? No? Come on. Okay. They're probably doing their homework, which is pretty good. But another pretty amazing opportunity that we have, a Master of Arts in World War II Studies with Arizona State. I have about 200 students in that master's program right now. All right, so what's going to happen next is they're going to deploy the lunches. So I need to probably issue the orders, deploy the lunches. The lunches will be kind of set out on each side. Feel free to grab one of those box lunches, take it. You can take it to your seat. You can go down the hall to Stage Door Canteen if you want to change the scenery. It's not raining yet. You can go down in kind of different areas. So feel free to kind of enjoy that wherever it's best. We still have our sales Band of Brothers pieces there too. So there's an opportunity for that. And the crew's gone. Let them bring in the lunches, but our next session will begin promptly at 1300, 1 o'clock for some of y'all, and we'll continue mission then. So give it a second for the lunches to appear, and then we'll continue mission. Thanks a lot.
The National World War II Museum, originally known as the National D-Day Museum, was built in New Orleans because of the vision of historian Stephen Ambrose and powerful local connections to World War II history. Ambrose, an author and professor at the University of New Orleans, wanted to honor the remarkable wartime contributions of boat builder Andrew Jackson Higgins and his company. Higgins Industries in New Orleans produced more than 20,000 landing craft for World War II amphibious invasions. Ambrose enlisted his UNO colleague and friend Nick Mueller, a high-energy professor and vice chancellor, in a quest to highlight Higgins' work and the far-flung D-Day invasions. It took a decade of meetings, design work, and fundraising, as well as a struggle to choose the best location. UNO provided steady support, but many doubted the museum would ever open. Against all odds, the museum opened just upriver from the French Quarter on June 6, 2000, the 56th anniversary of D-Day in Normandy. Accolades rolled in from around the world. Tens of thousands lined the streets of downtown New Orleans for a ticker-tape parade.
The next mobile unit is a Jeep carrying some of our honored veterans of World War II. Congratulations, gentlemen.
World War II veterans said thank you for the creation of a national museum to preserve and pass on their stories.
Welcome, welcome. Thank you. Really, this is just great. This is fantastic.
Actor Tom Hanks and filmmaker Steven Spielberg of Saving Private Ryan fame and NBC anchor Tom Brokaw joined other celebrities, Secretary of Defense William Cohen, and our congressional delegation at the opening.
I really think that this is something that our children need to frequent, that our teachers need to facilitate from now into forever.
The success of the opening and first year was possible thanks to early supporters like Frank B. Stewart Jr. Just 18 months after the grand opening, December 7th, 2001, the museum opened its second phase, the D-Days of the Pacific Galleries in the Louisiana Memorial Pavilion, adding a new dimension to the treatment of the D-Day invasions. Former President George H.W. Bush, a World War II Navy torpedo bomber pilot in the Pacific Theater, was on hand. Tragedy struck in October of 2002 when Stephen Ambrose, the man who had conceived of the D-Day Museum, passed away. His dream was left to President and CEO Nick Mueller, along with devoted museum trustees and other supporters. World War II veterans and their advocates clamored for the institution to tackle the entire American experience in the war. Soon after its opening, the museum's trustees chose to expand its mission to cover every facet of the American experience in the war that changed the world, why it was fought, how it was won, and what it means today. But doing so would require a national board, the purchase of 3 city blocks, careful planning, and an astonishing amount of money, not to mention determined support from World War II veterans in Congress. Under Boise Bollinger's leadership as chairman, the museum committed to a bold expansion plan, with a congressional designation making the institution America's National World War II Museum, with a broad mission. In 2005, the Barksdale family made a significant $5 million commitment to the museum's expansion for the Colonel Battle Barksdale Parade Ground. As the museum and its architects prepared for expansion, there was renewed excitement in 2004 over ongoing exhibit additions like a salvaged and restored Higgins landing craft. But in 2005, Hurricane Katrina and the devastation it brought to the Gulf Coast region severely tested the museum. Museum board members met to consider multiple options, including abandoning the expansion plan, scaling back, or pressing on as originally planned. Ultimately, the board voted to stay the course. The museum reopened 3 months after Katrina, becoming an inspiration during a time of adversity. The World War II Museum took a giant step forward as it opened the Solomon Victory Theater complex in 2009, unveiling the Beyond All Boundaries 4D film and a USO-style BB's Stage Door Canteen performance venue. A refined campus master plan was taking shape, and President Nick Mueller joyfully welcomed the 2 millionth visitor. The Kushner Restoration Pavilion, named in honor of the late former trustee John Kushner, opened in 2011, The U.S. Freedom Pavilion, the Boeing Center, a stunning facility featuring warplanes hanging from the ceiling, opened in 2013. Visitors are awed by My Gal Sal, a B-17 bomber, a Tuskegee Airman, Red-Tail P-51 Mustang, and the TBM Avenger, Bayou Bomber. Throughout its expansion, the museum has received unwavering support from the state of Louisiana. Subsequent years have seen the development of the Campaigns of Courage Pavilion, which houses the Duchossois family Road to Berlin European Theater Galleries, and the Richard C. Ackerson and Freeport McMoran Foundation Road to Tokyo Pacific Theater Galleries. The Arsenal of Democracy, the Herman and George R. Brown Salute to the Home Front in the original Louisiana Memorial Pavilion, and the Hall of Democracy, which centers for research and media production, a library, and a special exhibits gallery. Added to the mix, the Higgins Hotel and Conference Center. Museum Board Chairman and World War II veteran Paul Hilliard and his wife Madeline named the Conference Center, which is critical to the expansion of the museum's educational programs. The National World War II Museum's leadership faced a transition point in 2017 as Nick Mueller was succeeded by Stephen Watson, who was the museum's chief operating officer for the previous 10 years. As the museum nears the completion of its capital expansion, Watson's entrepreneurial spirit and creative leadership style have propelled the museum towards its next phase of growth, which will focus on expanding educational programs and outreach. 2 decades after the museum opened its doors, total on-site visitation is over 8 million, and completion of the campus is finally in sight. In addition to the towering Bollinger Canopy of Peace, the museum is eager to dedicate its final exhibit hall, the Liberation Pavilion.
I think what Liberation does is really, help the visitor, understand where the world was in 1945. But I think, the other really important part of Liberation is it helps the visitor understand the legacy of the war. What happened in this country as a result of our victory in World War II and what changed in the world.
Tom Hanks has called America's National World War II Museum an essential reference point in troubled times.
You can take away the technology and the speed of living that is with us in 2009 and compare it to what the world was in 1939, and it's not all that different. We face then, as we face now, theologies of superiority, politics of extremism, warfare of terror, and institutionalized prejudices. It seems as though the 80-plus years have not gone to educate the human condition as well as one would hope. And yet, it has. We are wiser and smarter people now because we have lived through it and we have constructed, both as a school and as a church, as an example, such buildings as the National World War II Museum. For a lesson in how to replace hopelessness with hope, with today's passivity with action, with the resignation we are so willing to fall into, we can replace it with resolve. And as an example, we can come here to New Orleans, the National World War II Museum.
It should have been impossible, crossing the world's widest ocean to answer an attack made by a powerful adversary. From island to island to island, we fought through hostile terrain, malnutrition, disease, and at every step, an enemy that just kept coming. It should have been impossible. Find out how millions of Americans pushed past impossible on the road to Tokyo, new at the National World War II Museum.
In World War II, the road to Berlin followed many paths. Some marched the sun-scorched deserts of North Africa, while others crawled the sands of Omaha Beach. From the rubble-strewn streets of Italy to the frozen forest of the Ardennes, each soldier, sailor, and airman's journey was his own. But all were united by a common cause: victory. Follow in their footsteps on the road to Berlin, new at the National World War II Museum.
The American Battle Monuments Commission and the National World War II Museum in New Orleans have partnered together to help educators better learn the stories of the American experience of the war in Europe. Join us for a 4-week online teacher professional development course that will explore critical campaigns, decisions, events, and about those who served in the European theater through the lens of ABMC's cemeteries and memorials. Beginning with the invasion of Sicily and Italy in 1943, each module will cover the Allied efforts to eliminate fascism from Europe. This course will provide access to noted World War II scholars, museum and ABMC staff members, and virtual resources educators can incorporate into classroom instruction. Employing a rich array of curriculum built upon primary source materials from both the American Battle Monuments Commission and the National World War II Museum, this free online course will aid teachers in finding new and exciting ways to bring the legacy of World War II to life.
Here at the National World War II Museum, we have been connecting virtually with students and adults for over 12 years. We have a variety of award-winning distance learning programs, including Skype in the Classroom, virtual field trips, electronic field trips, and webinars. These 4 distance learning programs allow us to bring the museum into any organization looking for a low-maintenance field trip experience. And the best part is, there's something for everyone, including free and paid programming. Skype in the Classroom is a free community for educators that allows us to connect with students all over the world in 20 to 30-minute interactive lessons. These programs are perfect for teachers who are looking to supplement content. The museum's hour-long virtual field trips allow us to incorporate even more content, like primary sources and oral histories, that enable us to provide students with a more in-depth discussion on a particular topic. Our free electronic field trips and webinars are live, collaborative broadcasts that stream directly into your classroom. These programs allow us to make history resonate with your students and bring textbooks to life. So join us and take your students on a journey across the United States and across the globe to study the important stories of World War II. For more information and to book a program, visit the link you see on your screen.
Hi, I'm Don Miller. I'm the lead historian for this trip back to the bomber bases of World War II. I'm an historian and a writer, author of 9 books, one of which is Masters of the Air, the book upon which this tour is based. And we're doing a 9-hour HBO series with Tom Hanks and Steven Spielberg based on the book. And it's one of the most unforgettable and absorbing stories I've ever heard. It's the story of the 8th Air Force flying out of England in the first bomber war in history. And they delivered a lot of punishment to Germany. They knocked out 60 industrial cities and disabled the German economy. But they took staggering losses. 26,000 8th Air Force airmen lost their lives in these battles. That's more than Marine Corps lost in all of World War II. Your chances of surviving a mission were 1 in 5. These guys flew in freezing skies, unheated planes, perilous missions, almost 1,000 of them. And they flew from airfields that were cut right out of farmers' fields. And the farmers lived there during the war. And we're going to go back to those fields in England and East Anglia. It has beautiful cities, but it also has this rolling countryside where the airfields are currently located. And they've been restored lovingly by the Brits who lived there, many of them as kids during the war. So when you go back there, you'll be talking to people who were there when the American flyers just kind of dropped out of the sky like spacemen, gum-chewing, smart, mouthing Sinatra lovers. They changed the whole culture of East Anglia, and these kids adored them. And when you talk to those locals who knew the airmen well as kids, and you stand on the observation tower at Thorpe Abbott with the wind whipping in your face, you will never feel closer to the war. And we concluded with a spectacular experience at Duxford Air Force Base. We're going to watch a dogfight, a simulated dogfight. We're going to go down to the place where they take off. We'll watch them take off, touch the wings of the plane, shake hands with the pilots, off they go. And the dogfight will take place right over our heads. Then when we go into England, we go to the Imperial War Museum. That's connected to Duxford. Duxford is near Cambridge, of course, with its high spires and the colleges there, which also, by the way, has a very moving, powerful cemetery dedicated to the American airmen who died in this conflict. And then we'll go down underneath London to the Churchill War Rooms, where Churchill had his map room and his cabinet planned and directed the entire war from there. We'll sit at the chair, the actual chair, not just the table, that Churchill sat at, and you get a sense, really, that, again, you're soaking in the war, you're feeling it personally. I've done a lot of trips from the museum. This is unique, and it's my absolute favorite. The towns are gorgeous. Bury St. Edmunds has an abbey. It's got a beautiful cathedral. It's got a great brewery in town. It's got a beautiful square. We'll be staying at 5-star hotels wherever we go. If you sign up for a tour like this, you'll be signing up for an experience unlike any you've ever had before. And it combines the personal with the historical and intertwines them.
Here this morning, I warmly welcome you all to this Pride of Our Nation monument. And this monument was erected in memory of those Solomon Islanders who had served with U.S. Marines during the Second World War, and also in memory for the islanders to see and to think about the importance of the role, the courage, the loyalty, and the sacrifice of the islanders who had served during the Second World War. Welcome to the Unity Square here at Point Cruz in the heart of the nation's capital, Honiara. We have this biggest flag in the country standing at the back, surrounded by 9 small flagpoles, which represents the 9 provinces that form part of the nation. Welcome this morning to the Guadalcanal American War Memorial up here at the Skyline on Hill 73, as numbered by the American Army after the war. And the purpose of erecting this war memorial is in the honor of those U.S. servicemen who had fought during the Guadalcanal campaign and lost their lives for the liberation of the Solomons. This site was also selected for this memorial because of the spectacular sights you can see from here out to Tulagi, where it's another landing site of the American Marines on the 7th of August 1942, and also on Guadalcanal at Red Beach, also on the same date, 7th of August 1942. In addition to this, you can see within this memorial, there are 5 pillars that records the history of each battle that took place around these areas, and also records 7 sea battles that also took place during the Guadalcanal campaign. Bloody Ridge is a mile south of Hendersonville, and why it is so important in the history of the Battle of Guadalcanal is that it was the battle up here that fully determined the turning point of the Pacific War, because the Japanese forces were in retaliation to take back their airfield which they had constructed. The American Marines took over the airfield just a day after they landed at Red Beach and also after they landed at Tulagi. On the 12th to the 13th and 14th of September was the dates of the battle that ranged these ridges. But it was on the 13th, on the night on the 13th, that the Japanese actually attacked right on top of this ridge where we are standing. Right here is where the first defense line of the Marine Raiders. And the Japanese fought so strongly during the night, and they broke through the first defense line, and the Marines had to retreat back on that ridge, which is hill number 2, and they have to rebuild their defense line, the second defense line on that ridge. They broke through the second American lines, and the Marines have to retreat further down to hill number 3, which is right beyond this valley, and they built their third defense line on hill number 3. And it was on hill number 3 that the Americans have held back the Japanese, who tried their very best to capture the airfield on that early morning of the day on the 14th. The determining battle took place, and the Americans managed to push back the Japanese from going through hill number 3 to capture Henderson Airfield. On this ridge, we have 2 memorials. The first one we are just standing very close to is the Japanese memorial. It was erected here because of the broke through the Japanese forces made during the first battle on the 13th of September. And the memorial at hill number 3 was dedicated in the memory of the first Marine Raiders. On the 7th of August 2017, a ceremony was held up on this ridge, and during the ceremony it was declared by the government and the people of Solomon Islands to the Marine Raiders to develop this ridge into a World Heritage Park. These 10-inch figurines are made by the World War II Museum in New Orleans, together with the Solomon Scouts and Coastwaters Trust Board in Solomon Islands, for the purpose of being souvenir for those veterans overseas and families who will be visiting Guadalcanal in Solomon Islands. We are now standing in the War Memorial Garden up here at Hendersonville. This garden was initiated by the U.S. Consular, Kitty Saunders, who was also the jail lady for the soil and water purification. At the bottom of each tree, we do have plaques in commemoration of those sailors, Marines, airmen, soldiers who fought and died on Guadalcanal. The garden is still open for those families and relatives who may wish to sponsor each tree in commemoration for their dear ones who fought and also died on Guadalcanal.
Hi, my name is Alexandra Ritchie, and I'll be your lead historian for the rise and fall of Hitler's Germany. This is one of the latest tours that's been put on by the National World War II Museum, and it's a fantastic journey through the history of the Second World War, but is seen from the perspective of Germany and Poland. We start our journey in the city of Berlin, where Hitler came to power and where he really took power. Berlin was really Hitler's nerve center from which he controlled the entire Third Reich. And we go to the places where he seized power. We go to the Brandenburg Gate. We see the massive torchlight parade. We go to the scene of the Reichstag fire, which gave him the powers of the Enabling Act to take people's rights away. We go to the book burning scene where Goebbels burned books. And we also go to the Olympic Stadium, where Hitler staged the 1936 Games. We also go to darker places, to the Villa at Wannsee, where Reinhard Heydrich finalized the mass murder of the European Jews in the final solution. And we also end up in Potsdam, where the famous 1945 conference took place, which registered the borders for post-war Europe. From Berlin, we journey south and head toward the city of Wrocław, site of the very famous siege of Breslau in 1945. We then follow General von Rundstedt's footsteps as he prepared for the invasion of Poland in 1939. And we go to Żagań, where the famous camp Stalag Luft III was, where Allied prisoners of war were kept, and of course was made famous by the film The Great Escape. We next journey to the beautiful city of Krakow, which was very little destroyed during the war, but of course it also has a World War II history. This was the place, for example, where Hans Frank set himself up, half jokingly, as the King of Poland in the Wawel Castle, and took for his own personal property Leonardo da Vinci's Lady with an Ermine, which he put in his bedroom. We also go to the once thriving Jewish quarter in Kashmir, some of which still remains. See a restored synagogue and some of the places that still exist, the old houses and so on. But the next day, we make the tragic journey to Auschwitz and Auschwitz-Birkenau, where so many hundreds of thousands of Polish Jews and Jews from all over Europe perished. From Krakow, we go up to Gdansk. We stay in the Grand Hotel Sopot, where Hitler, Ribbentrop, Goebbels, Goering, and many other top Nazis came to stay or visited during the invasion of Poland. We go to Westerplatte, where the first shots of the war were fired. And we go into the beautiful city of Gdansk, which has now been renovated, but which was very badly destroyed at the end of the Second World War. We journey from Gdansk down toward the Wolfschanze, Hitler's headquarters in what used to be East Prussia. This is the place from which the Wehrmacht and Hitler and the top brass really defended the Third Reich and attacked the Soviet Union. This is a very terrifying place. One really starts to get a hint of Hitler's madness by looking at these massive bunkers. And he lived there for over 800 days during the Second World War. This was also the site of Stauffenberg's attempted assassination of Hitler on the 20th of July, 1944. We end our journey in Warsaw. The first evening we go to the Warsaw Uprising Museum, where we meet Polish veterans from the Second World War who fought both in the uprising, but also in places like Monte Cassino and in Holland. We then have our final evening at a Polish dwór, a Polish manor house, which was taken over during the war by Herbert Gila, who was the most highly decorated Waffen-SS general in the Second World War. He made it his headquarters during the Warsaw Uprising and the fighting on the Eastern Front in August-September 1944. This is a very personal journey. Of course, we look at some very difficult and tragic aspects of the past, but we also have a lot of fun on the way. The hotels are fantastic, the food is magnificent, and it really is up to the standards you've come to expect from a luxury tour from the National World War II Museum. So please come and join me at what I think is a historical journey of a lifetime through World War II history in Central Europe, the rise and fall of Hitler's Germany.
We had to create another tour in Germany and Poland because there's just simply so much history. You know, this is really where the Second World War, when it comes to Hitler and the battle with the East, really takes place. And so with the Megastructures tour, we were focusing on a slightly different angle from the rise and fall of Hitler's Germany, which is to look at the consequences for the people who actually were enslaved under this regime. We look at things like the creation, these massive bunkers, Hitler's Prora, this massive, huge concrete sort of hotel that he built for his workers. But he also, we also look at Peenemünde and the importance of the V1 and V2 rocket program and the whole history of Wernher von Braun, who of course later comes to head NASA in the United States, throwing up all sorts of moral questions about what did you do with the Third Reich after it had fallen apart. But of course Wernher von Braun knew about the massive slave laborers that were used in places like Nordhausen to build these rockets. And so it's a very complex, interesting tour which looks at a different aspect of Hitler's Germany. We return to Warsaw, so for those people who've been on the Rise and Fall tour already, we do have a different program for Warsaw. We're going to places like Pawiak Prison, which was the notorious Gestapo and SS prison in the center of Warsaw. We're also going to go to Treblinka, which in my view was really the most deadly of all the extermination camps, where over 850,000 human beings lost their lives. And it's an incredibly sobering and tragic place, but it's also a very important place to visit. And again, we end up with a dinner at my manor house just outside of Warsaw to celebrate this journey that we've all been on together.
As we flew from towards St. Marie Glace, got under heavy fire as we neared St. Marie Glace, and planes were being shot down and whatnot. No drop zone. The planes were not supposed to cut down their altitude. They were supposed to stay at 700 feet and maintain a speed of 110 miles an hour. But they were flying a lot faster than that. And they dropped the planes down practically to the tops of the trees. An evasive action. And they were reprimanded about it, but you can't blame them for doing it, really. They were not only protecting the plane, they were protecting the guys in it, plus themselves. And so anyway, when we dropped, and there were 18 guys in each plane. Our lead plane, the company commander and the company headquarters, had been shot down ahead of us. All of them were killed. And anyway, when we cleared St. Marie Glace, about maybe half a mile away, we got green light or whatever, and away we went. And there were only 3 of us in my plane that were together. Bill Garnier and Joe Toy and I. And we ran into several of them later as we got to a place called Le Grand Chemin, which Le Grand Chemin was right at the causeways. And we ran into a lot of the battalion there.
Well, I just got out on my belly, and I had this Thompson cradle, and I crawled across this field, and I get to this hedgerow thing, and I looked through it, and I could see on the other side of it was a trench, and this trench went down and then turned and went this way, and over to my right I could see a couple of German soldiers feeding a artillery piece there that was aimed out at the beach, I guess. So I don't know, I just got it in my head that I'd jump through into this trench, and I'd take these guys out with this submachine gun. And when I jumped through there and pulled the trigger, the thing wouldn't fire. It had a broken firing pin. I, pull it back and throws out a live round. About that time, Garnier comes running up and jumps in the trenches. He's got an M1, and he starts shooting with the M1. And I start letting fly with hand grenades that I had in my leg pockets. And that was about it.
Ladies and gentlemen, if I could please ask you to find your seats and your cell phones. Seats and cell phones will begin momentarily. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, please find your seats so we can begin the next session. And while you're at it, please find your cell phones to silence or turn them off. Thank you.
All right, everybody, welcome back. Quick show of hands, who enjoyed the morning session? Well, you know, I have to say that each session just gets better and better. So, you know, I'm glad you're here. I look forward to this afternoon. I want to take a quick thank you once again to all our sponsors that really made this awesome event possible, especially our presenting sponsor, Hancock Whitney. Easy Company, as you gather, has many legacies. In this next session, A Company of Heroes, the Legacy of Easy Company, will explore the memory of the Band of Brothers formed by the book and the miniseries, including the bonds the veterans formed with the actors who portrayed them. As many of you now recognize, you know, family members of Easy Company veterans also carry on the spirit of camaraderie, education about their loved ones and their legacies. So today we have an amazing opportunity to hear cast members and veteran family members share deep and personal insights into the men of Easy Company. So once again, we're going to go to the well, as we say, and we'll turn to our veteran and talented moderator, Kirk Sadusky of Playtone. And Kirk, with that, continue mission.
Thank you, Doctor. As Dr. Bell said, this is about the legacy of Easy Company. And of course, all of this whole weekend is the legacy of Easy Company. We do have the children and of some of the members of Easy Company, as well as the actors that portrayed their father. We also have on stage Jody Burke, who some of you may have met yesterday, who is one of the producers of the We Stand Alone Together, which is the documentary that we made as a companion. And I will say that Jody, maybe more than any of us, got to know more of the men in a deeper way, because she interviewed them over probably a year and a half, maybe? Thank you. Twice that long, 3 years. So she knows them very well. So we're gonna have her tell you some of her insights and some of the men. I think we'll start off by everybody please introduce yourself. Let's start with the son or daughter, and then the actor, and yeah, go ahead. Just introduce yourself, who your father was, and
all right.
Then the actor will follow.
Are we on? My dad, I'm Gene Guarneri. I'm the son of Wild Bill Guarneri, and I never knew him as Wild Bill until this thing happened.
I'm Frank John Hughes. I played Wild Bill.
I'm Trisha Zavril, and I'm the daughter of Babe Heffron.
My name is Robin Ling, and I played Babe Heffron.
Good afternoon. My name is Carrie Tipper. My dad was Ed Tipper, and the rumor is Tipper actually gave Wild Bill the nickname Wild Bill.
That's not true.
Go ahead, Jody.
Oh, hi. I'm Jody Burke, one of the producers of We Stand Alone Together, the documentary.
My name's Chris Langlois from Baton Rouge. Go Tigers. Yeah.
My grandfather is Doc Rowe.
Shane Taylor, Doc Rowe.
Yeah, you go first.
My name is George Luz. My dad was George Luz.
George, you're already
You're
there.
Judge Luz Jr.
That's correct. You know, you're right there. Thanks for the
And I'm George Luz Sr. That's how it works.
It's obvious to me, too, yeah.
And I don't have any other name. Rick Gomez is my...
So as you can tell, there's no camaraderie between the actors and the families. Well, let's start with that. And Frank, I'm gonna throw it to you guys first. Talk about, we've touched on it a little bit this morning and yesterday, but talk about that. There is a unique bond that was established. I know particularly with you and Bill, but tell us how it started. Walk us through the process a little bit, please.
I'll say it quick. I may have said it in one of the other panels, but I got his number the night before the final audition. I called him. I said, "Yowza." He answered the phone, and just hearing his voice on the phone was so shocking that this man in this book that I had been studying had come to life. And he said, I said, "Mr. Garnier, I'm auditioning to play you tomorrow." Well, they already got the guy. And he told me that, and then I said, "Well, if I get it, I'd like to take you to dinner." I got it, I called him back, and that began this calling him 3-4 times a week, talking for 5-6 hours. He emptied everything that he had to give me. He knew that it was going to be out in the world, and if it was going to be out in the world, it should be done right. And the real motivation was just trying to get it right for all the other men. He wanted to talk about everyone else's involvement. And it started this incredibly intimate friendship with him, because he was telling me things that he hadn't told me. I mean, Gene had said, he's told you things he hasn't told me. And so I knew I was carrying his legacy that's sacrosanct to me. It had to be done the right way, and to get it right, I just had to know him better. And then eventually, we talked for months and months, and then I think episode 4 or 5, when we were doing that, they flew out. And Babe and Bill came to set, and it was Lennon and McCartney showing up.
In Liverpool.
Everything stopped. We were talking about in another panel all those sets being built and everything. Every hammer went down, and they just gathered around. And we had this incredible moment with your dad, because we only introduced each other as our character names. And again, this isn't a war film with stock names. Every one of these names had such a meaning to each one of them. These were their friends who they loved. And I introduced Richard Speight as Muck. And I said, "Babe, this is Muck." And he looked at him and he said, "Damn, kid, I was there when you got it." And it was at that moment that we realized we were ghosts. A lot of us were ghosts to them. That these were not just names. They were people they loved and had lost and had lived without for so many years. It really put importance into the uniform you were wearing and what you were representing. You know, and I've seen similar things like we've seen with Grace Nixon, with Ron. So that really set the tone. But Bill was just fearless in sharing.
I'm glad you brought up Grace Nixon and Ron Livingston. I got to know Grace Nixon very well. She was a neighbor back in California, and I know that Ron Livingston cultivated a very important relationship. We used to take her to baseball games when Ron would come to Dodger games, and you could see that Grace, this unexpected thing happened with Band of Brothers and her husband becoming famous and being played by this wonderful actor. And I don't want to say she adopted him like a second son. That's too dramatic. But they became very close, and the kind of relationship that it couldn't have happened in any other way. And they obviously got so much out of each other. I know Ron's father, or grandfather, I'm sorry, was on the death march to Bataan. So he had a special. Anybody from World War II or World War II veteran had a special appeal to him, so that helped in their bond. So even if it's more than just the people you meet here this weekend, it happened company-wide. Gene, Frank said that he told your dad, Frank said that Bill told him stuff that he didn't tell you. Why do you think that was?
I was his son. He didn't tell me anything. When I went to Vietnam, he said, "Good luck, kid." And when I come home, he said, "How you doing?" I mean, that was they didn't talk to you at all. And I'll tell you real quick, I got a few funny stories about him. And if you talk about Bill and Babe, you have to leave out profanities. And I'm going to do the best I can to do that. And anyway, when my father had a heart attack and he went into the hospital, the doctor asked him, they asked my brother, they said, "When did he lose his leg?" And you know what my brother's response was? Episode 7. That's a true story. True story. I mean, not only my father was screwy, but my brother. Then we talked to Ivan's here, right? Ivan takes my father and Babe to Cleveland to go on a morning show. Now, he tells, my wife was there, he tells this is live. That doesn't mean anything to your dad or my father. So they go on a morning show, and there's two guys, I don't think saw a band of brothers, I don't know, it seemed like I saw the shot of it. And the guy's talking, and Babe is talking, yeah, we were going down the road, and there was all kind of krauts there, and this and that, dead. And they're talking, so the one guy, after he gets done with Babe, now this is live, and he says to my father, "Was it cold in Bastogne?" My father was colder than a well digger's ass. Yeah. Security, you know, I mean, it's just if you invited these two people anywhere, my father got invited everywhere, and everywhere he went to smoke. And a lot of times there was no smoking. So he said, "All right, I'm leaving." And then, wait, you could smoke if you really wanted. But anyway, I'll pass it on. I got a few more stories, but I'll pass it on to somebody else.
Thank you. We definitely want to hear more of those stories.
Can I just say one thing?
Yeah, please.
Gene is a member of the 101st in Vietnam.
Yeah.
So we have another Screaming Eagle right here.
No, thank you, Gene.
Thank you. I'm back.
Robin, tell us about playing Babe Heffron.
Well, first of all, I mean, Frank said he spoke to Bill before his final audition. I was cast quite late, and I'd watched the VCRs. You remember those? The tapes and the audio cassettes, and I had a flavor of him, and I thought I should. They said you can call him. He's happy for you to call him. I said, okay, well, that would be really useful. So I call him, and it rings out. And I think I'll try the next day, and I call him, and it rings out. And eventually I say to somebody, I can't get in touch with Babe, and they say, phone Bill. So I phone Bill. I have a great conversation with Bill, because as soon as he answers the phone, he just starts, the conversation begins. And eventually I say, oh, by the way, is Babe, is he out of town? And he says, no. He says, you're not going to catch him in. He leaves the house at 7:30 in the morning, and he doesn't come home until night. So you're going to have to stay up late or get up early, And so eventually I stayed up. I think Bill said, listen, you're going to have to speak to this kid. And so, I finally spoke to him. It was like 1 o'clock in the morning in the UK, and he'd just got in. And like, as Frank said, he was open, and he said, anything you need to know, kid, just ask, And he was really, really open and honest, because he knew it was happening. And if he wanted it to be right, not just about him, but about all the men. If he wanted the stories to be right, he knew he would have to divulge things that were difficult. And it was a great privilege to be able to have those conversations with him.
Trish, how did your dad feel about all this? He wasn't a man to hide his emotions.
No. The first conversation we had was when he found out that Robin was going to play him in Band of Brothers. And he called me and he's like, "Kid, you're not going to believe it. They got a Scotsman." A Scotsman? How's a Scotsman going to do South Philly? But here we are.
How did he feel about the project? I had a lot of conversations with your dad about the project, and I think he was of mixed emotions sometimes. How did he feel about tell us about that.
I think my dad was a very sensitive person, although I know some of you may not believe that, but if you really got to know him, he was very sensitive. And he fluctuated because he thought it's an important story, needs to be told. But on a personal level, it was very, very difficult for them to open up and discuss it. And he had to really push himself sometimes. And I had some long conversations with him about it. And he agreed to, he would do it. But I think ultimately he was really, really happy that he did it.
And why do you think he eventually agreed? Because again, I know he was conflicted.
Because younger people started stopping him on the street. They had seen Band of Brothers, and I think once it started, he realized that it was going to have an impact. Maybe not the impact that we ended up with, but and that's when my Uncle Bill and my dad started going to schools. They started visiting elementary schools and high schools and talking to the kids. And my dad's main message, his most important message, was the Holocaust. He was at Landisburg, and he wanted that message to be shared, because when someone would say the Holocaust didn't happen, I mean, this tiny, tiny little man would jump out of his chair and was ready, as he would say, go to Fist City. So it was an important story to be told.
And Trish, he did get in a fight when he was about 85, right? In the bar?
True story.
There you go.
Well, let's talk about the relationship between Bill and Babe, because they met later in the war. Babe was a replacement. And yet, how did they found out that they were from the same neighborhood, and they became brothers? I mean, they became almost literal brothers from that point on. You two, please tell us about the lifelong friendship between Bill and Babe.
Well, first of all, Babe didn't drive. That's a great relationship when you got one driver, who was my father, who had one leg, and Babe, who didn't drive and had two legs. So your father got him a job, remember? Remember my father got a job, the place closed down, we were both out of work. But them two, I mean, if you want to talk about Lenny and Squiggy, Bert and Ernie, whatever you want to, they were together. I went with places with them. They slept in the same room. When we went to Paris, we stayed at whatever hotel. It was a big hotel in New York. We had two bedrooms. Me and my brother had one. Lenny and Squiggy had the other one, right? Your father says at the desk, we don't need another room. We'll all stay in the same room. Wait a minute. So me and my brother go in the room. Him and my father sleeping in the beds. My brother get this thing out. We pulled the box spring out, and it had a tag, 1925. The bid was me. We had to sleep on it. But that's the way they were. They didn't take anything. They didn't take anything. And Ivan was right. $25 bill, whatever they had, they would give you. They never made any money. They were very poor businessmen. I can tell you that right up front. But they were giving. My father would help anybody, and my father and Babe, they really never badmouthed anybody. If they didn't like you, they just didn't talk to you. You all right, Trish?
Yeah, if my dad didn't like you, he wouldn't, he would just, he would just ignore you, not
Put a hit on you.
Like he was never mean about it. He would never, but yeah, they have no time for you if you weren't, what they felt was a good person.
Thank you. Well, and we're going to come back to Squiggy and Lenny
I can't wait.
in a bit. Tell us about Ed Tipper.
I mean, how do you sum up 95 years of an extraordinary life? My father's war was very short, actually. It was 6 days, very intense. The scene that takes him out was portrayed in episode 3, Carentan. And what is kind of remarkable, I think, about my father, and it ties into some of the things we've talked about today, is he came back. He was in Army hospitals for about a year before he was discharged, and the only reason he got to go to college was because of the GI Bill. His parents were Irish immigrants, and that transformed his life. He, from there, went on to be a teacher and taught high school for 30 years in Jefferson County, Colorado, which is where, for the most part, I grew up. And everywhere I went with him when I was little, and mind you, he was 61 when I was born, so everyone thought he was my grandfather. And his life was extraordinary. My mother's from Costa Rica. She's this beautiful 35-year-old whom he somehow persuaded to marry in 9 months, and 10 months later, I came along. This is probably no surprise, but my mom was about 4 months pregnant before she realized that it wasn't indigestion that she had. I was a complete shock. And I remember in high school, my high school counselor describing a moment where my dad was talking to her about me graduating high school, and then he couldn't believe it because he remembered the day that I was born, and he was holding me, looking at me, thinking, like, how long am I going to be around? How much of her life will I be there for? And I'll just sort of close at a high level. Though the war was transformative for him, he was most proud of his 30 years of teaching because, like I said, everywhere we went, people would say, Mr. Tipper, the bank teller, someone mowing the lawn, Mr. Tipper, I remember when you did this. He was invited every year to the class reunions, and he really transformed people's lives. I was with him when he died 5 years ago, and we knew it was about 24 hours before he died, and we knew that that's what we were headed towards. And I called one of my friends, and I said, I don't know what to do. I've never been around someone that's died, let alone my father or someone I'm close to. And she said, don't tell him how much you love him. That's just going to make him upset. He already knows that. Just validate his life. So we sort of talked a little bit about his accomplishments, and we talked mostly about his 30 years of teaching and the lives that he touched and transformed. Talked about his service, of course. And without skipping a beat, he said to me, yeah, I do have a pretty good CV, don't I? And that was one of the last things my dad said to me. And I remember the night that he died, talking about going back to when you all filmed. It was the wettest, year in England in 75 years. The night that my father died, it sleeted in Colorado, which really never happens, and it was a dark sky, and I just remember walking outside thinking that the weather matched the mood for me, but when I thought about it afterwards, I thought, it's incredible that my father almost died overseas, face down in the mud in some of these horrific conditions, and instead 70 years later, after this life where he transformed other lives, he was surrounded by the people that loved him most, and he got to go out sort of with that validation. It made me think of so many of the ones that didn't come home, and so many of the family members that didn't get the experience of knowing their fathers, of seeing their fathers transform the world in the way that someone like my dad did.
Even though he was justly proud of the 30 years after the war, did he talk to you about the war? Did he tell you about his experience?
Well, like I said, he was 61 when I was born, so for me, I'm by far the youngest child. I am younger than, not to rub it in, but some of the grandchildren. So my experience was different, right? Because I I think, 11 when the book was written and it premiered here in New Orleans, when Jody came and you guys did all the interviews. I think I was 16, I remember, because I was like, I could drive to the hotel in Denver, and I was so thrilled. By the way, my dad was in charge of the alcohol for that, that reunion, so whoever said it took them 20 years to get over the hangover, my father would have been proud. But it's one of those things you grow up not really realizing how special that is. I was the little kid at all these reunions. You know, Gene, everyone was kind of living their own life, right? But I was, of course, tagging along with mom and dad. And I remember, you know, dancing on the dance floor with Garnier. And he's thrown a stump up on his crutch. And, like, I didn't think anything of that was sort of strange. And they'd, you know, speaking of wads of dollar bills, they'd say, see that green bottle and see that clear bottle with a yellow label, put about 3, you know, half and half and come back over. And then I'd go up to the hotel room and I'd say, Mom, look how much money I've, you know, $80 in tips from bartending at like 6 years old. Gin and tonics. It's amazing I don't have a problem, actually. But so the stories that I heard had to be kind of calculated to a level that I could understand. I remember going to the 50th anniversary of D-Day. I would have been around 11 years old, and that was the first time that I understood that there was something really different, right? And it was going to, and it was something that you captured in the documentary. It was going to the cemetery, and I was just with my dad. My mother came later on that trip, but it was just me and him. And as you can imagine, we were very close. We were at the cemetery in Normandy, which is such a tension because it's stunning. It is a beautiful place, and it's just cross after cross or Star of David, and it's perfectly aligned and crosses as far as you can see. I will never forget it. And I looked at a grave marker, and I realized that that soldier that had died really wasn't that much older than me. He'd probably lied about his age. And I turned to my dad, and we were visiting his best friend, Robert Blouser, who died on D-Day. We were visiting his grave, and it was the first time my dad had been back. And I just turned to him, and I said, you were so lucky. You know, stupid, not really thinking about the consequence of that. And that was the first time I saw him cry. I mean, he just lost it. And I thought, the gravity of what this moment is for him and what they have carried. So that was the first time that I really understood. And like so many of the others, he talked about other people, but I always had this hunger to know more about, like, what did my dad do? You know, tell me about him. And like, Luz is the funniest person I ever met. And, you know, the dynamic between Babe and Garnier. And what was so incredible for me personally going to the premiere was you all brought them to life. Like, we knew who they were, the family members, before they were identified, their mannerisms, the way they talked, what they said. And now that they're all gone, like, you have preserved that, not just for me, but for everyone here, for my daughter who never got to meet my dad. And so the things that my dad couldn't share with me, he could share with Jody, and he could share with Garnier and with Lipton and Winners. And I still reap the benefit, like Meg says. The resonance is I get to see that, and I'll be able to share that with my daughter.
Great, thank you so much. So, George, tell us about your dad, and how did he talk to you about the war? I mean, it seems to be pretty common that most dads didn't talk about it. How about your dad? Because obviously he was a very outgoing guy. What was his attitude?
Oh yeah, he certainly shared stories with me. I wish I would have been able to capture many of them, but the essence of the stories, there were funny stories, there were god-awful stories, guys getting killed and things like that. So, and I think, I'm not sure exactly why, because my brother was older than I was, but like we talked yesterday, you know, my mom and dad brought us to reunions as kids. And so we got a chance to visit with the men. We got a chance to visit with Ed Tipper and Babe and Bill and Gordon and Johnny Martin and Don Malarkey. And I don't know, he maybe just included me in that, but he wouldn't just share stories with people that he knew in town unless they asked him. But it was funny. Few years after my dad passed away, I saw my old history teacher, and right out of college, he was working at some defense contractor. And he said, geez, you know, your dad told me all these crazy stories about World War II. And it wasn't until the series came out that it's like, wow, I just thought this guy was crazy. But actually, the stories that he did tell this guy were true. So he did share the stories like some other guys didn't. And there was a lot of dark moments these guys saw. And I think what they were able to do, and I think we touched on it yesterday, was the reunions were a vital part of it, and getting together every year. And I know how important it was. And so I was born in 1956, July 24th. Remember that date.
Nobody's going to send you a card, George.
Okay, that's okay. I get more than I can handle. So July 24th, 1956, I have a picture from the 1956 reunion, which was in Los Angeles, and it was in August. Now, I wasn't there. My mother and father left me behind with Aunt Josephine and Uncle Jimmy. And I guess they figured it wasn't that important. I was only 4 weeks old, you know, and you know, all I needed was a bottle and an occasional change. So, but I was really blessed with hearing the stories, meeting the men, you know, Babe and Bill and Ed Tipper. You know, those were, you know, when my dad passed away, was killed, I reached out to all the men, and they filled a huge void that was left behind with my dad's passing, your dad, and the cool things you talk about your dad, and the things that they did, the schools, and I went to Ed Tipper's services, and I got a chance to meet all those people who would say, hey, Mr. Tipper this and Mr. Tipper that, and it was really super. And the relationship I had with Babe was just amazing. And on Sundays, I would call Babe on Sunday nights, and he would, when it got close to 7:30, and I never knew the significance of 7:30, but he said, so is there anything I can do for you? Which means you were done.
Get off the phone.
Yeah, because Tricia was calling at 7:30, and he didn't have that call waiting dialing thing there. And then the relationship with Bill, you know, Bill was just a super guy. My mom always used to characterize Bill as gruff. And he might have appeared to be gruff on the exterior, but he was certainly not gruff on his interior. And we all were able to see that.
Thanks for that. So what was it like when you first saw Rick portraying your dad?
Well, it was really cool, you know, because Rick had called my mom, and I don't think my mom was much help.
Well, no, she was.
What'd she just say?
She told me about. She was actually really honest.
As she got to be later in life, for sure.
Yeah. But she was like, look, you know, people laughed at him a lot, and I think it was kind of like a weird therapy session for her. When my memory of it is very clear that she was like, look, there are parts of this man that I know like nobody else knows. And she was kind of okay with letting me know some of those pieces. And she goes, but I've never seen anyone who loves but he's loved by everyone. I know him as a husband. And so it's this really kind of, really beautiful, interesting place to meet George there, and then have Bill and Babe and Frank Percani and Lipton all fill in the gaps of that, about their experience with him. But the first road in was your mom.
Yeah, Mom was a riot, and Yeah, she didn't pull any punches.
No, she didn't pull any punches.
She
That's
didn't
a
pull any
great way to
punches.
put it,
So
George.
my wife Susan will certainly attest to that.
Susan, she never liked you.
Well, that brings up an interesting question. Because you're not only seeing Rick play your dad, but you're seeing Frank and Mike and Chris, seeing them play men who you knew in a certain way at a certain age.
For sure.
Now you're getting a view of them, what they were probably like younger. What was that like?
Well, you know, it was amazing because I had gone to the set, and I think it was August that year, and my wife and I went. Joe Hobbs had kind of took care of us. He just said, George, if you come over on your own steam, we'll take care of you. So we did. We flew over there, checked into a hotel, and then Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, we went to the set. And it was really cool for me because these guys were playing guys that I knew, that I grew up around. All the guys that survived in World War II that were in the series, I knew most every one of those guys at different levels. So it was really cool for me that day to go to the set. I don't know if it was cool enough for you guys, but it was really cool for me to meet these guys. And I knew all the guys they playing, whether it was Bill or Babe or Johnny Martin or Walter Gordon or Buck Compton and on and on and on. So, yeah, it was really special for me. And, you know, to meet Ivan there and all the wonderful folks at HBO that took care of us. And it's been a glorious ride.
Yeah, I guess.
You know, I just want to say one thing to this. This feels like the most selfish thing to say. And I really, because this project has been it's been such an honor. It's been such an honor. But if I could ask for one last thing, and this is the selfish part, I would have loved for his dad to see this show. Yeah. That's the one thing.
Oh, I think that's a common sentiment.
Yeah. That's.
Well, you certainly brought him to life, and that's the really cool thing, is bringing guys in World War II to life, so we all can understand and look at and appreciate the sacrifices that they made.
Frank had said when Babe and Bill came to the set, it was like Lennon and McCartney in Liverpool. But what was it like when you met George? In other words, when you met, and how did the other guys feel about when you're meeting the son of your guy? You didn't get to meet George, but now you're meeting his son. What's that like?
It's you know, you just want to do right by her. I wanted him to love me.
And you certainly did a great job, and you warrant that love.
And you know, there's been some close calls. I've almost been on the couch a few times. Hey, how's the house doing? Maybe I'll swing by and take a night off. Yeah. I wanted to do right. I mean, we all wanted to do right. I mean, I told the story in the first thing, and it was, you know, it's incredibly nerve-wracking. We're in Paris. We're about to go do the premiere of the thing, and Babe and Bill are sitting at the table with me, and Bill's like, well, here we go, kid. This is it. We're about to go watch the thing. Hope you're funny. And I'm trying to kind of, you know, say something funny. I'm like, yeah, because, you know, funny, how that works. And Bill's like, because he was funny. And I go, yep, sure, because jokes are when funny. And Babe goes, oh, forget about it. They had written me off, so I could only go up from there. So I think that's why I got a lot of grace. Yeah, we were under an incredible amount of pressure to do right by everybody. And of course, you know, it's like I felt this connection to the family. We still have that connection. That'll never be broken. But you do sigh a breath of relief when people go, hey, good job. Well done.
Yeah, and you did such a great job with my mom, too, at the premiere.
Yeah.
You know, so we're at the premiere in Paris, and my wife secured us a wonderful room, and you and your wife came up, and you were always taking care of my mom,
Always with
and
her,
she
yeah,
just loved it.
So, I love being with her.
You know, those kinds of things really go a long way.
And the same thing with Grace, because I was really close with Ron during that Grace period, and we would say, you know, hey, I'll pop by for a beer. And he's like, hey, great, Grace is over. Ron would be like, you know, Grace is at the house. And I'd be like, oh, great, well, come say hi to Grace. You know, like, Grace was there all the time. They were constantly seeing each other.
You have to understand, too, with Grace Nixon, she was about 4'11".
Yeah, she's tiny.
And she drove a huge Cadillac Eldorado that she could barely see over the steering wheel.
Yeah.
And she lived up on the hill in the hills of Sherman Oaks, and her driveway was about 3 S's. So watching her, seeing her attempt, well, not attempt, she always succeeded coming down that driveway, and because she was a big Dodger fan too, she was not going to miss a game that she was invited to.
She loved the Dodgers.
Everyone thinks that, many people think that when the guys came home from World War II, it was all ticker tape parades and the GI Bill, and they just got on with their lives. But of course, it was more complex than that, and we didn't get a chance in the series to delve into that too much. But you couldn't jump into Normandy. You couldn't hold the line at Bastogne. You couldn't see the things you saw and do some of the things you had to do and not be affected by it. Chris, you were telling me some of the stuff with your dad that, you know, as Bruce was saying in the previous panel, your dad had to see, your grandfather, I'm sorry, had to see, he had to take care of everybody. He went from wound to worse wound to dead. So that had an effect on him. Tell us about that.
Yeah, so, if I'd have known something were going to show up, I'd have done something with my hair, but because my grandfather died before the series came out, and because I was a dumb college student when the book came out and didn't care about my mom, on 1992, when I was a sophomore or junior in college, and I came home a weekend to get my clothes washed, and Mom's cooking, and she handed me the book, and she goes, "Your grandfather jumped on D-Day." Well, that didn't sound like beer or girls to me at all. So what does that have to do with me? And so I didn't know what I didn't know. And so the series came out. Of course, we learned about the series. And to your point, we walked through yesterday through the European section, and there's a quote, on the wall, and it says, "No man goes to combat and comes back normal." And that gave me goosebumps. And so everyone sees Shane Taylor, and Shane Taylor is Doc Rowe. And there's absolutely nothing wrong with that. I love Shane Taylor. And I love what he gave me as my grandfather, who I didn't know in this regard. But my grandfather drank after the war. And that I'm not embarrassed about that in the smallest sense. Several of Easy Company guys drank after the war. Rowe was the only medic in Easy Company to go from D-Day to Hitler's Eagle's Nest. So if you were wounded in Easy Company, or if you died in Easy Company, my grandfather had his hands on them. So there's no way my grandfather came back normal. And people talk about PTSD, and without knowing the questions, I don't have the answers. But my mom said something a few years ago. And my grandfather met my grandmother. She was working on the southern coast of England, so he met her and followed her home, which would be stalking today. I like to think of it as an aggressive pursuit of your goals. That's how I tell the cops. So she was a British war bride, and he stood her up on D-Day. They were to be married on June 6th. And obviously he came back and married her afterward. And my mom said, "The man that my mother met is not the man she married." And it clicked. No man goes to war and comes back normal. No medic serves in the entire war and treats those men and sees those bodies and is normal. And so I love what Shane did, and I love what every writer and producer and director did to show the heroism of my grandfather, because he's my hero too. I'm a fan. Rowe's my hero. But these men were human beings after the war, and the war was not 10 episodes. And those guys, Winters, and all of them said, every day I thought about those men. And so for my grandfather, and I told y'all not to make me cry, For my grandfather, it was different because he never shot, he never fought, but he spent his time holding those men and taking care of those men. And he was never normal, but he did his job.
It's almost like he absorbed, you know, with what he had to do, he had to absorb so many wounds, and there's only so many wounds you can absorb.
Yeah.
Shane, you didn't get a chance to meet Doc Rowe, but you knew what he did. You knew what he had to do, not just at Bastogne, but as Chris was telling us, from June 6th all the way into May 8th. You didn't get a chance to meet him, you knew what he did. How did that inform how you portrayed him, particularly in episode 6?
Well, I think, Ralph Spina came in pretty handy for me. And I mean, I often think about if I had had the same situation as Frank and Robin and Rick and some others, and thinking, well, that would have been interesting. How would that have shaped my approach? And then I realized that, well, I'm not sure, because of what he went through and what you've said and the fact that he didn't really talk, I'm not sure I would have got anywhere anyway. So I had what I had. And as you know, the production provided materials. I had numbers to call. And Ralph was pretty significant in terms of the role of a medic of the period. And along with, again, coming back to the cadre with what they knew, the script, which I really invested a lot into that script. I mean, things were just there for me, and there was something about it that I don't know, I was just imagining the way I was going to approach it as I was reading this stuff. And, with the help of the rest of the fellas, it was all there. As I was saying earlier, the conditions to do that kind of role in this kind of series, it was just there to just go for it, commit, not question it, and not be, we were so well protected from the outside. It was just all there. So, I just, all that was there that I had is all I had, but it was a lot and enough to go on. And so, our journey doesn't start until after the show. And Marlene, one of Eugene's daughters, and her sister Maxine, who I haven't had a greater hug in the history of my life. And I had that in Paris. And then this guy, we've just been the best of friends ever since. And you talk about a legacy, you talk about something that honors the kind of people like George here in the front row. That's one kind of legacy we've been able to do. But the other thing is this. I mean, this is phenomenal. This is untouchable. And this will continue.
Right. Jody, as I mentioned earlier, in some ways you got to know Babe and Bill as opposed to Robin and Frank, et cetera, et cetera. You got to know so many of the men. Tell us about that experience, because you, as you said, over 3 years, you met almost every living member of Easy Company.
Yeah, I mean, it was as we've heard, it was a life-changing experience for sure. And I did get to meet the men in a different way than other people because I was the only woman on the documentary team, maybe on Band of Brothers. I don't know. I mean, that's that part of it. And the first trip that we took was, as everyone said, we had to audition for Winters. So we decided to go to Pennsylvania. And the first stop was to meet Babe and Bill. And we walked in. It was one of the hottest days of the summer. We were in South Philly in Bill's row house. And we were greeted by these two gentlemen who were already very well oiled, as they used to say. And it was 9 o'clock in the morning. So we all, my partners and I looked at each other and were like, we better get to this quickly. And it was, as I said, it felt like it was about 120 degrees because we had to turn off the air conditioner because it was so loud that you couldn't hear the audio. So to keep the recording pristine, we were all sweating. We talked to them both for several hours, and then we went outside to take some portraits. And Mark was, with Will, they were setting up the shot that they wanted, and I was standing with Babe and Bill. And they turned to each other with this look in their eye, and Babe says to Bill, "Should we tell her about the 101? And I was like, "What do you mean?" And so Bill goes, "Well, you know what the 101 is, right?" I'm like, "Yeah, it's the 101st Airborne Division, I know that." And they're like, "No." And so then I knew I was in trouble, and what happened next was I was suddenly caught up in Garner's arms, which, like, he had one leg, but somehow he was the most fleet-footed guy. And Babe gave me a kiss on this cheek. Then Bill suddenly was in the crook of his arm, being tipped backwards, upside down, and he planted a French kiss on my mouth. That was the O. So it's one.
Thank you, Mom.
One. So I learned how the 101, made it through the war.
It was always VE Day with those two.
I know, it was always VE. But the funny part was we then interviewed Major Winters, which was extraordinary. And then we came back to Santa Monica to show the footage to Tom Hanks and to you at Playtime. And so these were the first images that anybody had seen of the guys. And we put your father's photo up there, and it was on the big screen. And Tom Hanks goes, "Oh my, look at all the character in his face." And I couldn't help it. I just said, "Yeah, it's a great." He's like, "What a great face." And I said, "Yeah, it's great until it's right on top of you." And then this is, I have to say, the best moment in my Hollywood career was Tom Hanks was laughing so hard, he was tipping back in his chair, and he actually fell off his chair.
Well, you mentioned, and you got to know Richard Winters pretty well, and you and I have talked a lot about Dick in the last couple of days. You had a particular story of how, you were saying how observant Dick was, and how we benefited, the production benefited, Eric Jenderson benefited, because he kept so meticulous records, and he was always paying attention. Talk about how important that was.
Yeah, so I've noticed this because lately I've been working with first responders, and what I've noticed about police officers is how they're hyper-vigilant. And it made me think about when I was around Major Winters, because he had that same quality of a law enforcement officer, and he was always watching everyone all the time. He always knew what was happening everywhere all the time. And just a funny story about that was when another time we flew out to interview him at his farm in Hershey, Pennsylvania. And Ethel, his wife, had made this extraordinary spread for lunch. And it was set up in the barn because it was a really windy day. And I made my sandwich. And Ethel was standing there watching me. And I could tell that she had picked everything from her own garden, and had grown the lettuce. And so I tried to pile it all on my sandwich, the tomato. And it just kept getting bigger and bigger, my sandwich, because I wanted her to know that I appreciated, her efforts. And I take it out to the picnic table in the yard, and we're all sitting there, and I suddenly realized that I forgot to cut my sandwich in half, and it's so big that it's not going to actually fit into my mouth without spilling everywhere. And I'm just having this moment about what to do about that, when suddenly, and I look up, and Major Winters was standing there with his jump knife in his hand, and he had sliced my sandwich in half, and perfectly. And then he just sort of wiped the blade off on his shoulder and stuck it back into his jump boots and walked away. And he never said one word. But he was watching. He saw that I was such an idiot. I made my sandwich too big, couldn't eat it, and he fixed the problem.
But he never kissed you, right?
Tell us of the moments, because again, you interviewed and were in the interviews of so many of the men. Or any particular interviews stand out, or any particular sentiments that were expressed, either that were common or that were unique and therefore stood out?
Oh gosh, well, it has to do with what Chris was saying, which was it was really difficult to get them to talk about after the war, if they had any PTSD or challenges readjusting to life, and that was something that we were all curious about. And the only person who really opened up about that was Malarkey. And I remember distinctly, he just, out of all the guys, really wore his heart on his sleeve. And I could tell when I started asking him about what he did after the war, and for all those guys who knew him, remember how his eyes would just well up with tears, like at the drop of a hat? He started doing that, and he said that he didn't want to talk about it, but then he did, and he said he went to college on the GI Bill, but he had to drop out his freshman year because he just couldn't sit there and be in school. He had too much anxiety and memories.
I remember we've talked about the Denver reunion a lot this morning, and I came to that as well. And I remember landing at the airport in Denver, and I called Mark Cowan, who was the director. And I got Mark on the phone, and the first thing he said to me was, "Get ready." Because, and the point is, what I was about to walk into experience that he was sure I had never had before, because you guys had just been experiencing it for the last few weeks. Tell us, tell you and Mark and Will and John Campbell and Steve Wax, which was the documentary crew, when did you know you had something special? When did it start sinking in that this was just not another gig?
Oh, and on day one, when I was sitting on the steps of Garner's house, sweating to death, and he came over and he started singing. He was
Bridget O'Flynn?
Yeah, he started singing Bridget O'Flynn and Where Have You Been? And that was a song Joe Toy liked, And I said to Mark, we need to record him singing this song because it would be so cool if we could figure out how to put it in the documentary. And of course, it ends up being, when the credits roll, it's Babe singing that song. And that was when we knew, we just knew from the moment that we walked in the door that this was going to be amazing experience. And it's so humbling to know that we all had that opportunity to be firsthand talking to these guys.
And just so, and really, what was the process? I mean, I know you went to a lot of men's homes, but also you guys came to the Denver reunion and also to the reunion right here in New Orleans in 2001 at the Hotel Monteleone. Talk about, you said a little bit about it yesterday, how you had A room and B room, and you were shuttling back and forth, and these guys were lining up, figuratively, to tell their stories. They had been so reluctant to tell their stories, but now they were, for what you tell us why, now they're lining up to tell their stories.
Yeah, I think they realized, well, after we came back from Pennsylvania, we then went out on the road, and as I said yesterday, unfortunately, the first person that we were scheduled to interview passed away as we were driving the van to his house. And so we had to call immediately and just say, we need to hurry this up and try to capture these stories, because if you don't talk to the person before they go, you're never gonna get the whole history. So we went to Popeye Wynn, we went to Carwood Lipton. This is all on the second trip. Then we went from Lipton's house to Shifty Powers. And every time we would go into somebody's living room, it wasn't just the veteran, it would be his whole family, his wife, his kids, his grandchildren. And they were all coming because in most cases, they had never, ever, ever spoken about what happened in the war. So it was really special that way. But when we would go to the conventions, we would rent suites, and then we would bring them in on the hour, one after the other. So once the guys at the reunion started hearing that that Tom Hanks's team had come, they all wanted a chance to talk. So it was pretty easy. Yeah.
I'll never forget when you were still on that first road trip, and Mark Cowan called me from the road, and he said, it's funny because when we pull up to a house of whomever it would be, there would be not just an extended family, but sometimes maybe a neighbor or a best friend. And Mark said, I thought, they think Tom Hanks or Steven Spielberg's gonna be here, or it's just lights, camera, action, and it's some kind of the glamour of Hollywood. But he concluded very quickly, of course, that had nothing to do with any of that. That this is the first time Grandpa's ever told these stories. So everybody wants to hear. Everybody wants to gather around that campfire.
I think also they had a sense they finally had a sense of what they had contributed to history. And it was really important for them to share it with all of us so that we would not necessarily remember what they as individuals had done, but the war itself and why this museum exists. They wanted to make sure that the world knew that this could never happen again.
Tell the audience what role Major Winters played, not only in his interview, but in helping secure so many of the other interviews.
Yeah, so once we got the blessing from Major Winters, which was amazing, he would call whoever we were going to go talk to, and we didn't even know this was happening, but I guess he would call them and say, Mark and Will and Jody and Steve Wax, and sometimes John Campbell, are coming, and you can tell them what happened. We want you to share your story.
Yeah, he was being company commander even then, giving them direction.
Absolutely, but I would have to say that Babe and Bill were sort of in charge of all the reunions.
Well, let's talk about the reunions, because I think I went to 3 or 4 of them, but certainly Denver and New Orleans. And by that point, the series had been announced, but we hadn't shot anything yet. But talk about the reunions, all the kids, because I was struck, I think, and again, I think that's part of what Mark was saying to me, wow, watch out. You're going to step into something you haven't seen before, which was essentially about a 300-person family reunion. And it wasn't just the guys. It was not just a reunion of Easy Company. It was a reunion of George and Chris and Gene and Tricia and everyone. So the kids, tell us what those reunions were like growing up. I mean, and getting to know not just your father's comrades, but your cousins.
I think George is this one to speak. He was the only person that couldn't leave home. Like, we didn't go to any reunions, most of us, correct, George?
Yeah, exactly. There wasn't a lot of kids at the reunions early.
Yeah, we didn't go.
And just kind of a humorous story. My second reunion was in Las Vegas in 1968. And I was 12 years old. We were staying at the Stardust Hotel, and my father would give me $5 a day to eat. And in Vegas, in 1968, you could eat breakfast for 99 cents, lunch for $1.99, and dinner for $2.99.
Child abuse, George.
What's that?
It was child abuse. You had to leave your home.
So I clued into this kiosk anyway. So I think I ate every Nestle's Crunch Bar they had. But one of the nights, it was the final night, and it was the final dinner. Colonel Sink was there. My dad, I got a cool picture of my dad, Colonel Sink. Well, the Rainey girls were there. My sister was there. She was 16. All I remember was somehow we got off the strip into some nightclub. I'm 12 years old. We're in some nightclub. It's loud as can, when you're 12 years old, it's loud. There's a lot of loud music, and I wasn't into that loud music. So I said to myself, how in the world did I get here? So, but anyway, that was one of my early memories of the reunion.
When did you start coming to reunions as adults? Because
I don't remember ever not going. Like I said, it was a little bit different because I didn't know it was abnormal not to have 40 sets of grandparents that transformed the face of the world. It just, it was a family, but in a way I was like the little rugrat running around all the time while everyone else's lives were sort of taking off. So what I will say is I ultimately ended up going into politics after my dad died, and in part inspired because of his life, but also his death. And when I reflect on it, these men, like these actors, were from all over the country. I know the actors are from, different countries, but different backgrounds, different, religions, different philosophies, different ways to problem solve or confront each other. And they didn't always get along. They sometimes disagreed, but they were so connected and would have done anything for each other. And I think it was an early lesson for me in how you can have people from very different backgrounds coalesce around either an experience or a commitment, and that the greater good, right, mattered more than any one difference. And so in some ways, I think that shaped my career a lot, is seeing how these guys were able to just be best of friends despite any differences that they actually had.
one of the things you said was you had 40 sets of grandparents. One of the things that struck me, and Jody, maybe you can comment on too, is that you'd go to a reunion and you realize everybody kind of knew everybody else's business, and I mean that in a good way. You knew who was not doing, whose kids wasn't doing well in school, and I don't mean obviously the men, but the succeeding generations, and who had just had an operation, and who had just gotten married, and this is over dozens and dozens and dozens of families.
I'll add one of the reasons, Bill and Babe were really responsible for the reunions, but there was such a sincere connection, and that they wrote letters to each other all the time. And so after my dad died, going through his office was one of the more emotional moments of my life, to read letters from Winters, letters from Lipton, talking about, or copies that my dad would type, or I think he would either keep a copy or maybe even Lipton's family or Winters' family sent us copies of the letters he had sent. And it was like a diary. I read about my dad telling the guys that he'd met my mom and that he was gonna get married, and that he didn't know what he had been missing out on, and that he didn't realize that he wanted a partner to share his life with. I mean, really intimate stories, and they all shared that. There was a newsletter that they had, and they would tease each other and riff, and there was, I think what also stuck with me is the reunions were all laughter, right? It was just everyone busting each other's balls all the time. Like they'd spend a year planning practical jokes and like what they were gonna do. And so I think that was their therapy, right? It's like to be able to get together and have those moments of levity with the people that, the only other people in your world that know what you felt.
And it's funny you say that, because of the 3 reunions I went to, and I spent a lot of time, and I don't recall them ever. They would talk about the war, but they would talk about the funny parts of the war. Do you remember this? Do you remember when he fell over? Do you remember that joke? There was only one time that I remember, and it was here in New Orleans, that I remember, and it was with your dad, and it was with your dad, and it was with John Martin. And we were at the Carousel Bar at the Hotel Monteleone. And I guess it was about 4 or 5 o'clock in the afternoon, so they were well oiled, which was fine. And I was just honored that they allowed, there was nobody else at the bar, and I was honored that they allowed me to be part of it. and they talked about D-Day. And they talked about operationally about D-Day. Not in any detail, not any tactical, sophisticated tactical sense, but just reminiscing. But I know that was the exception. I know that normally when they got together for the laughter and the love. As the children, Trish, again, because your dad, and Jean, because your dad were so instrumental at these reunions, why did they do that? Why did they do it year after year?
Well, for me, I think, and George, you could tell me if I'm lying, but I think my dad ran most of the reunions, correct, George? He kept the company together. He knew Joe Toy's address, he knew Joe Toy's phone number, zip code, like Frank said before. But you know what? That's never impacted anything in our house. I got a phone call one time. I'll tell you a real quick story about a phone call. It's from Johnny Martin. A lot of my father's friends had money. I mean, real kind of money, the kind of money you'd run away from home with. And my mother always used to tell me, you know, kid, you should marry one of them Gordon girls or Johnny Martin's daughter. Because I said, how do I want to do that? They said they got money. Anyway, I couldn't afford to get to their house, and that's why that fell through. But anyway, my father goes in the hospital. I'll tell you a real quick joke, and then I'll tell you this other story that's very funny. My father goes into the hospital. He's wearing a wooden leg. This wooden leg, honest truth, it's made of maple. It weighs about 30 pounds. It just bended the knee. It didn't bend at the foot. And when my father was injured, you can see Frank's leg grew back. Nice job. When my father was injured, he was injured below the knee. And in Bastoon sometime, my father told me they cut it off with a saw. It's probably true. I don't know that for a sec. But when he came home, he had gangrene, and they cut it above his knee. So he had a wooden leg, this maple wooden leg. And I'm going to preface this story with this leg. He put this wooden leg on every day and went to work like nothing happened. And what boggles my mind today when I tell you this story, when people have prosthetics and legs, and there's straps, there's springs, there's all kind of stuff. He had a wooden leg. When he put it on, there was a stump sock. Stump sock went over his leg and came out a valve. And he would put the leg on, pull the stump sock out, and tighten the valve. Now, this didn't mean anything to me when I was little. This leg was held on by like vacuum, you know, when you pull a suction. So in the old days, this is the story I'm going to tell you. In the old days, before cable TV and everything, there was antennas on the roof. You said he had a row house in South Philly. On the roof, on the chimney, was an antenna. So the way you set your TV up downstairs is you had to turn the antenna around to get it where it goes. Now, my uncle, Muscles Marinara, is downstairs at the TV. My brother and I are on the bed, and my father is up on the roof, climbing up on the roof with this wooden leg. He would go everywhere. He climbs on the roof. My brother and I were the in-between. Well, how's that? He's turning a little bit more. He turns. He finally gets it the way he wants it. My father tightens it up, and he's coming down. He hangs off the roof, and this is the God's honest truth. His leg falls off, the suction. But wait a minute, it doesn't come out of his pants. So his leg's about 8, 9 feet long, hanging out of his pants. He's laughing. He's holding onto the roof because if he knows if he jumps, he's going to be a soprano. So we hollered downstairs, Mom, Daddy's leg fell off. We didn't. And then Muscles Marinara comes off and helps him down. And after that, as I got older, I thought, how come my uncle, how come he wasn't on the roof and my father? But that's a funny story. And talking about your dad and Babe real quick, to tell you how much Tom Hanks liked him. Babe and my father, if you can see this on YouTube, when I say this, it's going to sound crazy. They were invited to the AFI as surprise guests for Tom Hanks. I'm thinking, are you sure this is the right number? So they go, and they come out, and it's on YouTube. Babe, my father comes out on crutches, and your father comes out on a walker. And then they make a speech. But Tom Hanks loved them, and they loved him. In fact, when Tom Hanks was in England, when they left, they were on episode 5. They were there with the guys and all. When my father came home, he sent gifts to Tom Hanks. I said, I don't think Tom Hanks needs. Okay, you gotta send him gifts. I'm sure he needs a cheesesteak or something. Anyway, that's one of the stories. I mean, I got a couple of stories, but my father was. I'm going to tell you the French guy that came over his house.
Go,
real
please
quick.
do.
Now, my mother died in 1997, so my father was living alone in this row house, He never locked the door. He had his phone number and address in the phone book. Now, it's like if I could look up any actor's phone name and phone number in the book, people would be visiting them, right? So if I changed his phone number, which I could, if I took it out of the phone book, I would have had him move out of the country. I would have been in Israel now, something like that. So he had people visit him all the time. And anyway, this the ambassador to the United States comes over his house and is going to give him this, I don't know what the hell it's called. It's like the silver, what is it? Legion of Honor. Thank you very much. So he's going to give him the Legion of Honor. So he comes over. He's got police with him, the security. They all come in his house. They're row house. And plus, my father had 20 Navy SEALs visit him. That's another story. So when he gets this medal, the guy leaves, and my friend goes over, Ronnie, to visit him. But a lot of people would visit him, see if he needed something, and so on and so forth. And he says, Ronnie, look at this thing. You missed the French guy come over. And Ronnie looks at me. He says, oh, Bill, this is beautiful. He says, what is this? He said, how the frig do I know? They brought it over here. So Ronnie says, and he told him what it was. And he says, what'd you say to the guy? And I'm not going to, he said, I told him it's about effing time. And I should have told the French ambassador. That's dealing with him and Babe was a real experience. Anyway, Trish, I divert to you.
Follow that. But
Thanks, Gene.
I have a feeling this has happened before. But the serious question is, why did your dad? He really threw himself into organizing. I mean, I think I know why, but why do you think he threw himself and spent so much time and effort in organizing the reunions?
Well, I think my Uncle Bill did most of it. The men really respected him and wanted to spend. They all wanted to get together because they just loved each other so much. Like Carrie said, they really loved each other. And my dad was very close to Buck Compton, Don Malarkey, and it was a way for them to see each other once a year, which I understand now is very unusual. Most Army regiments don't get together once a year. It was just a way for them to spend time with each other. They understood each other because they couldn't talk to us about their experiences. They could only talk to each other.
I said yesterday in one of the panels that inevitably I would ask the cliche question, why didn't you talk about it? And I got two common answers. One was, why would I tell my wife, my children, my grandchildren, anyone I cared about the worst things I've ever seen and on occasion had to do? But the other thing that was maybe even more common was the answer I would receive is, if you weren't there, you couldn't understand. And I think it's pretty obvious that that's what the reunions were. They did need to talk. They did want to talk. They didn't necessarily want to talk about D-Day or freezing in Bastogne, but they definitely wanted to talk. But they could really only talk to each other. And then finally, as we're going to wrap up, this panel is about the legacy of Easy Company. But I'd like to know from Frank and Robin and you guys, what is the personal legacy of portraying Bill Garnier, Babe Heffron, Doc Rowe, George Laws? Can you just tell us the personal legacy of portraying these men?
For me, he made me a better man. Knowing both of them, Bill and Babe, because they were a team. So it was, but Bill made me a better man, made me a better father. I think he made me a better citizen, made me a better friend. They had the friend game on such a high level. The bar was set so high that's what you aim for. I think anybody who met them, that's your model about my best friends in my life, is to try to have a piece of what they had. He made me better in all those ways. And the last thing he really gave me, especially as I get older, was he gave me the blueprint to how to get old and what aging could be like, how much fun you can have, how much passion you can have, how fearless you can be getting older. He was so virile late in life. Like, I used to look at them and go, what the hell was this guy like at 19? What the hell was his testosterone levels at 19? Because he was so much man late in life. I mean, well,
That's for sure.
Jody knows the hard way.
Just a side note, Frank, my dad was in love with Jody. He would call me to talk to Jody today. And I just found out, like an hour ago, that he used to call her and sing to her on her answering machine.
Wow.
Yeah, I remember the first time it happened, I had taken a run on the beach, and I came back to my apartment in Santa Monica, and this is before internet and before cell phones, and I had an answering machine with tape in it, and I pressed, and suddenly Babe's voice was singing, I can't even do this, Bridget O'Flynn, where have you been? And it was just, yeah. They were great, and they sent me stuff. Your dad sent stuff all the time. They would go shopping or something, and I would just open my mailbox, and there would be like a compact that women carried in the 40s with a mirror, with a little note inside.
Got them in the
just
garage
thinking about
sale.
you.
$1, I'll take all that.
Yeah, but the thing that I got that I treasure most is they made me an honorary member of Easy Company. And they framed it, and they signed it, and I have it on my office wall, and I look at it every day.
Robin, what was the legacy of portraying, your personal legacy of portraying Babe Heffron?
I think I echo what Frank said. You spend time with Babe and Bill, and yeah, you think that's something to aspire to have that sort of joie de vivre, But my personal legacy is, now that Babe has gone, is my friendship with Trisha. We're just really good friends, and that's a wonderful thing. All the guys are my, close, dear friends, but this is really special.
Yes, Shane.
Well, we've touched on this before, the idea of just how, it's funny, because the way Bill was that adhesive element to the reunions, and this guy here in the waistcoat, along with Mike, but this guy was our man.
Yeah.
And it's uncanny. His ability, a natural ability, to be able to bring everybody together. He was the soldier for us. And I love him to bits. I don't see him enough, but I really appreciate what he's done for us. My own personal legacy, well, this man and the family. I've been to Louisiana, I've shared king cake. They look after you here. And and this is so special. It's so special. I'm so very grateful for everything that the show has done. And I can't talk highly of the family, and I'll cherish that forever.
Rick, you're
feels like you were going to go in circles, but it's the exact same thing. It's that you have your family, and then you are embraced by all these other families, and then we have each other. Mike said it beautifully yesterday when he said, my son just says moonshot. That really was awesome, Mike. It's just a moonshot. It's almost all magic. I don't know how to describe it.
Right. Yeah. Anyway, thank you guys for another one last thing. One last point. If you if you're in London and you go down in the basement of St. Paul's Cathedral, there's Christopher Wren's tomb. Christopher Wren's the greatest architect in British history, designed the St. Paul's. And there's a quote on the wall, and it says, "If you seek his legacy, look around." Well, if you seek their legacy, look around. Thank you.
Kirk, Jody, family cast members, that was another tour de force, very powerful session. And You're fine. You guys are kings. You can do what you want. Just a couple quick notes. I should note, Echo Company during the war sustained 150% casualties, killed, wounded, missing in the war. To kind of put in context what they're talking about here today, if you think of that incredible piece. And seeing now the actors have become really adopted members of their characters' families, super remarkable as they're part of this larger piece going on. And it seems safe to say that we've all witnessed here that with the panelists, the cast, the crew, the members, everybody in attendance, really the legacy of Easy Company, but really the legacy of the American experience in World War II is in good hands. And we're certainly inspired, and your words certainly inspired me to try to be a better fill in the blank. Dad, citizen, historian maybe. But we're almost to a break, and pretty soon you'll say it's about effing time we had a break, right? But got to just check real quick. And so we had a show of hands before about who was enjoying the conference. I think everybody's good, right? All right? Are you guys okay? Quick poll, who's been to our international conference, the one we have in November? Okay? Perfect. And then for those who haven't yet signed up for the conference, we've got you can visit the Travel and Conference web table. We've got a cool flyer for that. And we're going to feature resistance to occupation the first day, and then we'll have 2 more days of pretty amazing sessions. I was asked before about Masters of the Air. Will there be a panel on that? Amen. Yes, you'll see that. But if you book today for November, you get a $100 discount off the conference and $50 off the pre-conference symposium. So there's my plug. Hope you do it because it's going to be an amazing experience. Certainly, we've learned a lot about the Vander brothers today. We've got one more session. But it's certainly important for us to remember that the American experience in the war is more than just one company, one battalion, one regiment, a single division. There's 16 million other Americans who serve around the world that also do these incredibly amazing things. So it's amazingly inspiring, but also for me, it's important to remember that in many ways, as unique as they also are very symbolic of the experience of so many other Americans. So with that, we're going to take a break. I'll see you at 1500 at 3 o'clock as we go into the next session of the day. Thank you again.
I want to tell you about the National World War II Museum in New Orleans. Like no other museum in the world, it brings to life the lessons and values of the war that changed the world. And not just with aircraft and boats and tanks, but with the powerful, personal stories of the men and women who served and sacrificed for our freedom. It's a remarkable place in an extraordinary city that every American should experience. The National World War II Museum in New Orleans.
My name is James Matteo, and I had the great honor of portraying Frank Perconti in the HBO miniseries Band of Brothers. Cool, man.
Awesome.
Thank you for this. This is very nice of you.
I think you'd want my signature.
The World War II Museum, I believe, has done something really cool because they've given me an opportunity to go out to Europe, trace the steps of Easy Company, and at the same time speak to the guest about how the production element works. No, I did not make him run uphill afterwards. No, it was not spaghetti. And sort of talk about the locations and how we filmed that, how we shot that, our relationships with this character, some special effects. The jump training, when the directors needed you to jump out of an airplane or a mock airplane, they want to make sure that you represented these men the best possible way. So when there was a chance to jump on this tour with the World War II Museum, I just jumped on it, and then knowing that Mr. Brad Freeman, an original Easy Company veteran, was going to be going on the tour as well, I just, it was an opportunity that I just could not miss. And he's a World War II hero.
You are the boss of today.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
It's a great honor to guest you inside Baston Barrack and it's a special moment every time. We must realize that for a veteran, the war will be never over.
These tours are really important because these are the last guys left. I've been on a few of these tours before, and when you travel with a veteran, it's a lot different than just traveling alone. Traveling with him has been truly one of the greatest experiences of my life, and I'm not exaggerating.
So the great thing about the World War II Museum tour is you get to bond with these people that you're just meeting, and you're on a bus with them, and you're touring through Normandy and the beaches, and you're seeing these incredible landscapes, and then you go into Eindhoven, you're in Holland, and you're seeing the battlefields, and then you're having these wonderful dinners, and you're staying at these beautiful hotels, and you're really, really bonded. And then you sort of get to Bastogne, and then you have this opportunity to be in the woods with them. And then it all really comes full center. And then you head out to the LMC and up to the Eagle's Nest, and you have this beautiful lunch in the Eagle's Nest, just looking over the mountains. And then there's this wonderful, beautiful party afterwards where you kind of all come together and you chat about your experience. And it's a really beautiful bonding element. You almost become your band of buses. It's pretty cool to just get to know everybody.
Having an actor with us during this tour was an incredible experience because the Band of Brothers series I've probably seen I don't know how many times.
It was very enlightening. Number one, it was wonderful to get to know James Matteo as a person. I mean, you don't look at him as an actor, you look at him as just part of the group.
He is a fantastic person he is, to me, like the Swiss Army knife for the tour.
Well, let me ask you this. How do you like having one of the actors who played in the series come on one of these tours with you? In other words, you want to kick me off the bus or keep me on the bus? Or both?
Well, I enjoy being around you.
Well, thank you, sir. For me personally, they all have a huge impact on me, but I think I'd have to say the Bojack Woods. Just walking through those woods with him is a real humbling experience. Yeah, because that's the field, and Foy is that way.
They were sitting beside one road, and the other road that we was down was a good ways down. Well, I was really trying to find out exactly where I was. Yeah.
Foxhole's over here. The line is going to be
Yeah.
right there or right on this side.
Now, we could be on that corner right yonder and look down that way.
That's so powerful just to be there with him at that moment.
You can read all about these things in history books. You can see movies and everything else, but when you're talking to the people that were actually there, it means so much more.
You know Eugene Jackson?
Yeah. He took a 5-gallon can of that stuff you fire into a place that'll burn you up.
Mm-hmm.
And he crawled, and these other boys shot over him. He waved at them back that way whenever he could shoot in that thing. They said you could hear them Germans hollering everywhere.
For me personally, I think these tours are very important. It's important to go back to America and let my family and friends know how much the French, the Dutch, and the Belgians and the Germans really appreciate what we have done liberating their countries.
We have a symbolic gift for you and you. It's a copy of the famous Christmas message. And this message has been written by the Colonel Killard and the General McAuliffe during the siege of Bastogne.
I thank you for this.
It's nothing, sir. It's nothing. It's like that.
I have 2 or 3. I was there when he gave it Christmas Day.
Yeah, how does it feel, all that welcoming attention you're getting from all the places that you have fought and liberated?
Well, it's one way and another. Sometimes it's nice to be that way, but you think of the others that can't be that.
At the National World War II Museum in New Orleans, there is a new experience as epic, as extraordinary as the conflict it honors, Beyond All Boundaries. It is an immersive 4D cinematic journey through the war that changed the world, shown exclusively in the museum's one-of-a-kind Victory Theater. I'm proud to have served as executive producer of Beyond All Boundaries, and you can see it exclusively every hour, only at the National World War II Museum in New Orleans.
Travel to the National World War II Museum in New Orleans to explore, remember, and reflect on World War II through exclusive access to the museum's campus. The National World War II Museum tells the story of the American experience in the war that changed the world, why it was fought, how it was won, and what it means today, so that all generations will understand the price of freedom and be inspired by what they learn. Be our guest for 3 nights at the Higgins Hotel and Conference Center on the museum's expansive 4-acre campus. Attend a showing of Beyond All Boundaries, a 4D cinematic journey throughout World War II, narrated by Tom Hanks. Gain exclusive early access to the galleries with a private tour guide. Dive deeper during the Out of the Vault tour, a behind-the-scenes, up-close look at museum artifacts not currently on display.
Out of the Vault is unique because you get to meet the National World War II Museum curators. We pick out some of the coolest things, and you get to see them up close.
Engage with the experts during guided touring in the Road to Berlin and Road to Tokyo galleries in the Campaigns of Courage Pavilion. Go on the last patrol of the USS Tang in the immersive Final Mission submarine experience in the U.S. Freedom Pavilion, the Boeing Center. Beyond the galleries, enjoy free time to explore New Orleans on your own.
This is definitely worth coming to see. Just the museum itself, but having the personal touch of having someone explain things as you're walking through, and then you can go back and see things a little bit more detailed.
I would encourage anyone to take any World War II museum tour based on our own experience. First of all, they're extremely well managed. Everything happens on time. The accommodations, the receptions, and the dinners together are great.
Don't hesitate. Come and see this. This is especially as time passes by, people need to take a look at this history and really understand it. And this is really, I can't think of a better way to do it than this way.
Years ago, this was a vast checkerboard of potato farms on New York's Long Island. Today, a community of 60,000 persons living in 15,000 homes, all built by one firm. This is Levittown, one of the most remarkable housing developments ever conceived.
There is no job like it on the face of the earth. In the power which is concentrated here at this desk, and in the responsibility and difficulty of the decisions. made progress in spreading the blessings of American life to all our people. There's been a tremendous awakening of American conscience on the great issues of civil rights. A third world war might dig the grave not only of our communist opponents, but also of our own society, our world as well as theirs. Starting atomic war is totally unthinkable for rational men. I suppose that history will remember my term in office as the years when the Cold War began to overshadow our lives. I have had hardly a day in office that has not been dominated by this all-embracing struggle, this conflict between those who love freedom and those who would lead the world back into slavery and darkness. And always in the background, there has been the atomic bomb. When Franklin Roosevelt died, I thought there must be 1 million men better qualified than I to take up the presidential task. But the work was mine to do, and I had to do it, and I've tried to give it everything that is in me.
We got about a little over 1,700 veterans going in today, and we're excited about it. It'll probably take a day and a half, 2 days to get it right, get them all lined up.
We have anywhere from about 800 to about 1,500 bricks per install. This one's a little bit larger than our normal install, which is nice. The Commemorative Brick Program started here at the museum before the museum actually officially opened. It started as a volunteer-run program, and it's kind of grown alongside the museum as well. Today we have, as I mentioned, a little over 45,000 bricks on campus, and all of our bricks are around the perimeter of the museum campus, so both Andrew Higgins Drive, Magazine Street, and then we have some interior bricks as well.
I don't think you can make an investment, a cheaper investment anywhere that'll have a more lasting impact in memorializing their efforts.
The fact that their names will forever be here and people can walk by and, you know, look and see where they were stationed and what they did.
Our bricks here, they're lasting tributes, and, you know, this is our brick program here, I mean, it's seen by millions of visitors every day. It's really moving and very special.
A carefully planned, top-secret mission.
A daunting defensive line.
Thousands of boats and ships. Thousands more aircraft.
45 miles of coastline.
The largest amphibious invasion in history.
One single day.
Join the National WWII Museum for a commemorative 75th anniversary of D-Day electronic field trip, streamed live directly into classrooms across the globe. 4 student reporters, Wiley from Canada, Lucy from the United Kingdom, Angie from France, and me, Michael, from the United States, will lead a globe-trotting journey into Operation Overlord.
In only 50 minutes, your students will travel with us to historic sites and museums in Normandy, France, England, and the United States.
Embark on this electronic field trip to understand the sacrifices and perseverance of Allied forces in the face of daunting challenges.
Register today and tune in live from your classroom on Thursday, the 2nd of May.
May 8, 1945, Victory in Europe Day, better known as VE Day. It was a day that the world had waited for 5.5 long and bloody years. Finally, the nations of Europe were at peace and free from a dictatorial government bent on world domination and genocide. The war in Europe claimed more human lives than any war before or since, Europe's great nations suffered as never before, with some countries, such as Poland, losing an estimated 17% of their population. Altogether, an estimated 40 million human beings lost their lives. Initially, the European war was decisively going in Nazi Germany's favor. Country after country fell to the seemingly unstoppable advance of the military forces of National Socialism. With no European countries to conquer on the mainland, the German war machine focused on Great Britain. The Germans bore down on the British Isles in 1940 with an aerial assault the likes of which the world had never seen. Young British pilots in the RAF took to the air in their Spitfires and Hurricanes to defend their homeland from the aerial onslaught. And through it all, the perseverance of the British people kept them upright and proved them unbreakable. Aside from the obvious territorial expansion of its borders, at the dark heart of the Nazi war plan was a plan to cleanse all of Europe of a single race of people. The genocide against the Jews of Europe was an unprecedented, pre-planned operation to erase an entire people from existence. The Nazi plan spared no one, from the elderly to the infants in their mothers' arms. All were viciously murdered in the greatest crime in human history. Yet through this Holocaust, never before seen or suffered, the Jewish people, like the Allies fighting to free Europe, persevered and prevailed through the terror. At the center of the European war was the land campaign. Territory conquered by Nazi Germany ultimately had to be liberated by foot soldiers from nearly all of the Allied nations in a grueling, bloody campaign. Starting in 1943, the peoples of Europe began to realize the freedom that had been stolen from them during the Nazi advances. American, British, and the soldiers of Allied nations across the globe shed blood from the sands of North Africa to the beaches of Normandy and beyond, all in a quest not to conquer, but to liberate. Finally, after 5.5 horrific years, the perseverance of the Allies paid off in Reims, France, when the government of Nazi Germany, having been thoroughly defeated in every way possible by the free peoples of the world, surrendered unconditionally to the Allied forces. VE Day meant an end to the war that had cost the lives of millions, had destroyed homes, families, and cities, and had brought huge suffering and deprivations to the populations of entire countries. Millions of people rejoiced in the news that Germany had surrendered, relieved that the intense strain of total war was finally over. In towns and cities across the world, people marked the victory with street parties, dancing, and singing. British Prime Minister Winston Churchill appeared on the balcony of the Ministry of Health building in central London and gave an impromptu speech. Huge cheering crowds gathered below, and he declared, "This is your victory." For the first time since 1939, the lights went on again all over Europe.
We had to create another tour in Germany and Poland because there's just simply so much history. You know, this is really where the Second World War, when it comes to Hitler and the battle with the East, really takes place. And so with the Megastructures tour, we were focusing on a slightly different angle from the rise and fall of Hitler's Germany, which is to look at the consequences for the people who actually were enslaved under this regime. We look at things like the creation, these massive bunkers, Hitler's Prora, this massive, huge concrete sort of hotel that he built for his workers. But we also look at Peenemünde and the importance of the V1 and V2 rocket program and the whole history of Wernher von Braun, who of course later comes to head NASA in the United States, throwing up all sorts of moral questions about what did you do with the Third Reich after it had fallen apart. But of course Wernher von Braun knew about the massive slave laborers that were used in places like Nordhausen to build these rockets. And so it's a very complex, interesting tour which looks at a different aspect of Hitler's Germany. We return to Warsaw, so for those people who've been on the Rise and Fall tour already, we do have a different program for Warsaw. We're going to places like Pawiak Prison, which was the notorious Gestapo and SS prison in the center of Warsaw. We're also going to go to Treblinka, which in my view was really the most deadly of all the extermination camps, where over 850,000 human beings lost their lives. And it's an incredibly sobering and tragic place, but it's also a very important place to visit. And again, we end up with a dinner at my manor house just outside of Warsaw to celebrate this journey that we've all been on together.
Hello, I'm Tyler Bamford, Leventhal Research Fellow here at the National World War II Museum. And today I'm here with Seth Paradin, historian, also at the National World War II Museum, and we're going to talk about the liberation of Kaufering by the 101st Airborne Division on April 27th. So Seth, can you tell me a little bit about the 101st Airborne Division's experiences leading up to the liberation of Kaufering?
Absolutely, sure can. So the 101, of course, jumped into Normandy on the 6th of June, 1944, 5th of June, depending on what time, but they were a green division. You know, the other American Airborne Division that jumped into Normandy, of course, was the 82nd. And the 82nd had seen a lot of combat, whereas the 101 had not seen any. The 101st jumped into Normandy. They fought in Normandy for, you know, more than a month. I forget exactly how many days, but it was well over a month. They went back to England, and of course they jumped into Holland in September 1944 during Operation Market Garden. They saw, actually, frankly, heavier action in Holland for a longer sustained period of time than they actually did in Normandy. Most people don't know that. After Market Garden, they were pulled back into different parts of France to rest and refit and recuperate. And then, of course, they were thrown into the Bulge in December of 1944. And, of course, a famous story about the 101st is, you know, being encircled in Bastogne and holding the area of Bastogne. But their war didn't end there, of course. You know, they were put down, elements were put down towards Hagenau near the French and German border, and they were part of the 7th Army's thrust into southern Germany in 1945, and that's what brings us to.
So this was a very experienced division. They'd seen a lot of combat and a lot of turnover in personnel.
Absolutely. You know, you got to remember too. By 1945, April 1945, we're talking about here, there were guys that had made that jump into Normandy. Quite a few actually, but you know, by and large, a lot of the older veterans had been wounded or killed, frankly, or were recuperating in hospitals or been rotated out or whatever. So there was an influx of new people, especially after the Battle of the Bulge. You know, they suffered a lot of wounded, a lot of casualties in the Bulge. A lot of people got hurt from frostbite, you know, not necessarily even enemy fire. So there were a lot of new people in the unit in that time.
So I heard that the casualty rate for this division was over 100% just because of how much turnover there was. You know, even the replacements were highly likely to get injured. So when all these men, so the division's about, what, 18,000 men?
Ish.
When they come across Kaufering, you know, what kind of scene greets them?
Well, you know, when they're pushing through Germany in the late portions of the war like this, you know, a lot of the veterans that were there, and some even the new guys who hadn't made those combat jumps. You know, you got airborne paratroopers who hadn't made a combat jump in the 101st in 1945. You know, the war is winding down, and they're being a little, I don't want to say disillusioned, but they're kind of wondering, you know, when is it going to end? What is this all about? Why are we even here? We've liberated France, Belgium, Holland, da-da-da-da-da-da, and now we're in Germany. You know, what is going on? What's next? And then they come across this camp. And this, of course, Kaufering was a sub-camp of Dachau. Dachau is outside of Munich, and Dachau was huge, and it wasn't just the main camp, of course. There was 11 sub-camps, of which Kaufering was one, and I found out in my research that Kaufering itself had 11 sub-camps, which is kind of odd, really, for a camp like this.
It's important to mention that there's thousands of these camps all throughout Germany, some in the suburbs of major cities like Berlin, others in very rural and isolated areas.
And this was one of those.
Okay.
Well, I mean, Munich, of course, is a big city, but Kaufering was near the town of Landsberg am Lech in Bavaria, which is kind of in the middle of nowhere, really.
So this is going to fall within the American occupation zone, too?
Absolutely.
So what was the scene? How many people were in Kaufering when the 101st got there?
From reports that I saw, there were about 500-ish, give or take. There were a lot of, as one may expect when liberating a concentration camp, there were a lot of dead. Not Landsberg, but Kaufering, it was different in that, you know, concentration camps by nature are, you know, filthy places, but Kaufering was among the worst in terms of cleanliness, or lack thereof. The inmates actually lived in holes in the ground, and the holes in the ground were covered with like thatched hut roofs, so the disease and the vermin that were, it was rampant in there, so the people were absolutely filthy. They were, you know, deathly ill. And the Germans, when they pulled out of the camp, those who could not make the forced march, some of them, about, like we said, you know, the number were left there in the camp. Some of them who were too sick to even move were herded into several of the huts, and the huts were lit on fire, and these people were burnt alive. And that's the scene that greeted these troopers when they reached the camp's gates.
And that had to be, traumatizing for these men. They had seen so much war,
Right.
and they'd been, accustomed to seeing, bodies mutilated and mangled. But this was a whole different experience.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
If you talk to any liberator, any American liberator of any concentration camp, they all of them say that. I mean, to a man, they all say that. I'd seen, friends die, but I'd never seen anything like this.
Right.
And just stacks of charred corpses of, literally skeletons, like human skeletons, that are staggering around in a dazed state. It was something out of, of a nightmare.
Was the 101st one of the only divisions in this part of Germany at the time?
No, as I said, they were part of the 7th Army, so there was, a lot of divisions there. But, as I said, Kaufering had 11 subcamps of itself, in itself. And the 101st didn't liberate all 11 subcamps. The 103rd Infantry Division, the 36th Infantry Division, the T-Patchers, the 63rd Infantry Division, and the 12th Armored are all recognized as liberating units as from elements of Kaufering. So it wasn't just the 101st. They do get the lion's share of the credit. And I think part of that might be the
Band of Brothers mythology.
Exactly,
sure.
exactly. But there were other units there, to be sure.
Yeah. By VE Day, May 8th, 1945, there's 1.6 million American soldiers in Germany, and over 1 million of them had witnessed or liberated these camps. And as we come upon the anniversary of the victory in Europe, it's important to remember what this victory meant for so many and the experiences of both the liberators and the liberated.
Ladies and gentlemen, if I could please ask you to find your seats and your cell phones, please. Seats and cell phones, so we can begin in just a few short moments. Thank you.
Welcome back, everybody. After that selfie, a giant selfie on stage. Hey, so we've reached the final session of our symposium. Can't compete with that. Hey, so before we get on with it, I'd like to give a special shout out and recognition to the one person really most responsible for this weekend's success, our colleague Sarah Kirksey. So let's give Sarah a huge round of applause. So Sarah, thanks to you and the entire travel and conference team, well done. And then thanks to the AV team, really making the magic happen behind the scenes. And really making it special not only for the audience here in person, but the folks online and the folks that'll watch it over the coming years as it's captured there. So, pretty amazing. Now, we've got a pretty full session, almost like a pretty full stage for the one together. We stand alone together, the Actors Reminiscences Roundtable, it's a hard word. And, really the experience of starring in the miniseries, as you've seen already, has facilitated lasting bonds and lifelong friendships. And in the subsequent 22 years since the premiere, these relationships have remained strong and in many ways probably have gotten much stronger. And here we've got all the actors that have attended this year's reunion in this final session to share recollections, experience of the casting process, boot camp, the set premieres, reunions, and anything else they want to say as we go forward. So without much further ado, we've asked two of our symposium co-producers, Mike Cudlitz and Frank John Hughes, to co-moderate. Frank, you're kind of co-moderating from the crowd. But with that, we look forward to seeing how you organize this chaos. And take it away.
Okay, so it's really great that we get the chance to let all of us talk. And we want to make sure that I feel like I have talked so much in the last 2 days. I want to give other people a chance to talk, and I think there's some really interesting points of view that we haven't heard from yet. And we'll get into replacements and a bunch of other interesting things. But Mike and I wanted to start with, we had this incredible experience of being overseas. And beyond boot camp, a lot of bonding happened just by being overseas with a bunch of strangers. The bonding continued off camera as well, as we got to know each other in vans going to work every morning, our families getting to know each other, walking the streets of London together. And then we'd also love to hear from some of you who went home at night, like went home to your actual house. We can't imagine the Band of Brothers experience without being far away from home. We'd really love to get into some of those. We've talked a lot about boot camp, but we'd love to hear some of those stories. Where could we start? Mike?
Start with Jason.
No pressure.
And that was a random start. So after Jason, it doesn't have to go down the line. It can jump in.
Yeah, jump in, jump around.
Add to the conversation or not.
This is actually appropriate because my first 2 days on Band of Brothers, I was just thrown into the deep end. And the first 2 days, like as Ross was saying before this, the first 2 days of Band of Brothers were basically me and Story, He had his big speech on the Jeep, he had his Operation Overlord speech. But I'm this Irish guy who's been cast as the company commander, and I hadn't been to boot camp. Why send me through boot camp and go through all that expense and experience when my character doesn't even get his boots onto French dirt? which is fair enough. So I show up, and I have my brand new, spanking, shiny Corcoran jump boots on. Everybody else's was broken in from boot camp, not mine. A couple of guys were calling me new boots. I was like, I'm your commanding officer, so it's enough of that. And right after that, Captain Dye said, okay, it's time to lead your men out to the airfield. And I was like, what? I don't even know how to march, let alone lead a company of men. And he said, what's the problem? I said, I wasn't at boot camp. I don't know how to do it. And he said, oh, Winters, come over here. So Damien led the men out to the airfield. That was fine. And I was just winging it. So that was day one. Day two was the big speech in the hangar. And man, it was cold that morning. And I was looking out at a bit like this assembly, actually. It was about this amount of people. And I had a big speech, and there were like 4 cameras at the back, and I knew that Steven Spielberg and Tom Hanks were going to be looking at the dailies tomorrow. And every time I did a take, they would change the dialogue because it wasn't quite matching up with the map of the Normandy coast. And it was a lot of, I could feel my heart pounding, and I was like, I don't know if I can do this. Not least because after the first take, I was wearing a garrison cap, you know, a soft cover. And Captain Dye came up to me and said, you got to take that off. And I said, what's wrong with it? He goes, who gave you that? And I said, well, it's wardrobe. Just doing what I'm told. I don't know. He said, take it off. You look like a namby-pamby moron. So that's why I'm not wearing a hat in that scene. And I just thought, it was one of those moments before the next take, and I just thought, I don't know if I can do this. Like, this is a lot to be asked. Yet this is also, you know, what I asked for, but this is a lot. And I just thought, just in that moment, I thought, why am I here? What am I doing? Why am I doing this, really? And it was that moment that everything clicked, that it wasn't about me. It was about Easy Company. It was about playing this man who lost his life. You know, his war started and ended when a flak shell went off in Stick 66. So it just crystallized it for me. And hearing everybody's stories since, it's really that crystallizes the whole project, you know. So my experience, even in those 2 days, as an outsider on the periphery, even though I was supposed to be the commander, was really sort of kind of set the tone for what the whole thing was going to be. So yeah, it's kind of appropriate that I was told to jump in first. It's kind of appropriate that I feel like I'm on the periphery here at the back in the corner. But I will say, I was invited to every reunion from the first one, and these guys made me their brother, even though I only worked on the project for, I think it was a total of a couple of weeks. I think even the end of the couple of weeks, I don't think I worked. I was on call. So it was a great pleasure and a great honor, and to be a part of this, and to be treated like one of these guys. So thanks.
You crushed jumping in the first time, and you crushed it this time. So that's why we start with you. We know you can kill it. Mike, since we're on interesting points of view, can we go to some of the other guys? Well, we'll go to that, and we can go back to the other question of just, you know, we had this thing with, and jump in, Mike, whenever you want, but we had this thing with replacements that were going to be an issue that were coming in. And we were taught by Captain Dye and the cadre that we were not to welcome them. And some, like, poor Popeye had a really hard time. You know, it was just, we were not to welcome them because we were supposed to give them that experience.
This wasn't for us only. It's sort of like this, you're going to ignore that guy. You don't have to train to ignore somebody.
Right.
This was their boot camp. This was it was basically the captain saying, if you want to do them a service, give them a tiny taste of the experience that the replacements had, that the replacements still talk about to this day. You know, even in the documentary, the replacements talk about what it meant to be a replacement. Now, they understand how the men felt and ultimately why, but at the time coming into it, we had to sort of replicate our experience to that. And people like Renee came in. So why don't you talk about that, Renee, a little bit about what it was like to come in to this fully formed group and know that you had to spend the rest of the time with us, but you did not start with us and never will have started with us.
Right. Thank you very much
Ever.
for that. Ever. So I was the last American from the original Toccoa men to be cast in this series. So I was, as Mike was, I was a carpenter, I was a handyman, I was working at a client's house in the attic, putting boards down in the attic, when my call came in and said, hey, they're offering you this job. And I thought to myself, oh, cool, I'll have maybe a week or two, I got this job, awesome. And my agent goes, well, you're gonna be in this show for 19 weeks, and then you're gonna be laid off for about 2 weeks, and you're gonna be back for another 9 weeks. And I'm like, what? Okay, can I think about it? Give me a call back in an hour because you're leaving tomorrow. So I'm calling my fiance at the time. I'm like, I'm getting offered this job. Should I take it? She goes, are you nuts? Go. So I had just bought a house. I gutted it, and I was going to leave her alone on this house. So I was like, okay, cool, I'll go. So I find myself on the plane reading the scripts that I had, the book, Band of Brothers, and any kind of information that I had that the production had given me. And I'm thinking to myself, this is odd, this is weird. I don't know what I'm getting myself into. So I leave Thursday, I land Friday morning, I get driven to Hatfield, and I walk in, I have long hair, I'm just tired, and I walk into this room. All these guys are just high-fiving each other, they have their corcorans on, their blouse boot, and I'm scared. I am scared because I did not go through boot camp with these gentlemen, and I have to prove myself. And I know I have to prove myself, but I don't know how to do it just yet. Later on that night, we all decide to go to dinner, and we are dressed up, suits, etc. We go down to Piccadilly Circus, and there's a 4 or 5 star restaurant that we all attend, and they're asking me, hey, so how did it go? How did you get the job? And I'm like, I don't know how I got the job, really, because I had like auditions on tape with Meg and Angela, and it was like 3 or 4 months. I don't know what it was, but it was just always going in and reading for something else and coming back, reading, leaving, never with anybody else. It was just always on video. So they go, what did you do today? Oh, I got my hair cut, I got my wardrobe on, I shot my gun. Compton, what did you say? I shot my gun. Drop and give me 20. We have waiters, drinking wine everywhere, and I'm like, I'm looking around the table, I'm looking at Mike, I look at Ron Livingston, who's like, the normal guy. And he's looking at me going, yeah. I get up, take off my jacket, I look at the waiter, who's looking at me like I'm an idiot, and I'm like, he's my lieutenant. So I drop and give him 20. From that moment on, the guys have been like, okay, cool. He'll be all right. He'll be all right. So from that moment on, it was pretty cool. So.
Hey, Doug.
Yes.
Tell us your side.
My side. Well, I think we're all very fortunate because to have a panel that's so diverse from military advisors, actors, producers, writers, and rarely do you ever see casting directors at these stuff. But it's very important to point out why Meg Lieberman, because this cast is amazing. but you were also essential in my casting, because if it wasn't for you, I would not be here. I was auditioning for West Point, which was another series during pilot season at the same time that I guess this show was already filming. So I went in to audition for West Point, and in her audition room, she had these life-size posters of the Second World War, many of them. I think there were 20 in the room. And so I did my audition, and I did a really good job because I got a call back to producers. So as I'm walking out of the audition, I'm like, what are all these photographs about? She's like, oh, it's a project I'm doing about the Second World War. And I said, well, if there's anything in there for me, please bring me in. She's like, I don't know, it's a really small project. It's, you know, I don't think your agent would want you doing. I'm like, I come from the indie world, please. She's like, you'd have to fly yourself because we're shooting in London. I was like, I don't care. Please bring me into this project. Weeks go by, and she did bring me in. And obviously, the scene was where he was cleaning, and I did the scene sort of poorly miming, like, you know, who else was poorly miming? Or yeah.
Bro.
And she's like, stop. Just, we're gonna have you sit down. I'm gonna frame you like this and just do the scene, which I was like, great, because I'm not a good mimer. And I shot it, I felt great, left, never heard from it. Then I got a call, this one audition. Didn't even tell me the name of the project. And I get a call, it's my manager, he's like, you booked that Tom Hanks project. I was like, West Point? He's like, no, Band of Brothers. I'm like, oh, they changed the name? He's like, no, this is Steven Spielberg. I was like, what are you talking about? I've never auditioned for a Steven Spielberg project. And he was going off the list of, London and all this stuff. I was like, wait a minute, what, really? And so I went running as an actor would, because I'm gonna prepare for this, World War II project, and I'm running in Santa Monica because we have these stairs that are like Toccoa, kind of, in Santa Monica. And so I'm running up and down these stairs, and then I end up on 3rd Street Promenade, and Tom Hanks is watching a movie with his family, and I see him, and I'm like, run up to him, I'm like, hey, Tom, I'm Doug Spain, I'm gonna play, Private Tony Garcia. He's like, that's great, I'll see you there, kid. And then he leaves, and I was like, wow, this is great. And I get on the plane, and, it's the best of the best, and I land here, and, I go to the production office, and in a Mercedes-Benz, and I'm wearing, a shirt like this, and some shorts, and my flip-flops, because I'm from California, and I get out of the Benz, and out of the changing room comes Jimmy Matteo, and he's like, what's this? So I'm standing there, I'm like, hi! Because I had no clue what I had booked, honestly. I was like, I don't know what this is. I did read the book on the plane, and I was excited. But after that, when he took me into the tent, you could feel the respect that all these guys had, and it was instant. I sensed it. I was like, oh, these guys are serious. I better get rid of these flip-flops today. And from that moment on, you just felt that, because I had read the book, so I understood, and I had spoken to Tony. So I knew his version was that, he had to earn their respect. So that stuck in the back of my brain, and I was like, I have to earn the respect, because even Frank didn't talk to me. And we did a movie like a year before, and I was like, this guy won't even say hello to me. So I picked up on that, and that was my experience of I had to earn my place, and it's understandable. These men had lost so many, so you understood why it was so hard for them to try and bond. And these guys just sort of led the way, so thank you, gentlemen.
Well, that's great. Mark?
And thank you, Meg.
Both Marks.
Yeah, Mark, you want to jump in and say what it was?
Yeah, sure. I was thinking this morning over here, we were talking about Band of Brothers, and I feel like if you went to boot camp, you were a big brother, and if you didn't, you were a little brother. So I was definitely a little brother for the whole time I was there. But my first contact on set was we were rehearsing for 2 nights. We were being taught how to row quietly for episode 5 to get across and rescue the British paratroopers. So it was that first sense of everyone was going through their character names and all that stuff. But I was still brand new. Yeah, I got a job. This is amazing. That kind of thing. So then I was in a boat with the Liebgott and Dexter, and we would row across in complete silence, and we're getting this technique down. And then when you went back the other way, there was a tiny bit of chat, but not much. And I think I was being a little bit too chatty. And Liebgott told me that Sergeant Martin wanted me to stop talking. And I said, well, you can tell Sergeant Martin to shut the F up, right? Absolute silence. And the smile just starts to fade on your face. And Liebgott goes, Sergeant Martin, did you hear what Private Hashi just said? And he goes, yes, I did. And he says, what do you want to do about it? He goes, I need to think about it. And then Liebgott goes, permission to throw Hashi overboard. And Dexter goes, I need to think about it. So for 10 minutes, I was in agony. But I was actually more scared, not of the water, but if Captain Dye saw me go in, how was I going to explain that? That was the biggest trouble I was going to be in. I was like, new kid, ends up in the water, no one's taking the blame except me. So, yeah, that was my introduction to the rules of the game, my first night. There you go. Yeah.
Wow. And
I am so sorry.
No, it's great. You didn't throw me in.
Dex saved you.
Yeah.
Peter, tell us about you. Pete had a very difficult thing to walk in, to just come in and just drop some incredibly demanding acting, and you just crushed it. And what was it like to walk into that?
Thank you. Hey. Isn't this amazing that we're all here? Just stop for a second and take this in. This is incredible. 20 years on. Thank you so much for being here, everybody. Thank you. Yeah. Thank you. This is an amazing moment. Thank you, Frank. This has been special from the moment I even heard that it was happening. I was going to make it my mission to be on Band of Brothers. If it took, sleeping in the road to make Meg Lieberman notice me, I was going to make it happen. And luckily, she did see me. I auditioned twice. I got in. I read for Spears, and I get a reasonable psycho spin on it. And I thought, oh, this will be good. And then I got this other guy. And my girlfriend at the time went, well, he just yawns and he walks away. Well, that's not very good, is it? And he just yawns and walks away. And anyway, she's just jealous. So I got it. And there wasn't much about Dyke in the book. There's not really much reference. I didn't have much to go on. So coming from the theater, I had the word and I had what was in the script, and that's all I had. So I slept with the scripts at night, right? Hoping to absorb magically their essence, truly. And gradually, I've sort of found my way in. First day on the platform, getting there, I arrived in. Who was the first person I met? I think it might have been George, and then Dexter, who I vaguely had a friend we knew in common, just to try and get some common ground. But everybody else was solidly, who's this guy, And I put on the uniform. I had to go find Captain Dye. I went, we're all in, just go for it. And I walked up to him and I said, Lieutenant Dyke reporting for duty, sir. And he went, fall in, Lieutenant Dyke. And I immediately walked off in the wrong direction. And he went back this way. And I went to join the line. He went, nope, you're a lieutenant, you come outside the line. So from then on, I'm trying to catch up with these guys who, just like the Real Easy Company, are 6 months in. They all know what they're doing. I'm scrabbling to pick up the pieces. And even though they were told not to, be nice to the replacements, these are great humans, great actors. So if I got stuck, I was going, what do they mean when they say the blah, blah, blah? And they were like, okay, just follow me. And we worked it out, and it was great, and the camaraderie was solid. Now, Dyke being from Brooklyn and having an Ivy League background, I, at night time, would go home and put on a tweed jacket and a tie. That's what and be sort of Ivy League in my approximation of Ivy League, and different and distant, so I'm the outsider. So that's pretty much what I was. I was the outsider for the whole duration. Some flash moments that I'd like to give you is just Dale Dye barking around, and you immediately feel the lift of that. Where is he? He's gonna, you know, I went to sit down in a chair once. You know, we've been marching all day. I found a chair to sit down in. I heard this, "We don't play that shit, Lieutenant." So, and the chair was removed, and off I walked. And then the battle stuff with Matt. I do remember Matt very well coming through the explosion, and it's, you know, just like the film. We watched it. I think he did it twice. The three of us, Donnie, Rick, and I, were behind the haystack, and it was an enormous movie moment happening right in front of our eyes, and the impact of that really shows in the show. Again, how lucky was I to have Rick Gomez and Donnie Warburg, who were all in, and I knew that once we all knew that we were all in, there was no breaks for a cup of tea. We were solid. I hated going home at night. I couldn't stand going home, and I wanted to stay and be there as much as possible. I would call the production office to ask if I could come in on days off. It's him again. It's the actor. He wants to come in again. No, you're not needed today. And I would do that. And I'd asked to go to boot camp like 3 times, and they wouldn't let me go. Anyway, so just to let you know how all in I was. And then in terms of playing this difficult, unlikable man, very challenging, but you know, somebody's got to play him, and I'm going to do a little exercise with all of you right now. So I'm going to make all of you a lieutenant, a replacement lieutenant right now, right? Just think about that for a second. You, each and every one of you, are a replacement lieutenant. You are going to be sent to join the hardened Easy Company, who you've probably heard about, and you already have 2 bronze stars from actions before you're going to join. So 10 days previous, you've just had an action, and now you're going to join Easy Company, and I'm just going to posit that maybe within you, this lieutenant, you are starting to unravel, and you don't quite know how to handle the situation, and you're trying to process your own feelings because you're young, and you haven't been in battle before, and nothing really prepares you for this. And not only are you going to be joining the Easy Company, you're going to be the commander. So now you're going to do this attack on Foy. And this is my own theory on it. I suspect that his disappearing and his being unavailable was perhaps his own way of trying to regulate his own mental state, right? And then it culminates with the breakdown on Foy. We don't see it in the show, but he's shot in the arm. And he didn't die, which is what the show kind of posits, but he got a promotion. And we shot a sequence at the end. You remember, Mike, I remember. We shot a sequence at the end where Dyke is put in a Jeep and he's driven away after all the sad, sorry carnage of that attack on Foy. And all the guys look at him, and we spent quite a lot of time on it. And it was a really good exercise. And they didn't use the material. It's sad because it would have just given another button to that very real man. This is a real person. He had to live with the weight of what happened. Yes, he did get a promotion, but he stayed in the army. He was a career army person. I can only imagine what it must have felt like for him inside. We only glimpse it in the TV show. Is it fair to him, to the life of Norman Dyke? I don't know. I would say it's not. But, you know, this guy went through this stuff, and the weight that he carries is heavy. I will never know what that's like. You will never know what that's like. So let's be grateful, and let's maybe think about it in terms of compassion. If we're going to talk about war, if we're going to talk about, you know, as humanists, we're going to really talk about it. And this is part of the story. It's another part of the story. And it's because he went through it that I don't have to, and you don't have to, our sons and daughters don't have to, our grandsons and granddaughters don't have to. So keep it in the mind of compassion. I'm very grateful to be part of this team. When the show was over, I carried this story within me. It wouldn't leave me alone. It would keep me awake at night. I thought, am I the only one who feels this way? Am I really? And I met Ross on the film, And I immediately we drawn in, and I met Frank and everybody else, and I realized we all feel the same way, all of us, and not just the actors, people who worked in makeup, people who worked in production, everyone felt it. And that is the lightning in a bottle that is this show. So I'm really proud to be here. Thank you. God bless you.
Mark?
Hello. Mark.
Speak about your experience coming in, because a replacement as well.
Well, I was an original Tacoma man. Doom was original Tacoma man. And I didn't get on boot camp. And on day one, it was that scene with Lieutenant Meehan where we came in. So I was fresh, new boots, all that kind of stuff. And I'd met some of the boys on the read-through on the Friday before, and they all looked like hell. I could use a worse word, but I'm not allowed. I was fresh as a daisy. So we get to the Monday, and Lieutenant, as it's been said before, Captain Dale Dyke got us all off the bus, and we all marched down to the hangar. And you felt like a badass. You really did. You know, you were with your boys, wearing the kit, but I wasn't quite there yet. You know, and I had one line that day. And we're standing there in like a little circle, and Captain Dye's like, Dukeman, where's Dukeman? I'm like, yeah. He's like, yeah? I'm like, oh shit, I'm in trouble. He's like, come here, maggot. I'm like, okay. He says, you address me as captain, sir, or skipper. I'm like, okay. He's like, no! Okay, skipper. And he made us all. I mean, he did. He really did. And from that day onward, I felt part of it. And he called me Wedge ever since, because I was a useful tool, apparently. So, which I accept with gladness. But for Hashi, I remember it's in episode 5, and Dukeman sadly went in episode 5, and Tom was directing it. I call him Tom now. And so, and this is how amazing the series was. You'd have Tom Hanks, 2-time Oscar winner, probably America's greatest living actor, comes up to me and says, well, what do you want to do with the scene? I'm like, I don't know. And it was basic. It was like one line. It was like, Hashi, you get the penthouse. And he's like, do you like him? I'm like, not really. I don't know him, and I don't want to see him die, you know? He says, well, there's your answer. And I was like, okay. And I wouldn't look at Hashi. I'd be playing with my cards, and I'd be talking to him whilst looking at my cards. It was just one of the greatest pieces of direction I've ever had, you know? And he let me find it. And that's what was great about this production. Everybody was great at their job. Everybody let you do your job. That's what makes it special, I think. I think surround yourself with brilliant people, and brilliance appears. And I'm forever grateful to be in this thing. I mean, Meg Lieberman, you're responsible for a lot of things in my life, including me getting married. So I kind of thank you for that. And my wife's watching, and I love you, baby. But yeah, I mean, it's like my life's changed immeasurably because of this production. I've got friends here that I will know for the rest of my life, you know, that have helped me out when I've been in dark times. I mean, George has been a rock for me at certain times in my life. And yeah, it's the greatest thing that ever happened to me, and apart from my wife, obviously. I'll leave it there.
Robin, I remember very well your first day, and we had to be tough on replacements, but I was not going to be tough on Babe because I knew we had a short time to get somewhere important. So what was it like for you showing up in that tent?
Yeah, as you say, it was slightly different for me. Babe was a replacement, but the Babe of then was not the Babe of now, or not now, but yeah, then. So I got not quite a free pass, but people were more maybe lenient, I think. I mean, people would steal your rifle and then say, hey, babe, where's your rifle?
hey, Captain, where's Babe's rifle? And he's, Efron, drop and give me 20. God damn it.
That sounds like a Liebgott move right there.
Yeah.
I just meant I was going soft on you, not the rest of
Nobody
the
else
guys.
did.
Yeah.
Nobody else did. But I remember coming
they
in.
did, though, because you led, and we were like, all right, there's enough other guys to pick on.
So I did, yeah, it was a slightly different experience for me because I arrived almost the same time as Doug and Mark and James McAvoy. We all arrived at the same time. So I remember walking into that big tent that we all got changed in, and there being I can't remember who walked me in. It might have been Freddie Joe. Somebody walked me into the tent and said, yo, listen up, Babe's here. And this palpable frisson went round the tent. Everyone was, oh, Babe's here. Get Bill. Where's Bill? Find Bill. And I was a bit like, oh, hello. Oh. I thought they were going to give me shit. Apparently not. So I was welcomed by Bill that first day, and then everybody else took up the slack.
I think it really speaks to Mike and I. We've talked about this, but it really speaks to another thing, that if you knew your characters was close or friends with someone else, it really was a shorthand to getting you to be really deep friends very quickly. And I know I felt that with you, and I knew Johnny Martin was another dear friend of Bill's. I had the same experience with Dexter, but it was,
And we talked about this briefly, about that being open to it, and so it becoming a self-fulfilling prophecy, becoming friends, and but knowing who they became post-war, you thought, right, well, if you're Bill and I'm Babe, then we're going to get on. It just seemed like a completely natural thing that we would get on. Of course we would.
That's what we had with Garcia and Hashi.
Right.
Because I think we were on the bus or the car back and forth. It was an hour drive, and he was telling me that he was looking for a place to stay. We had just met. I think it was day one, and I didn't really know anything about him or anything. He's like, yeah, I'm looking for a place to stay, here, so because he's from Ireland and he was a local hire. And I had this 2-bedroom flat with a spare room, and I was thinking in the back of my head, I don't know this guy. Should I offer him my room? That extra room? I was like, I don't know. What if he's a psycho? So he was going on, and I kind of hesitantly said, well, we're foxhole buddies. We're supposed to get along and get to know each other and go through this experience together. So I was like, well, I do have a spare room in the flat. And then I think he was also a bit...
But it was, I'd spoken to Hashi for weeks, I'd spoken to Garcia for weeks, and that was my biggest thing, is like, whoever's playing Garcia, if we're not friends, how's the whole thing going to work? So within an hour, he asked me to live with him, and I moved into his place.
and
they
it
were
was
very happy.
It was the best experience. I think Donnie lived above me, and Kirk lived above him, Toy, and
well, you took my place.
Huh? I took your place.
You
yes.
moved into my spot.
Yes, I did.
My family didn't come out till later, so I lived, Kirk, Donnie, me, and when my family came out, we moved into a bigger flat, and I guess a replacement got my spot.
Yes, and we had parties every weekend. Me and Hashi really got along.
I don't remember that.
Of course you don't remember. It was fun.
George, why don't you tell it?
Yes.
Did you at the time live in London?
I did.
So tell us about that. How was that literally coming in every day, going home every day and dealing with your theater friends and people who were in the business, and you're off being a soldier during the day, probably to a project that every single one of your buddies wanted to be in.
That is true, but I'm with Peter completely on that. I didn't want to go home. I mean, I found it a distraction and not something I wanted to do, so I was looking forward every day to coming into work. I have something else I'd like to say.
Yeah.
Please do.
Excellent.
It's about to take it out of the filming stuff, and I live in Beirut, and I was in the explosion 2 years ago, and most of the guys here knew that know that I lived there. And within 20 minutes, I think every single person had sent me an email or called or sent a text from Ross telling me, Georgie, get the fuck out of there, mate. Bring the family, come to LA, you got a home, leave it alone. And, you know, that's something that people I've known since I was born didn't call me. But these lads did. And that's something that is a credit that starts with Meg and Tony and Dale and the cadre, and then all the time that we spent together. And that's, yeah, it's just irreplaceable. And with that, I'd like to say I was talking with Freddie in the car, Freddie Joe Farnsworth, about what happened there, about the explosion, saying, you know, I was running to get a passport, running to get money, thinking, what are we going to do? You know, is it an attack? Is there going to be another explosion? Getting my kids in the elevator well where we thought it would be safe. I'm bleeding everywhere. And you know what Freddie said to me? He said, well, imagine that when you have to look after men and when you're being shot at and when that's still going on. And that's the reality of war. And that's the reality of what the real men went through, and that what we did our best to portray, and that Dale and all the guys drilled into us from day one. But in a way, I don't think we have any sense of what it really is to go through that. And if there's some way that what we did and with Band of Brothers can raise the awareness and continue to sort of share the horror of war as well as the camaraderie of it, then, you know, God bless us a little bit.
Shifty, where were you living in at the time? Because you were American, but you were abroad, right? What was your situation?
No, so where was I? I was basically like 13. I'd left my mom in Tennessee, and I'd gone to live with my dad in England, and so basically I ended up in boarding school. I was in boarding school for 5 years, and so I'd made it my home. I mean, I'd grown up, kind of settled in London, but it wasn't my home. You know what I mean? It was kind of what I had learned to kind of embrace through other people and friends, and then I was starting acting, and I was just in this wild world of this life in London, and all the kind of the spirit of the time, but it didn't feel. I didn't have like roots in terms of my father was living in Germany at the time, and so I was kind of like a gypsy, you know. So I was all over the place, living at a friend's house up in North London, which made it very easy to get to set, and so it was kind of, I wasn't settled. I wasn't feeling like I was British necessarily. I didn't feel American necessarily, but it was interesting, this relationship. It was kind of like, well, we're all family here, but you guys are living. I know you're far away, but you definitely have some nice places to live, and that was good to see. And I was like, let's all go over, and you were very welcoming, and I felt the kind of, we were all together, but it was like half of my family, I guess, being half American, that had kind of arrived, and so that was very welcoming, to me in a certain way. I had my British family and my American family, and I was like, hey, we're all family. So it was that was kind of the development of home. But it's interesting because I think about it, and as I sit here today, I was always kind of, I was saying this, I was always kind of flying above everything, kind of like, not fully grounded, into my home, into my body, into my life. I was always kind of just slightly above, just gliding through. And over the years, it's like getting to know these guys and getting to know what we've done is like the grounding into of that experience. The more I understand how beautiful, how wonderful these people are, and what a privilege it is to be a part of this. And so basically, it's at the time I really was like a dumb kid. I mean, I just flying above, thinking I don't know what I thought I was, but over the time, and I think it's like home is starting to feel, despite all the problems that over the years going through, but home really does feel more like home now than it did then. And the experience of getting to know everybody, it's almost like I think back at Shifty now, who I am now, I go, what an amazing thing to be able to have been close to someone like that. But everyone here, just, and sometimes I just go, how do you really say thank you sincerely? And I to everyone, and kind of, there's no words for it sometimes. You just go, well, it's been good, and and I hope it continues to stay good.
I wanted to go back to something that we were going to start with, and then we kind of went off on replacements. But some of the guys who had kids at that time, we lived in another part of town. The Americans, we lived in another part of town. But there was a building that we all wanted to live in, which is where a lot of the Americans were.
The Palace.
Yeah, and it is because it wasn't just boot camp. Boot camp set the tone and got the work going, but at a certain point, we were bonding outside of boot camp. We were bonding offset too, and that it continued in a very 24-hour cycle. So you were in that building, weren't you? And Rick, tell us what it was like what it was like. You kind of continued the barracks. I mean, in nice apartments, but you guys were all living in one building. Like Mike and I weren't living in the same place. Yeah. What was that like?
You came by my place one time. Do you remember that?
Yeah, I think Jimmy Mattia was there.
No, it was just you and me this night. You don't remember this? There's a little bit of noise.
Do I want to remember this?
Yeah, it's just a funny thing between
Yeah.
you and
Okay.
me.
Yeah. So yeah, tell us
There's
about
some
it.
kind of banging, or you must have
I'll
been
go
hanging
on.
a picture or something. I don't know what's going on. Who could say? I wasn't in the room with you. But I knocked and was like, "Come on, man." It was like 2 in the morning or something. You came around here. I think you thought that was an invitation.
Oh.
And then we hung out for a while.
Yeah. Did we smoke a cigarette?
Maybe.
Yeah. Did we?
The
have a
place
drink?
that we lived, we were on top of each other, kind of.
Yeah.
Right? Mm-hmm. And so we would shoot nights, or we'd be in whatever situation we're in, and it was just a frat house, basically, for us.
Well, there was a courtyard in the background.
Yeah, in the backyard,
Yeah, there was a pub nearby. Mm-hmm. If you still had steam when you came home, you'd kind of
did
look
that.
to see if if there was someone still
Yeah, yeah.
awake you could talk to about your next day.
Yeah.
And so yeah, there was a lot of.
It was Ron, Neil, Jimmy, you,
Yeah.
Ian.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Bailey.
Who else? Renee. You stayed there for a bit?
I did. Right at the beginning, I lived with Ron. He did what, the boys here did. He was like, what are you doing? God, I lived really far away from town, further than most, I think. And the drive every morning, I felt bad for my driver. I didn't care, but he had to be outside my house at like 3:30 a.m. every day, and it was killing him. So I would stay with Ronnie, and then I stayed with Renee for a little bit, and then I decided to go home.
Do you remember the doorman who worked at the guy at the front desk there at Marsham and Horse Ferry? St. John's was the street it was on.
No.
So I went back. I was just shooting with Graham, and I went back, and he was there.
Still there. Wow.
22 years later.
He's lovely.
And he saw me walk in the security camera. and he came running up the thing, and he was like, Luz! We took pictures together. Isn't that great?
Yeah.
And his son worked there as a little kid, and he's like, yeah, he's 70. I was like, that math doesn't work out. I think he's probably 30, something. But yeah, it was crazy. The place hadn't changed at all. That really became like our house for, and you wound
For
up
a year.
on the top floor somehow.
Well, so I did a switcheroo.
Yeah. Talk about that.
I was like one of the last people to get a room, and I was like, what? Eh, what? Where's it? And finally, I'm like, there's a room. And I'm like, well, is there another room? So I went to the guy at the front desk and said, are there any other rooms in here? Maybe I could, because if Dale had known this, he probably would have maybe do 1,000 push-ups. But anyway, I just kind of asked a few questions and said, well, maybe I could trade some of my per diem to upgrade to that room, you know? So it was a pretty good room, but I was above you, and so you could keep an eye on me. You know, it was so nice to live in London, in Westminster, because if you drank too much, you could go right down the street to Westminster Abbey and apologize, right? So, and you know, we were close to Big Ben, so you could go over there and like watch people in Parliament and see the Beefeaters and the police guys. I remember I was coming home on a Razor. That's a scooter. And it was a new thing back then. You know, you didn't. I was always an early adopter of technologies, so I think. And I'd gotten a lot of the boys to go see a guy named Mose Allison over in the West End in the jazz place, and there was a jazz pizza there. And Mose Allison, I don't know if anybody has ever heard of Mose Allison, but he's a fantastic singer-songwriter, jazz musician. Just the most clever lyrics and everything. And so I was, it was at Ronnie Scott's. Anybody ever heard of Ronnie Scott's in London? Yeah. Yes. And so, yeah, I was just so enthralled that I was going there to catch a show, and I came home late one night, and some very tall man decided he hated scooters. He went after me with his brawly. So an umbrella in London is called a brawly. So he decided he was going to just teach me a thing or two about riding around scooters in London, and he started to hit me in the head with his brawly. And that thing bent around my head, right? And so then I'm like, this guy's 6 foot ever, right? So, I mean, he's got to be 7 foot. You know, he was tall, but very lanky and strange. So in the middle, like right where that subway tube lets out, I decided to have combat with him in front of these police that were just like eating an apple, watching. This is interesting. A guy with this thing, and he's fighting this giant, and he's beating him in the head with a Broly. That is fantastic. You know, what a show. And so I was wearing a pea coat that I'd gotten from a movie that I'd done in Rome called U-571. And it's a good old Navy issue, solid, yeah. Thank you. Well, that kind of saved me because you ever seen a dog when they have a rash? You know, they've got this stuff so they can't scratch themselves. They wear a cone. That thing, as he struggled to destroy me, for whatever reason he hated razors, had some trauma, I'm sure. He pulled that thing off of me, and I had it like a cone around me, and I was able just to kind of back out of it and run. And I ran all the way past the Abbey, all the way to our little home, and tucked myself neatly in my apartment, and sucked my thumb, maybe, I don't know. But about an hour later, I decided I could, like, peek out, and I went back to look for my razor. Anyway, so London was fun. You learned a lot, and anyway.
I remember going to your place, too, the guys with the kids, because you had a different spot, and it was like visiting a different planet going to see you guys. Because there was kids.
Oh, it was very sedate, too.
It was very sedate.
a whole different vibe.
Yeah. And,
I had one night in that building, and that was when we got there, Jimmy, being a good Italian-American from the Bronx, made dinner the night before boot camp. And he made this incredible pasta meal. And we sat around and we ate, and we like milked the night because we all had like 4 a.m. pickups to go to boot camp. And
Ron and I had food poisoning because we went out to lunch the day before.
That's right. Oh,
we weren't at that
wasn't
dinner.
Jim. Wasn't Jim.
No, it wasn't
yeah, Jim didn't get you sick.
No, we had food poisoning for the day.
Yeah.
We missed that dinner, though.
And we had that dinner, and right when it was time to say goodbye, Donnie, in his like wisdom that he always has, says, you know, I think tomorrow we're all gonna meet ourselves, and some of us are gonna hate who we meet. it begins tomorrow.
Yeah.
And it just ended the night. We had this laughter all night, and it was just such a dark tone to end the night on. We all knew he was right. We were like, I'm going home. And we just went home and got in our cabs and went home.
I think those were New Kids lyrics.
I had no idea. I had no idea.
Watch this dance.
He's trying to sing with us. That's what he's trying to get.
I actually, when we were talking about when I first got to London, I only worked 2 days because you guys were going on vacation for 9 days because you had been filming. So I got there. They gave me a bunch of money, which was my per diem. I worked 2 days, and then I had 9 days off. And so I was like, well, I'm in Europe. So I flew to Spain, and I had a friend there, and we went through, I guess in Spain, every part of Spain is celebrating a saint. And we were in Granada, and I guess the people there didn't like my Michael Jackson moves. So I almost wasn't in Band of Brothers because during that time, me and my friend were attacked. And he was stabbed near the spine, and I was very fortunate. I think I've been watched, blessed, because I sort of ended up on the ground with a couple of them, and something kept saying, "Get up," because when you hit the ground, if you know about street fighting, it's kind of over for you. So I ran to the tent, and then I was there, and I was surrounded by hundreds of people and Spaniards. I was like, my name is Spain, Jesus. You know, I'm gonna die in Spain. This can't happen to me. And they dispersed magically, and it was because my friend had fallen, but I didn't know that at the time. And as the dust cleared, I could see one of my sandals there, and I'm thinking, this sandal's just bad luck. I gotta get rid of them. But I did think about that time, and I was thinking, wow, I just started a show, and I wouldn't have made it. But at least, Mark Huberman has a key to the flat, so he won't be left out in the streets of London. But yeah, it was since you guys.
You should have been wearing Maddie's peacoat. It would have saved you.
But I think I was blessed. I feel we've all been blessed on this show with many of the things that happened to us during London. So.
I was going to say, we were talking about boot camp, and we had talked about it a lot with the captain, but there's something specific we never talked about. There's two things specifically we never talked about in the panel or since. One was the night march. Does everybody remember the night march? Yep. We're going to talk a little bit about the night march. And two was the jump training, when we went to that other facility and we actually jumped down to Descender. Talk about what you remember about either of those two events.
Rick, start.
Or don't.
Okay, there was a cadre with us on that march, and he kept hurting himself. Do you guys remember that? And every time I turned around, he'd had a different injury, but you couldn't stop this guy. What? That was the captain. The captain. Oh, okay.
Them are fighting words, don't you?
Captain Dale Dye, yeah. No, so that night march was pretty interesting because we were learning to look at maps and read the maps, and we were at some point where we were lost, and we couldn't find the maps, and so I feel like Dale appeared out of nowhere to help us find our way, and we were doing the officer duty, learning how to read a map. So that's what I remember about the night march.
I always tell this story, but we were down, we were out there for hours. It was cold, we were in trenches, we were waiting, we knew we were going to be attacked. So everybody was really tense, waiting for something to happen. And it was dead quiet. I had Joe Toya behind me. We were just sitting there, and out of nowhere, I just felt someone right here. And I looked, and it was Gunny. It was Freddie. And he just goes, "I own the night." And he took off. He just took off. And right after that, we walked down. And do you remember when the gunfire, opened up? It was just madness. It's so hard to... I can't imagine if those were live rounds, what that would have been like. But
I think this was like on day 2 of the sleep deprivation. So some of us had already had like a night of guard duty, which, you know, you're on a schedule. So they would say, okay, I have to get up at midnight and do guard duty, which meant I could go to bed at 10, but between 10 and 12, you're not sleeping. You're up. You get back to your bed at 2. You're up at 4:30 for the next day. So we'd had a whole day. And then we were told we're going out on this night march. And so everybody's like just beat up and exhausted by this point. And I remember us all, you know, the hill was getting larger. And we're all told to crouch and sit and wait. And we sat there for hours, it seemed. In, you know, the dead of night, it's freezing cold. We think, something big must be going on. But in reality, I think we were all just trying to figure out what we were going to do next, because we were told the Germans were going to attack. We were told that this whole thing was going to happen.
In the middle of this, I was told by Hashi and every guy out there that Bull was either chewing tobacco or had a cigar in his mouth. That's their only memory of him when they're describing him. Like, always. I was like, well, now sometimes he doesn't. No, always. Okay. So I was like, well, I've never chewed tobacco before. So when I was at home, I was like, well, I'm going to try to chew tobacco. I don't recommend that to anyone. They used to have this brick tobacco that they would have. It was just basically a solid brick of chew, and you would bite off a chunk of it. And I think the first time I did it, I bit off a chunk and I went to the sink to throw up. And it never got any better after that. So I went down to this Red Man that we have here, and they were like, a buddy of mine's like, just do a little bit of Red Man and with some gum. And I was like, all right, I can tolerate this. I'm chewing Red Man that night. I am high as a kite from chewing Red Man for like 4 hours. And they're all like, I'm exhausted. And I'm like, oh man, this is insane. And Ross is like, I think they're gonna ambush us. I'm like, no, they're not. They might. No, they're not. You think so? High as a kite. Continue.
So I have a question. When they did attack and we had to return fire,
They didn't stand a chance.
They didn't, no. But I had the Thompson, right? And the muzzle flashes were very extended. So I was trying to work out, how am I going to see after I fire this thing? Because the flash would blind you. So I'd try to close one eye and fire with it, you know, so that when I opened this eye, I could still see. But then someone else next to me would fire, and then I could lose vision in that eye. And now I knew why the guy who kept having different injuries was running into everything, because now I was running into everything, because I couldn't see anything. So I don't know. How did you guys deal with that?
Honestly, I just ran and fired. I just emptied clip after clip after clip. It was so much fun just running into
I think we were just excited that something was happening, you know, because we'd been on the ground for 4 hours in the middle of the night. So when it actually sparked and came to life, I think we're all like, great, we can warm up and, you know, finally get moving off this fucking hill.
I think we have to. We're going to turn it over to Robin in a minute to kind of do some closing comments. But one question I haven't had a chance to talk to people about was, and if everybody can kind of go around, what was it like to leave it, to just be on this 10-month adrenaline high of bonding, and then, like, I know that I've said this before, but after I shot the episode with my leg, when Bill loses his leg, I was gone 2 days later. And I wasn't really ready for that. It was like, it was really hard on me to just know I was leaving everyone behind. And it was at that point that you realized all these guys you became close with, they live overseas. A lot of the guys were in New York. I was in California. It hit me for the first time. I didn't know if I was gonna see people. I think it's played a big part in why we wanted to get the reunions going, because we just weren't ready to leave that. So what was it like for everyone? I'd love to hear what it was like to be yanked out of that.
So Juman got killed in Holland October the 5th, which was episode 5. And when you get your scripts and you see where your character arc and where he's going to go, and you see, okay, he's going to die at some point. And so everything before that is leading up to that point. you know. So you try to act like you don't know you're going to die, but you know you're going to die, you know. So, and the paycheck ends that day as well, which kind of sucks. But it was the actual day comes along, and it is very emotional, and nobody really wants to talk to you. Nobody really wants to look at you, because by that time you're invested with these people, and you're not William H. Dukeman, but you are that character, you are that guy, you know, and you are respecting that guy, and these guys treat me or you or whoever the actor is as that guy with that reverence, you know, which is an amazing mind trick, as Frank says. But you do it, and you believe in what you're doing, and you want to honor these people, you know. I mean, at the end of the day, it's about these guys, this show, and it is. And God bless Tony, and God bless Kurt, and God bless everybody for doing that, because these guys will live on eternally because of this show, which I think is his greatest legacy. And my guy, I mean, sorry, I'm going a bit off base, but I've got a pretty personal connection with him. I feel. Anyway, I never met the guy, obviously, because he was 20 years old when he left this earth. So it was maybe about 10 years ago, I was sort of down on my luck, you know. I was having some hard times. Self-induced, I might add. But, and then I was on Facebook, and I get a little message from a fan who's a female. It's quite a good-looking female. And so we start talking. And she's like, come visit. And she lives in Colorado. Dukeman's from Colorado. And so I go visit. I end up staying. We get married. I adopt her children. And I have to thank William H. Dukeman for that, you know, which is probably the greatest gift that this show has given me. I mean, like, we had some fun. We had some drinks, you know, and I will always be ever grateful to these boys for being my friends, you know. But Dukeman, I owe him big time. I mean, I'm lucky. I got two higher powers. I got God, and I got William H. Dukeman. And so I got his service number tattooed on my arm. Yeah. I love that guy. I'll shut up now.
Mark, I don't know if you remember, it was probably a few years ago, and it ties nicely into the museum. I was doing one of the tours, the London to Eagle's Nest tours, and I wrote to you because
yeah, I remember. Yeah,
I went to Dukeman's grave, and I remember writing to you saying, "Hey, bud, I took a picture for you, and I wanted to send it to you, and I do it for any of the other gravestones that I come across." And I said to you, "Have you had a chance to go out?" And I remember he turned around at me and he said, "You know, I've wanted to go this whole time, and I can't bring myself to it."
That's true. That was true.
But you also backed it up by saying, "I know I have to, and I know you did."
The thing is, I mean, I don't want to get into like Saving Private Ryan territory, but I didn't feel that I earned his respect, you know, and that's on me. Do you know what I mean? Because I came out of that show and I was quite affected by who this guy was. I mean, I didn't know who he was. I never met him. But it just affected me on quite a high level, personally. And I just felt that I needed to earn his respect, you know. And I think now I have, you know. I think now I'm blessed with my wife. I'm blessed with my kids. I've been to his grave. I went this year, and I broke down, and I put my hand on his grave, and I said, "Thank you." I said, "Sometimes I don't thank you. But you're the reason, and I'm the man I am today." So, yeah, I'm blessed. I'm blessed. Thank you, Ross.
The one thing people always ask me about the show is like, as an actor, have you played any other roles that were like this? And I've never associated Band of Brothers with kind of Hollywood content. It lives in its own universe. And I've been trying to find a word to describe what Band of Brothers has given to me. And I guess, and I'm going to cry, Bruce, but luckily I won't be the first one. The word is family. It starts with the cast, you know, which is a band of brothers. And then it goes into the Garcias for me, the Hubermans, you know, these are families. The, you know, Heffrons, Garniers, Tippers, these are all families who have welcomed me into their lives because of Tony. And there is no other project that has done this for me in my life. This has nothing to do with me as Douglas Spain, the actor. This is everything to do with Tony Garcia and the company of heroes that he was with. These men created a bond so strong that we are all now here, a part of that bond. And so that's just, I'm so grateful to them for allowing me into their lives, into their families' lives. So thank you, Easy Company.
Robin, you want to say a few things? You got
My
the mic?
closing remarks?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to take the podium.
Yeah, absolutely.
But first, hey, how about that for timing? But first, a short message.
Hello, everyone. My name is James Matteo, and I had the great honor of portraying Sergeant Frank Perconti in the HBO miniseries Band of Brothers. I wish I could be there with each and every one of you today, but unfortunately, my my bonehead little brother had to go and get married on this very weekend, so I cannot be there. But I would like to thank the World War II Museum for putting together such a great event, and all of the sponsors and the volunteers that helped put this together. To my band of brothers and my band of sisters that are there, you know how much this means to me. You know I would love to be there and celebrate and honor the men of Easy Company and all the hard work that we put into it to bringing their story to life and etched in cinematic history. But I cannot. So enjoy the day. Enjoy a drink for me. Tell as many stories as you can, and behave. All right? Curry.
Well, it's a very great honor to stand here before you today, probably one of the great honors of my life. First of all, I'd like to echo the words of Mike. Take a moment to acknowledge, thank the museum, the staff, the volunteers here for the incredible job they've done organizing this symposium. Every single one of you should be incredibly proud, but in particular, the sales team for booking and then cancelling and then rebooking and then recancelling and then finally booking all of the guests here today, and as has been said, the travel department for pulling this whole thing together. So, thank you, Darcy, Carrie, Cara, Molly, Lisa, Jeremy, Nathan, and Sarah Kirksey. I'd also like to just very quickly thank my incredible wife, Pauline Lynch, for helping me write this. I wrote the bits you like. If any of that falls flat, it was probably her. When I was first asked to say these words, I began to think about all the different ways in which Band of Brothers has affected the lives of the men and their families, my life, the lives of the other cast, and many, many stories and thoughts came to mind. I was reminded of my 23-year-old self. I'm a young actor from a really small town in Scotland called Arbroath. A town so small, even many people in Scotland haven't heard of it. Despite its historical significance in relations between Scotland and England and a particular declaration of independence, but that's another story. As we know, the audition process for Banner Brothers was incredibly tough. I think they called me back a half a dozen times before finally putting me out of my misery and telling me I'd be playing some guy that I'd never heard of, this guy called Babe Heffron. So I looked into him a little bit, and I started to get just a little bit nervous. You know, me, a skinny Scottish redhead playing a swashbuckling American hero from Philadelphia. You know, a city that everyone's heard of, with its historical significance and relations between America and England, and a particular declaration of independence. They were big shoes to fill, but I thought we might find some common ground. So, with the confidence of youth, I packed my bags, I moved down to London to begin filming, with not the first idea about how profoundly this single acting job would affect my whole life, or that I'd be standing before you today, a couple of decades down the line, in a museum in New Orleans, giving the closing speech at a Band of Brothers Symposium. You know, as some of the actors have alluded to, when you're cast in a job, you turn up, you do your best to get along with everyone, you try to honour the material you're given, you try to turn in a decent performance, and when that job ends, everyone goes their separate ways, and that's that. But Band of Brothers was not that job. Band of Brothers was something entirely different, and it gave the actors involved an experience that is, I think, totally unique in the world of entertainment. And I think it's real credit to Tom Hanks and Steven Spielberg and Kirk and Tony and Ivan and HBO that they implicitly understood the importance and the sensitivity of the work they were making. In what I consider to be a huge mark of respect for the real-life sacrifices of the men of Easy Company, they involved the surviving veterans and their families in the production process. And so we actors, as we've heard, or some of us anyway, had the incredibly rare honour of meeting the men we were playing. And we began to understand the importance of the show we were making, not in the usual commercial, will it be successful, will it launch my career kind of way, but a much deeper, more meaningful level. And then before we began filming, I was thinking about, of course, there was the boot camp, which, not a patch on the real Easy Company boot camp, of course, what they experienced, but it was arduous enough for some of them to forge their own bonds, you know, which in turn the replacements did. We did too. Like Babe and Bill Garnier, some of us made friends for life. Babe and Bill. There's a couple of guys. Like many of the war generation, they never particularly talked about their experiences in the war. It wasn't until Stephen Ambrose's book came out, and then the show was made off the back of that Babe and Bill realized they were part of a wider story that needed telling. And so, as Trish said, they began to tell it to anyone and everyone. They visited schools to tell kids what had happened to them, their stories and the stories of the men who never got to come home, the real heroes, according to Babe. But, of course, they were all heroes, each and every last one of them. I thought about all these things. I thought, too, about my friendship that I now have with Babe's daughter, Trisha, who I've just spent the week with, along with my wife, exploring and enjoying this incredible city. Trish has visited Scotland. She's stayed with us. She even tried haggis. I mean, who knows if she would ever have done that if it hadn't been for Band of Brothers. On one occasion, she brought her niece with her, and she's now become a friend of my son's. So there's another generation that's been touched by this ripple effect of this show. Who knows how many more there will be. And Trish now carries on the work of her father. She's been going into schools recently to make sure the younger generations know about what happened to Easy Company in the Second World War. I thought about Susan Smith-Finn. Until publicity began for the show, Susan, who was one of the daughters of Burr Smith, hadn't really connected with any of the other families. And she had no idea what her dad had done during the war. Can you imagine if that had never come out? The show remedied that, and she and Trish met and became really close friends, and she's a friend of mine too. I thought about the happiness of seeing cast members when they're working, or of hearing about the cast, many of whom do more than just act now, about them creating films and shows and art together, of Frank and Rick and Mike making a music video for Frank's son's band, or the joy of me being involved in something like that and making a film a few years back that was written and directed by Lieb Gott and produced by Ed Tipper and also had Skinny Sisk in it. I just marveled at the fact that a TV show has afforded me, this little boy from Arbroath, the opportunity to travel the globe and along the way meet fascinating people and make friends and learn more about Easy Company and what they did and so much more about all the other men and women and children whose lives were affected by the war right across Europe and the rest of the world. And I got to meet people like Bradford Freeman and Bobby Zumi and Buck Marsh and hang out with the incomparable, irrepressible George McAlpin and Babe and Bill. I call him the king. But everything I've mentioned is born of one of the most harrowing times in world history. Men holed up in trenches, cold, hungry, frightened, not knowing if they'd ever see their families again. And, of course, many didn't. Men jumping out of aeroplanes into hostile territory. Men surviving right on the edge of existence with no idea that one day their names would be known across the world. That one day, when there was peace in Europe, people, most of whom were not yet even born, would take up their experiences and do all they could to make sure that such horrors were never seen again. I'm sure we can agree there's still a lot to be done in that regard. Mankind, unfortunately, does appear to have a penchant for destruction, but fortunately, not all. Here in this room today, we have some of the biggest advocates, I hope, for peace on the planet. As you explore this magnificent museum with its hugely impressive documentation of World War II, bear in mind that behind every exhibit, every war boat, aeroplane, helmet, uniform, weapon, every shell stood a person, an individual, and behind them, their families, and their families to come. That's us, everyone here. And that, I think, is the true legacy of Band of Brothers. All of you here and the thousands of people online this weekend have attended and listened and laughed and cried and most importantly learned because of the combined effort of a show released almost 22 years ago now, and as importantly because of the work of the museum today, the past and the present, combined in a way that we hope will improve the future for all of us. And Band of Brothers is a gateway. It's a portal to another world when ordinary people were called upon to do extraordinary things. It captures people's imaginations and makes them curious to hear more of these stories of bravery and heroism and humanity and empathy. And the museum provides a place for that to happen, for people to gather together and learn and share stories. And by doing that, we hopefully grow and learn. Hopefully we gain a little more humanity, a little more empathy. We hopefully learn from the past so we don't repeat the same mistakes today or in the future. And as Anne Frank said in her diary, where there's hope, there's life. It fills us with fresh courage, makes us strong again. That's the legacy. One that's carried on brilliantly by the museum and its amazing staff and volunteers, by everyone involved with the show, by all of you in the audience, everyone watching online, by everyone that the show has touched. Individuals united by a common bond, like Babe and Bill and all the men all those years ago, because we know, like them, that there's strength in numbers, that we may be individuals, but we stand alone together. Karahi! Now, boys.
Thank you, Robin and panel. That's an incredibly tough act to follow, and an amazing show, and it's certainly an incredible opportunity to learn myself. Quick reminder to the folks there, upcoming travel programs, and then the international conference in November. Great opportunity, and while you're thinking of it, so what's next? Now our speakers are going to make their way over to the Louisiana Memorial Pavilion, the original D-Day Museum. Please stay in your seats for the official close of the symposium with a few special videos. When you are over at the autograph point, though, if you look up, you've got the C-47 there that actually dropped paratroopers at D-Day, at Market Garden, supplies to Bastogne, and the last drop over the Rhine. So another place to look at the authentic setting as you do that. But thank you for being here. I'll pause just a second, and we will start. Yep, that's what I said. We'll wait till the music stops and cut the video. How's that?
As a general rule, I just kept everything to myself, and then when it came out on HBO, all these friends of mine would contact me and say, why don't you talk about it? Who are you going to talk to?
I'm a happy guy. I've been always happy, but I was always perfectionist. As again,
As a general rule, I just kept everything to myself, and then when it came out on HBO, all these friends of mine would contact me and say, why don't you talk about it? Who are you going to talk to?
I'm a happy guy. I've been always happy, but I was always perfectionist. As again, I could not attain perfection, but I always try. I always will, even before the war. As a kid, I wanted things right, and I strove for those things. Again, I didn't make it, but I tried, and I made my men do the same thing. I insisted on it, and perhaps I was a little tough. Not a little, I was tough as hell. But they didn't appreciate it until all came back. If you understand what I'm saying.
Salvo bonded us against him. Salvo, he was the bonding force. He was the one that kept us together with that training. Now, as we bonded together, we got to know each other better. So you found out that if I'm with you, there's no way you're going to get killed. I'll give my life for you anytime. Same way the feeling is you're going to do the same for me. No questions asked. The bond was bigger, and getting the combat, tremendous, that's all. Never give it a thought. Never give it a second thought. I think his father was sober. Got to give him credit. Yep, got to give sober credit.
Did you guys ever see him again after the war?
Yes, I saw him, yeah. And I paid the dues to get him to come to the reunion and everything. I couldn't do it, though. He wouldn't do it. Yeah. From Chicago. So his sister came, and his nephew came to the reunion, a couple of reunions, yeah. But he died. So bad. So in a sense, he done his job. He done what he had to do. And things worked out for the good, you know. The way it was portrayed is true. A lot of people don't believe, but everything is, they said it was true, yeah.
Somebody called me and told me that this guy was going to write a book about our company, you know, and I said, who the hell's going to read it, you know, because I couldn't imagine that the readership for something like that would be very widespread. I mean, oh, sure, there's some military buffs, you know, and history buffs, but I mean, nothing like has happened as a result. And it's all basically because of the TV series. I mean, that TV series, you know, did it, and because it was well done, and it was. But I would have never believed that it would attain the popularity that it did.
Just being away. I want to get back to work, take money home to my mother. That's all I want to do. The same thing I was doing before I went away. Oh, yeah. They had it tough. Let me tell you, nobody knows. I say it on a documentary. Talk about heroes. We're the last. That's a lot of hooey, us being heroes. The heroes in the Second World War were the mothers of the world, not just Americans. German women cried too. Polish women cried. Russian women cried. Who cries any more than the Jewish? Who went through more? I seen it. I seen it. These people that tell you they won the Holocaust, let them come to me.